Chapter 18. The GPS had been so confident about it. That was the thing Jamie Walsh kept coming back to, even later, when he was trying to explain it to people who asked why he hadn't just turned around. The voice on the app had been calm and certain, recalculating around the closed highway on-ramp without any drama, routing him down the state road, and then the county road, and then the unpaved track with the same placid authority it used for shopping centers and drive-thrus. In 400 feet, turn right. Like it was nothing. Like this was normal. He'd taken the gig through the app. Courier work, same as always, pickup at a warehouse address on the east side, delivery to a residential address 40 miles out. The pay was triple the standard rate, which he'd noticed but not questioned, because triple rate was rent money and he was 3 weeks behind. The warehouse pickup had been legitimate enough, or at least, it fit the pattern of the cash-in-hand jobs that sometimes routed through the platform to keep things arm's length. The address was a low, corrugated metal building in an industrial park that was mostly dark by 8 p.m. A single loading bay door was open, spilling a rectangle of harsh white light onto the cracked asphalt. Jamie pulled his Honda up to it, the engine sounding too loud in the quiet. A man stood in the bay, silhouetted against the light. He was maybe 50, wearing a stained canvas jacket. He didn't move as Jamie got out. "I'm here for the pickup for Walsh," Jamie said, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space behind the man. He could smell oil and concrete dust. The man turned without a word and walked into the warehouse. Jamie hesitated, then followed him in. The space was vast and mostly empty, just a few pallets stacked against a far wall. In the center of the floor sat a single crate, about the size of a microwave, wrapped in thick brown plastic and sealed with heavy-duty tape. No markings. No shipping label. The man stopped beside it and nodded at it, then at Jamie. His eyes, deep-set and shadowed, never quite met Jamie's. They focused on a point just past his shoulder. "And that's it. Do I need to sign anything? Get a receipt?" "No," the man's voice was flat. He shifted his weight, his boots scraping on the concrete. The message was clear: take it and go. A flutter of discomfort stirred in Jamie's gut. It was the lack of eye contact, the absolute absence of any procedural chatter. But the crate was there, the job was there, and the money was already pending in the app. He pushed the feeling down. This happened. Some clients were just like that. He hefted the crate. It was heavier than it looked, with a dense, solid weight that didn't shift when he moved. Maybe machine parts. Books. He didn't know, and it wasn't his job to know. He carried it out to his car, the man watching from the loading bay door, a still, silent figure. Jamie managed to get it into the trunk, the plastic wrapping cool and slightly gritty under his fingers. He closed the lid, got in the driver's seat, and started the engine. When he glanced in the rearview mirror as he pulled away, the loading bay was dark, the door already rolling down. He'd loaded it in the trunk and followed the GPS. That had been 40 minutes ago. Civilization had dissolved around the 20-minute mark. The strip malls and gas stations of the state road had given way to the sporadic houses and Baptist churches of the county road, their windows dark. Then the county road itself narrowed, its asphalt cracking, grass and weeds growing through the center seemed like a stubborn green scar. And now this, a dirt track between walls of cypress, draped with Spanish moss that hung like tattered shrouds in the headlights, brushing the roof of the car with a soft, whispering scrape. The air coming through the vents had changed, growing damp and thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying vegetation. The last bar of cell signal had dropped out 10 minutes back. The GPS was running on cached map data now, its blue line threading through the dark with total lunatic serenity. The voice remained infuriatingly calm. In 1.2 miles, your destination will be on the left. Jamie slowed the car to a crawl, the undercarriage scraping over a submerged root with a metallic groan that made his jaw tighten. He was 19 years old and he needed the money, and he had driven himself into the middle of nowhere at 9 o'clock at night with a crate in his trunk, and no signal, and no one who knew exactly where he was. His landlord's text from that afternoon flashed in his mind. Need something by Friday, or we start the process. The process meant court, which meant more fees he couldn't pay. He stopped the car. He sat for a moment with the engine idling, the headlights illuminating 20 feet of track ahead before the dark swallowed it completely. The beams caught the glittering eyes of something small in the underbrush before it vanished. The GPS pulsed gently on the dash mount. Continue for 800 feet. Destination on left. His hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles pale. He could turn around. The track was narrow, ditched on either side, but he could manage a 3-point turn. It would be a pain, but he could do it. Drive back the way he came for 20 minutes until he got a sliver of signal. Call the platform support line, report a failed delivery. Eat the penalty fee, which would be most of what he'd made this week. Lose the money. Go back to the apartment and face the silence and the notice on the door. He thought about the 3 weeks of back rent. He thought about the finality in his landlord's voice. He took his foot off the brake and drove the 800 feet. The house appeared abruptly, a modern box of gray siding and dark windows, all sharp angles and clean lines, sitting in a clearing hacked from the cypress. A detached metal shed, the color of dull pewter, stood off to one side like a sentry. It looked completely wrong out here, too clean, too deliberate, like something placed by a crane rather than built by human hands. No porch, no steps, just a slab foundation. A single exterior, light above the front door threw a harsh yellow cone onto the muddy ground, making the shadows beyond it seem even deeper. The number on the post by the track was 11, the numerals white and precise, as if freshly painted. Jamie pulled up and cut the engine. The silence that replaced the car's noise was enormous, just the rapid tick-tick-tick of the engine cooling, and somewhere distant, the lonely, looping cry of a night bird. The absence of any other sound was a pressure in his ears. He sat for a moment, his hands still on the wheel, feeling the sweat dry cold on his palms. He took a deep breath, the air inside the car now stale. In and out. Get the signature, get paid, get gone. The front door opened before he could even reach for his seatbelt. The man stood in the doorway, backlit by the interior light. Late 30s, neatly trimmed dark hair, a dark sweater over charcoal trousers. He stood perfectly still, one hand on the doorframe, and let his eyes travel over Jamie in a slow, deliberate sweep that started at his scuffed sneakers, moved up his jeans, over his worn jacket, and finally settled on his face. It was an inventory, assessing utility, strength, fear. There was nothing welcoming in it. Then his expression shifted, a fixed, slightly too wide smile stretching his lips. Jamie. Right on time. He stepped back, gesturing into the house. Come in. The direct use of his name, the assumption of entry, sent a jolt through Jamie's system. He stayed planted on the concrete step, the damp night air chilling the back of his neck. I've got your delivery, he said, forcing his voice to stay even. It's in the trunk. I can bring it to the door if you want to check it before signing. Come in. The repetition was pleasant in tone, a gentle suggestion, but the words were absolute in intent. Not an invitation. A direction. The man's smile didn't waver, but his pale eyes held Jamie's waiting. The flutter in Jamie's gut returned sharper. Protocol ward with prudence. The app said deliver to the address. The client was telling him to come inside. He'd done it before for elderly recipients or in bad weather. This was neither. Sir, I really should just get your signature on the... It's cold out there, the man interrupted, his voice still smooth. And you've come all this way. The least I can do is offer you a moment out of the damp. Come in. Please. The please was the worst part. It was a veneer of politeness over steel. Jamie's mouth had gone dry. He glanced past the man into the house. He could see a slice of the interior, polished floor, a stark white wall. He thought of the crate, the money, the 3 weeks' rent. He took one step across the threshold. The man closed the door behind him with a soft, definitive click. The sound of the bolt engaging was a quiet, heavy thud. The interior was the same jarring wrongness as the outside. Polished concrete floors that felt cold even through his shoes. White walls completely bare, except for a single abstract painting in shades of gray. Minimalist furniture, a low black sofa, 2 angular chairs, arranged with a showroom precision that suggested no one ever actually sat in them. The air was warm, carrying a faint, astringent lemony scent of cleaner that didn't quite mask something else underneath, something vaguely chemical, like acetone or rubbing alcohol. It was too clean. Too quiet. The silence here was a vacuum, absorbing sound. He realized he couldn't hear a refrigerator hum, a clock tick, the whisper of central air. His eyes, searching for anything normal, landed on a console table against one wall. Family photos in simple frames. A smiling couple with 2 young girls at a beach, squinting in the sun. The same family around a Christmas tree, the girls in matching red dresses. Standard, happy, generic. But none of the photos contained the man standing in front of him. Jamie's gaze darted to the kitchen area, a galley-style space separated by a breakfast bar. A glossy photo calendar was tacked to the wall beside the refrigerator. The man in every monthly photo, fishing, grilling, holding a trophy, was blonde, broad-shouldered, grinning, completely different from the dark-haired man watching him. A drink, the man said, moving past him toward the kitchen. It's a long drive out here. I have water. A soda. Something stronger. He opened a cabinet, revealing glasses that were all identical, perfectly aligned. I'm good, Jamie said, his voice sounding too loud in the hushed space. He remained standing just inside the door, his back to the bolted wood. I really just need a signature for the delivery, and I'll be out of your hair. The app requires it to release the funds. He was babbling, clinging to the script of the job. The crate can wait. The man closed the cabinet without taking a glass. He turned and leaned against the breakfast bar, crossing his arms. The gesture was casual, but it blocked the path to the sliding glass door Jamie had just noticed at the back of the living area. The man gestured toward the sitting area with his chin. 5 minutes. Sit down. You look like you could use it. The flutter of discomfort was a live wire now, sparking in his chest. His heart was beating a quick, hard rhythm against his ribs. He didn't sit. He took a small, deliberate step sideways, putting more distance between them, his shoulder brushing the console table. I've got other pickups scheduled tonight. The platform tracks my time. If you can just sign. The GPS brought you here, the man said, cutting him off pleasantly. He uncrossed his arms and took a single step forward, stopping just at the edge of the living area rug. His pale eyes were steady, unblinking on Jamie's face. Do you know how easy that is to arrange? To redirect a delivery app's routing. You insert a false traffic event on the standard route, an accident, a road closure, a police checkpoint, and the app's algorithm recalculates around it automatically. It doesn't question. It just finds a new path. It routes you wherever you want. He tilted his head slightly, a bird-like motion. The pickup at the warehouse was real. I arranged it. The delivery address in the system was always here. A pause, letting the words settle in the sterile air. You drove yourself here, Jamie. The app just told you it was your idea. The silence in the room was absolute, a physical weight. The meaning crashed over Jamie in a cold wave. This wasn't a delivery. This had never been a delivery. The triple rate, the isolated warehouse, the man who wouldn't look at him, the track through the swamp, all of it was a funnel, and he was at the narrow end. Every instinct screamed run. Jamie moved. Not toward the front door, the solid click of the bolt was too fresh in his mind, but sideways, toward the kitchen and the sliding glass door. His hand, swinging out for balance, found the ceramic bowl on the console table. It was heavy, cool, and smooth. He grabbed it without breaking stride, his fingers curling around the rim. The man moved faster. He didn't lunge. He stepped with an economy of motion that was almost casual, coming around the near side of the black sofa and cutting off the angle to the kitchen in 2 swift strides. He was between Jamie and the sliding door before Jamie had covered half the distance. His hands were empty and relaxed at his sides, but his posture was coiled ready. You don't need to do that, he said, and his voice had changed, taking on the low, soothing register of someone talking down a spooked animal. It was practiced. Just put the bowl down. Get out of my way, Jamie said, the words tight. He hefted the bowl like a weapon. The front door is bolted from the inside. The man took a slow, deliberate step toward him, shrinking the space in the room. The shed outside is locked. The track out is 400 meters of mud, and you left your keys in the ignition, which I appreciate. It saved time, but I've already moved the car off the track and into the shed. It's what I did in the 30 seconds it took you to walk from your car to the door. Another step. His voice was calm, explanatory. You're not going anywhere tonight, Jamie. So let's not make this difficult. The casual revelation that he'd been outside, moving the car, while Jamie was just standing here, was a sucker punch to the gut. The reality of his situation closed in, suffocating. Panic, hot and bright, overrode calculation. Jamie threw the bowl. It was a wild, desperate pitch. The bowl spun through the air, clipping the man's shoulder rather than striking his head, and shattered against the pristine white wall behind him with a loud, explosive crash. Shards of pale ceramic rained down on the concrete floor. The man barely flinched. A single piece had nicked his cheek, drawing a thin, dark line of blood. He touched it with his fingertips, looked at the blood, and then his eyes locked back on Jamie. All pretense of pleasantness vanished, replaced by a flat, focused intensity. He closed the remaining distance in 2 quick, efficient strides. Jamie tried to backpedal, but his heel hit the leg of the console table. The man's hand shot out, not a fist, but an open-handed grab that seized the front of Jamie's jacket collar. The grip was iron strong, the fabric twisting tight against his throat. The man walked him backward, easily, as if Jamie weighed nothing, until his spine hit the wall with a force that jarred his teeth and knocked the breath from his lungs in a pained gasp. The grip on his collar tightened, the twisted fabric pressing into his windpipe. "That's enough of that," the man said quietly. His face was inches away. Jamie could smell the lemony cleaner on his clothes, see the pale stubble on his jaw, the utterly calm, almost bored expression in his eyes. Jamie drove his knee up hard, aiming for the groin. The man saw it coming, twisting his hips away, taking most of the impact on his thigh with a grunt. The grip on the collar broke for an instant. It was enough. Jamie shoved off the wall with all his strength, using the momentum to spin away, and ran for the front door anyway, pure animal panic, overriding the certain knowledge of the deadbolt. His fingers found the cool metal of the lock, fumbled, turned it. The bolt slid back with a heavy clack. He yanked the door handle, pulling it open, a sliver of cold night air hitting his face. A hand closed around his left ankle, fingers digging into the tendon, and yanked. His feet went out from under him. He went down hard on the entryway tiles, the impact jolting up his arm as he threw a hand out to catch himself. Before he could even process the pain, get his legs under him, the weight was on his back, driving the air from his lungs again. Both knees pressed between his shoulder blades, pinning him. Hands, strong, practiced, found his wrists, wrenching them behind his back and holding them there in a single, unbreakable grip. Jamie thrashed, bucked, tried to roll. He got one arm half free, his elbow connecting with something soft, and then a forearm came down across the back of his neck, not a strike, but a precise, practiced pressure applied to the nerves. It drove his cheek into the cold tile and sent a burst of white static across his vision, his muscles going momentarily slack. He stopped moving. Not because he chose to, but because his body briefly stopped responding, stunned into submission. "There," the man said from above him. His voice had regained that calm, procedural tone, the tone of someone who has completed an expected step in a familiar process. He was barely breathing hard. "Stay still. It's much simpler this way." Jamie's cheek was pressed against the unyielding tile. He could see the bottom of the front door, still slightly ajar, the thin, tempting line of outside dark underneath it. He could smell the lemony cleaner and the sharper chemical smell beneath it and the cold, sour sweat coming off his own skin. He felt the man shift his weight, heard a faint rustle of clothing. Then he became aware of a new pressure against the side of his neck, just below his ear. Not a hand. Something smaller, cooler. Cylindrical. Plastic or metal. "This will help," the man said, his voice almost kind. The pressure increased for one sharp second, a click-hiss sound, barely audible, and then a sudden, burning sting pierced his skin. The room began to tilt, in a way that had nothing to do with being held down. It was a warm, woozy, sideways lurch that started at the base of his skull and washed forward, a wave of chemical numbness. It washed the static from his vision and replaced it with a heavy, encroaching gray, like fog rolling in from the edges of his sight. His limbs felt distant, disconnected. No, the thought was clear and desperate, but it came from far away, like a voice shouting from the other side of a closing, heavy door. "No, get up, fight." His left hand was splayed on the tile, near his face. He pushed against the floor, muscles responding sluggishly. His right wrist was still pinned in that vice-like grip. As he pushed, his fingers brushed against something small and hard that rolled under his palm. "The button. The coin." His fingers, acting on a reflex deeper than thought, closed around it. It was a key. Small metal with a serrated edge. A handcuff key or for a padlock. He had no idea where it had come from. Had it fallen from the man's pocket during the struggle? Had it been on the floor, left by the real homeowner? It didn't matter. It was solid. It was real. His fingers locked around it, the tiny teeth biting into his skin. The gray fog was thickening, pulling him down. He had one chance. With a sound that was part groan, part scream, he drove his left arm up and back in a single, convulsive motion. He had no aim, just the direction of the weight on his back. He felt the small, hard key in his fist connect with something soft, an eye, a temple he didn't know. The man above him made a sound he hadn't made before. A sharp, wet, involuntary gasp of pain, utterly real and unguarded. The pressure on his neck vanished. The weight on his back shifted, loosened. Adrenaline, fighting the chemical tide, surged. Jamie got his knees under him, heaving the disoriented weight off. The gray fog was still there, pressing at the edges of his mind, making the world swim, but the forward momentum of getting upright gave him a line to follow. He planted one foot flat on the tile, then the other staggering. The man was behind him, making a different sound now, a low, controlled, furious exhale, one hand pressed to his face. Jamie didn't look back. He lunged for the door, hit it with his shoulder. It swung open on the unlocked deadbolt. He stumbled through it into the shocking cold of the night air and ran. The ground was a nightmare. The churned mud from his own tires had frozen in jagged, uneven ruts that grabbed at his feet. Hidden holes, filled with icy water, twisted his ankles with wrenching jolts of pain. The cold air burned his lungs, but it also helped clear the fog in his head a little. He hit the edge of the track, his feet sliding out from under him on a slick patch of wet clay. He went down on his hands and knees, mud soaking through his jeans instantly, the impact shuddering through his bones. The key was still clenched in his fist, a tiny anchor. He shoved himself back up, his arms trembling. The chemical had done its work on his nervous system. His legs felt packed with wet sand, heavy and uncoordinated. He willed them forward anyway, a stumbling, staggering jog, following the dark tunnel of the track away from the single yellow light of the house, the cypress walls closing over him. How long he ran, he couldn't have said. Time had gone soft and strange, measured only in the ragged sawing of his breath and the pounding of his heart in his ears. The track seemed to stretch forever, a winding ribbon of deeper black. He fell again, twice more, each time rising slower. Finally, the dirt underfoot gave way to the uneven, pitted surface of cracked asphalt. The county road. His legs gave out then, simply folded beneath him, as if the sight of civilization, however minimal, released the last of his strength. He went down on his hands and knees on the rough asphalt, the tiny key still a hard knot in his palm, and stayed there, his breath coming in ragged, shredded gulps that tore at his throat. His vision tunneled, blackness creeping in from the sides, then receding. He was shivering violently, from cold, from shock, from the aftermath of the drug. He didn't know how long he knelt there on the road. Long enough for the deep cold of the asphalt to seep through the knees of his soaked jeans, a dull ache. Long enough for his hearing to come back fully, the chorus of frogs in the distant swamp, the wind sighing through the pines, the absolute, profound silence of the empty road. Then a new sound. A low, grinding hum growing slowly closer. Headlights. Two distant pinpricks of light, swaying with the bumps in the road. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through the numbness. He raised his arm, a feeble gesture. The hand still had the key in it, small and stupid, and he had no idea why he'd held onto it through everything. But he held it up with the rest of his hand and waved, a weak side-to-side motion. The headlights slowed. The hum resolved into the specific rattle and wheeze of an aging engine. A dented silver Civic, one fender a different color, rolled to a stop 20 feet away. The engine ran rough, missing a beat. The driver's door opened with a protesting squeak, and a woman in her 20s peered over the top of it, her face pale and wary in the greenish dashboard glow. Her eyes wide did a rapid, frightened calculation. His mud-smeared face, his empty hands, the dark, empty road stretching behind him. "Help me," Jamie croaked. His voice was wrecked, barely above a whisper, raw from panting and screaming. He swallowed, tried to wet his throat. Please." He tried, the words caught. He tried again, forcing them out. "He tried to kill me." Her eyes went wider. She looked past him, down the dark road toward the unseen track, making the decision. Fear for him warred with fear for herself. Then her jaw set. "Okay," she said, her own voice tight. "It's okay, come on, get up." She came around the door, movements quick and nervous. She got her hands under his arms, her grip surprisingly strong. "Can you walk? Get in the car. Hurry." He managed to get his feet under him, leaning heavily on her. She half-dragged, half-guided him to the passenger side, yanked the door open. He collapsed into the seat, the smell of old fast food and cherry air freshener overwhelming him for a second. She slammed his door, ran back to the driver's side, and slid in, pulling the door shut with a solid thunk. She hit the power locks, a definitive, reassuring sound, and turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed, a wet, protesting sound. It sputtered, died. A puff of black smoke ghosted from the exhaust, visible in the red wash of the taillights. "No, no, no," she whispered, a frantic chant. She turned the key again. The starter ground, slower this time, labored. It clicked once, decisively, into silence. She pumped the accelerator uselessly, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. Come on, not now, please not now." Jamie, his breath still heaving, looked past her through the grimy windshield, back down the road the way they had come. At the edge of the tree line, where the dirt track met the asphalt, a figure stood. Dark clothing. One hand was pressed to the side of his face, holding a dark cloth or his hand against it. In his other hand, swinging loosely at his side, was something long and metallic that caught a sliver of moonlight, a tire iron or a pry bar. He stood for a moment, perfectly still, looking at the stranded car. Then he began to move. Not a sprint, but a purposeful, loping run, eating up the distance between the tree line and the road with a steady, ground-covering stride. He was coming toward them. There was no panic in his movement, no frenzy. Only the patience of someone who had already done the important calculation. The dead car, the empty road, the two trapped people inside, and knew exactly how it would all come out. Chapter 19. Katie slumped in the metal chair, the hard edge of the seat digging into her thighs. The adrenaline crash was a physical thing, a draining wave that left a hollow ache behind her ribs and a fine tremor in her hands. She clasped them together in her lap, pressing knuckle against knuckle to hide the shaking, but the vibration traveled up her forearms. She felt heavy, her shoulders curving forward as if the air in the hallway had thickened into something she had to push through. The door clicked shut behind her with a final, metallic snick, sealing Walter Finch and his smug, resentful silence inside the interrogation room. The scent of him lingered in her nose, stale coffee, sour sweat, and beneath it, the faint, acrid smell of fear that had curdled into defiance. She'd thrown every psychological hook she had. She could still see the exact moment she'd laid out the crime scene photos of Earl Duchamp's staged body, sliding them across the table with a cold, deliberate scrape. Finch's eyes had flicked down, not with recognition or horror, but with a kind of petty disgust, as if he'd been shown something distastefully messy. "I don't know nothing about that arts and crafts shit," he'd sneered, his focus already returning to her, to the personal insult of her accusation. The feigned empathy she'd offered earlier, "I can see you're a man who feels things deeply, who's been misunderstood," had only made him preen for a moment before he'd twisted it into another grievance. The implied deal, "help us understand, and the court looks favorably on cooperation," had been met with a spit-flecked laugh. "You think I'm stupid?" Every tool in her kit had failed. It had all been noise, a performance for an audience of one who was listening to a completely different station. None of it had been the right frequency. Nina Shaw was waiting in the dim observation area with Sheriff Mitchell, their postures telegraphing the same conclusion before a word was spoken. Shaw leaned against the cinderblock wall, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze fixed on Finch through the one-way glass. The greenish glow from the monitor in the corner painted her face in sickly shadows. Mitchell stood a few feet away with his thumbs hooked in his belt, his jaw working slowly on nothing, the muscle bunching and releasing. The room was small, close. It smelled of old cigarette smoke trapped in the acoustic tiles, the sharp, lemon tang of industrial cleaner, and the faint, musty odor of damp concrete. "It's not him," Shaw stated, her voice flat and devoid of any surprise. She didn't look at Katie. The rage was too real, too personal. "Petty. This isn't the detached, clinical artistry of our subject. This is just a mean bastard who likes hurting things he can control. Dogs. Women. Anything smaller." But the profile fit, Katie argued, hearing the thin strand of desperation in her own voice. It sounded weak even to her, a child insisting a puzzle piece belonged because she wanted it to. The isolation, the documented cruelty, the lack of a verifiable alibi for the timeframes. He's a collector of violent memorabilia. The geographic proximity is there. On paper, he ticks the boxes. Shaw finally turned her head. Her eyes were tired but clear, the kind of tired that came from seeing this particular play too many times. "It fit on paper," she corrected, not unkindly but with a firmness that brooked no debate. She unfolded her arms and took a single step toward Katie, her boots silent on the linoleum. Profiling isn't just matching traits from a checklist, Ford. It's seeing the person behind the facts. The why behind the what. That man in there, she jerked her chin toward the glass. He kills from a place of perceived insult. He'd bludgeon someone for disrespecting him, for looking at him wrong. He wouldn't spend weeks planning a theatrical reenactment to prove he was smarter than dead men. That takes a different kind of pathology. A colder engine. She paused, her eyes searching Katie's face. "I had a case early on. Suspect was a taxidermist, lived alone, had a history of violent fantasies. Perfect fit for a series of animal mutilations that were escalating. And I was sure. My supervisor let me run the interrogation. I was in there for 3 hours, and the whole time he was just sad. Angry at the world, yes, but his violence was turned inward. He was a collector, not a creator. The real guy was a high school janitor who saw the animals as practice for the girls who laughed at him in the halls. Recognizing that difference takes time in the field, not just time in the library. She pushed off the wall fully, her movement decisive. You identified a dangerous man. The predator. That's a win. Sheriff Mitchell now has a solid reason to keep a very close eye on him, maybe even get him on the weapons charge. But he's not our killer. The truth was a cold, solid weight settling in the pit of Katie's stomach, pulling her down into the chair. She had been so certain. The logic had been so clean, so satisfyingly complete, a perfect bridge from data to man. She turned back to the one-way glass. Finch was staring at the far wall, his lips moving silently as if rehearsing an argument for his public defender. He ignored the crime scene photos entirely, lost in some petty grievance about being inconvenienced about his rights. He was a monster, yes. The kind that left bruises and broken bones and terrorized trailer parks. But he was a small, ugly, familiar monster. Not the one they needed. The one they needed was still out there, watching, planning, feeling smarter than all of them. A stubborn, clawing need to try one more angle, to find the one phrase that would crack him open, made her muscles tense. She couldn't leave it like this, with him winning by doing nothing. Her body moved before her mind fully caught up. She stood, the chair legs scraping loudly in the quiet room, and reached for the interrogation room handle. Her fingers were inches from the cold metal, the texture of the brushed steel already imagined under her skin, when Shaw's hand came up. It wasn't a grab, not forceful. It was a firm, blocking presence, her forearm a solid bar in the space between Katie and the door. The contact was brief, the sleeve of Shaw's jacket brushing Katie's wrist, but the message was absolute. Don't, Shaw said quietly, her voice low but carrying in the small space. You'll just feed his narrative. Give him another story about the bitch FBI agent who harassed him. He's done. We're done with him. At that exact moment, Shaw's phone buzzed in her jacket pocket, a harsh, insistent vibration that seemed to ratchet the tension in the room a notch higher. She pulled it out, her eyes flicking to the screen. Her expression, a mask of professional fatigue, shifted in the span of a heartbeat. The weariness evaporated, replaced by a sharp, predatory alertness that tightened the skin around her eyes and mouth, drawing her features into acute focus. Her breathing, which had been slow and even, hitched and then shallowed. She answered, putting the phone to her ear. Shaw, she listened, her gaze locking with Mitchell's, her free hand coming up in a wait gesture. 10 seconds. Location confirmed. And he's conscious. Understood. We're on our way. She ended the call, already moving toward the hallway door, her body coiled with new purpose. What is it? Mitchell asked, falling into step beside her, his heavy boots thudding on the linoleum. We have a victim. Alive. Conscious. Just admitted to St. Luke's ER. Male, late teens or early 20s. Says he was attacked, attempted abduction, by a man out in Millerton. Strangulation attempt with a forearm, fought him off, drove himself to the hospital. Millerton, Mitchell muttered, his face grim as he shoved his hat onto his head. That's ghost town country. A few rotting farmhouses and a lot of swamp. Nobody out there but snakes and kunesses hunting gators. What the hell was a kid doing out there? He was working, Shaw said, pulling open the heavy door to the main hallway. The brighter fluorescence from the corridor spilled in, highlighting the dust motes in the air. A delivery. They moved quickly down the hall, past the bullpen, where a deputy was still typing with 2 fingers, the scanner a constant backdrop of static and coded chatter. The air in the station felt different now, charged. The failure with Finch was a closed door, This was a new one swinging open, and the draft was cold. The drive to the hospital was a tense, silent blur. The sky had opened up while they were inside, and a sudden, pounding downpour hammered the roof of Mitchell's cruiser. Katie sat in the back, Shaw in the passenger seat, Mitchell driving with a focused intensity. The windshield wipers fought a losing, rhythmic battle, thumping back and forth on high speed, only clearing the glass for a second before it was streaked again. The world beyond the windows dissolved into a smear of gray, and the occasional bleary halo of a streetlight or the red pulse of a taillight. The tires hissed on the wet asphalt, a constant wet shush sound. Inside the car, the air was close, thick with the smell of wet wool from their coats, the pine-scented cardboard air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror, and the faint, metallic scent of the heater fighting the damp. Katie watched the rain stream down her window, tracing erratic paths through the condensation. Her mind churned, a useless engine. Finch's sneer, "You think I'm stupid?" played on a loop, followed by Shaw's quiet correction. "Time in the field." The words felt like a verdict. She stared at the back of Shaw's head, at the damp strands of hair clinging to her neck, and felt a hot flush of shame beneath the cold weight of failure. She had been so sure. She had presented Finch as the answer, and Shaw had let her run with it, knowing it was wrong, waiting for her to see it. The lesson was more humiliating than the mistake. Mitchell didn't speak, his big hands tight on the wheel, his eyes narrowed at the road. Shaw was a statue beside him, her profile sharp against the storm-gray window. She wasn't looking at anything in the car, her attention was turned inward, processing the new data. The only sounds were the swish thump of the wipers, the drumming on the roof, and the low hum of the engine. They parked in the emergency bay, the red glow of the hospital sign bleeding across the slick pavement, turning the puddles into pools of blood-colored light. The rain was a curtain, cold and relentless. Mitchell killed the engine, and for a second they just sat there, the sudden absence of the wipers making the roar of the rain on the metal roof seem louder. Then Shaw moved, shoving her door open. "Hey, let's go." They ran, shoulders hunched, through the downpour. Icy water needled Katie's scalp and soaked through the shoulders of her jacket in seconds. The automatic doors hissed open, and they were swallowed by the hospital, the roar of the storm cutting off abruptly, replaced by a sterile, artificial quiet. The corridors were a maze of polished floors that reflected the harsh, buzzing fluorescent lights in long, dizzying streaks. The air was cool, almost cold, carrying the distinct, layered smells of antiseptic, underlying illness and stale coffee. It was the smell of waiting and worry. They passed waiting areas with muted televisions showing morning talk shows, past empty gurneys lined up against walls, past a cleaning cart with a yellow warning sign. The sounds were hushed but specific, the distant, electronic beep of a monitor, the squeak of a nurse's shoes, the low murmur of a conversation at a desk. It was a soundscape of contained crisis. A harried nurse with a tablet tucked under her arm looked up as they approached the central desk. Shaw flashed her badge. "We're here for the assault victim brought in from Millerton. Jamie Walsh." The nurse, a woman in her 40s with deep lines of fatigue around her mouth, nodded. "Bay 7. Curtained area. Dr. Lemon is with him now." She pointed down a side corridor. "He's stable, but his throat is a mess. Try not to get him agitated." They followed her direction, their own footsteps suddenly loud in the quieter hallway. The curtain rings scraped softly on the metal rod as Shaw pulled the heavy beige fabric aside. The space inside was a pocket of focused medical calm. Jamie Walsh looked heartbreakingly young propped up in the raised hospital bed, dwarfed by the stiff white sheets and the silent, blinking machinery beside him. He couldn't have been more than 18, with a scattering of acne across his pale cheeks and hair the color of wet straw. A thick, pristine white bandage encased his throat from the knob of his Adam's apple to the base of his jaw, looking like a bizarre, clean collar. Around its edges, angry red and purple bruising crept up like a dark, violent tide, staining his pale skin. The bruises were vivid, fingerprint-shaped smudges and the broader, diffuse blotch of a forearm. His eyes, a wide, watery blue, held a stunned, animal wariness, flicking between the two unfamiliar women in suits who had invaded his fragile space. One of his hands lay limply on the sheet, an IV taped to the back of it. The other rested protectively near the bandage, his fingers trembling slightly. Shaw moved to the side of the bed, not too close, giving him space. She held up her credentials, letting him see the badge and photo clearly. Jamie. I'm Senior Agent Nina Shaw with the FBI. This is Agent Katie Ford. We need to ask you some questions about what happened to you. Can you tell us? He opened his mouth, his chest hitching as he tried to draw breath to speak. His throat worked visibly, a painful-looking convulsion beneath the bandage. What emerged was a painful, airless rasp, a sound of pure physical damage, like stones grinding together. A wince of agony twisted his features, and his eyes squeezed shut for a second. Before they could react, a woman appeared at the curtain entrance, a doctor in her 50s with a kind, tired face framed by graying hair and a no-nonsense posture. She wore a white coat over blue scrubs. His larynx is severely traumatized, she said, her voice gentle but firm, directed at Shaw and Katie. She moved to the bedside and adjusted the IV line, running into the back of Jamie's hand with a practiced touch. Significant edema. Swelling is a major concern. Speaking isn't possible right now, and I really shouldn't allow any agitation that increases his respiratory effort. He needs rest, monitoring, and quiet. Jamie's good hand fluttered off the sheet, then pointed insistently to the bedside table where his phone lay beside a plastic cup of water. His eyes, wide and pleading, locked onto the doctor's, then shifted to Shaw. The doctor hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line as she weighed the medical imperative against the investigative one. She looked at Shaw's badge again, then at Jamie's desperate expression. With a sigh that seemed to come from her shoulders, she picked up the phone and placed it in his outstretched hand. His thumbs, one nail torn and bloody, flew over the screen. He turned it to show them, the bright display a stark contrast to the pallor of his skin. I can type. Shaw glanced at the doctor, a silent negotiation passing between them. The doctor sighed again, her shoulders slumping slightly in resignation. 5 minutes, she said, the words clipped. If his respiratory rate increases or he shows any signs of distress, agitation, increased pain, anything, we stop immediately. I'll be right outside. She gave Jamie a look that was both stern and deeply compassionate, a mother's warning, before stepping back and letting the curtain fall mostly closed behind her. Her silhouette remained visible against the fabric, a silent sentinel. Shaw pulled a small black notebook and a pen from her inside pocket. Okay, Jamie. Tell us what happened. Start from the beginning. Take your time. His thumbs moved again, slower this time, with deliberate, careful taps. The click of the screen was soft. Got a delivery job through the Rush app. A long-distance premium run. GPS sent me to an address in Millerton. Map said 45 minutes away. Payout was huge. $500. I needed the money for rent. Describe the pickup, Shaw said, her pen poised over the notebook. Where was it? What did you pick up? Warehouse District off I-55. Unit 14B. Big roll-up door was open. A man was there waiting. I had a crate. About 3 FT by 2 FT. Wooden. No markings. Heavy. Describe him, Katie said, moving to stand at the foot of the bed where Jamie could see her without turning his head, which seemed painful. Is anything you remember? Take a second. Close your eyes if it helps. Jamie paused, his eyes losing focus for a second as he looked inward. He took a shallow, careful breath that made the monitor beside him give a soft blip. He typed, "Normal. Seriously. Black hair short. Like a regular haircut. Brown eyes. Clean shaven. Taller than me, maybe 6 foot. Was wearing a dark jacket, could have been blue or black. Jeans. Work boots. Maybe 40. Voice was calm. Not deep, not high. Just a voice. Seemed okay at first. Just a guy with a package. He helped me load it into my trunk." "What changed?" Shaw asked, her voice low and even not pushing. "What made him seem not okay? Was it at the delivery address?" "The house was weird. New. In the middle of nowhere. Like just built. No other houses. Just trees and that road. Empty inside. No furniture. No pictures. Inside was like a model home. Nothing personal. He had the crate in the living room, just sitting on the floor. Said I had to sign for it on his tablet, had to do it inside. I followed him in. He offered me a beer from the fridge in the kitchen. It was full of beer, just beer. I said no thanks, not 21. He got quiet. Cold. Like I insulted him. The air changed. Then he said he needed help moving the crate to another room. When I bent down to grab one end, he was behind me. Jamie's typing sped up, the words coming in a rush. His arm around my neck. Tight. Like a vice. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't yell. And I fought. Got an elbow into his gut. He grunted, grip slipped for a second. I broke free. Ran for the front door. He chased me down the road. Dark. No lights. I could hear him behind me, breathing hard. I got to my car, fumbled the keys. He was right there, reaching in through the open window. I jammed my key into his face. Got him in the eye, I think. He screamed and fell back. I got the car started and peeled out. Didn't look back. He stopped, his breath coming in short, sharp hitches that made the monitor beside him beep a little faster. A rhythmic, urgent sound. The curtain rustled, and the doctor's silhouette appeared, her voice firm. I'm sorry, his swelling is increasing. His heart rate and respirations are up. I need to treat him now. This has to stop. Understood, Shaw said, her voice clipped. She looked at Sheriff Mitchell, who had been standing quietly at the foot of the bed, his hat crushed in his hands, his face a stone mask of anger. To Dale. I'll stay, Mitchell said, his voice a low rumble. He stepped closer to the bed, his bulk somehow less threatening now, more protective. Get the full written statement from the phone once he's stable, get a sketch artist in here if he's up to it by tomorrow. He dug into his pocket and tossed his car keys to Shaw in a smooth arc. She caught them one-handed. Take my cruiser. I'll call the office, have 2 deputies meet you at the address. Don't you two go in without backup. That's an order from your local law enforcement liaison. He managed a grim, tight-lipped smile that didn't touch his eyes. This ain't the FBI's crime scene until I say it is. Jamie held up his phone one last time, his arm shaking with the effort. The screen displayed a notes app with a street address typed in clear digital text, 1247 Cypress Hollow Road, Millerton. Shaw took a clear picture of it with her own phone, the camera flash making Jamie blink. Then she leaned slightly toward the bed, not invading his space, but making sure he could see her face clearly. You did good, Jamie. You fought smart. You got away. We're going to check it out. Thank you, Jamie, Katie said. The words felt utterly inadequate, a tiny pebble dropped into a deep, dark well of trauma. Seeing the aftermath of violence etched on a living person, the stark white bandages, the lurid purple bruises, the shock frozen in the eyes, was a different kind of haunting. The dead in their files were static, their stories complete, their pain a closed chapter. The living had to carry the memory, the flinch at sudden movements, the fear of dark roads, the physical reminder every time they looked in a mirror or tried to swallow. She knew that weight intimately, the way it settled into your bones and never quite left, a cold companion. She felt a phantom ache in her own throat, a sympathetic constriction as she looked at him. The doctor was already moving in, a syringe in her hand, her voice soft as she spoke to Jamie. They slipped out, the curtain rings whispering shut behind them, closing off the small, painful world of the bay. They hurried back through the echoing, brightly lit halls, their footsteps quick and sharp against the linoleum, a stark contrast to the muffled medical sounds around them. The electric doors at the entrance swished open, releasing them back into the damp, roaring night. The rain had lessened from a torrent to a steady, soaking drizzle, but the air was still thick with moisture, and the smell of wet asphalt and distant pine. They ran for the sheriff's SUV, the cold water seeping through their clothes anew. Inside the cruiser, the world became a muted, damp capsule. Shaw started the engine with a roar, and the heater began blasting lukewarm air that smelled faintly of dust. The rain hammered on the roof with a sound like rolling gravel now, a persistent drumming. Shaw flipped on the headlights, which cut twin cones through the drizzle, and the wipers, which swept the windshield clear for a second before it was immediately streaked again with fine droplets. She pulled out of the lot onto the slick, black road, the tires slicing through deep puddles that sent up wings of water on either side. For a few minutes, there was only the storm and the tense set of Shaw's shoulders as she navigated, one hand on the wheel, the other tapping the address into the cruiser's GPS. The screen lit up with a route leading out of town, a blue line snaking into the vast, unlit grid of the parish. Then she spoke, her eyes fixed on the taillights of a pickup truck ahead, her voice cutting through the drumming rain and the hum of the blower. And so, analyze. Is this him? She asked, not looking at Katie. Does a botched, crude abduction attempt of a teenage boy fit the pattern of our meticulous historical reenactor? The weapon was his own arms, not a bone saw or a vat of acid. The location is a modern house, not the Beaumont building or an abandoned plant. The victim survived. He got away. Our guy doesn't let people get away. Katie stared out her window at the drowned night. The blurred shapes of buildings and trees passed by like shadows in a dark room. The image of Jamie's bandaged throat, the specific, brutal purple of the bruises, overlaid itself on the mental file of their crime scenes. Earl Duchamp, staged post-mortem presentation, the clinical, distanced horror of the other victims. The killer had always finished his work before. He was a curator of completed acts. This was messy. This was a failure. A struggle in the dark, a screamed curse, a key to the eye. It's a deviation in method, Katie said slowly, thinking it through aloud, forcing her analytical mind to engage past the fatigue and the shame. But the core predatory components are there. The lure, using a mundane transaction, a hacked or manipulated delivery app, just like the mystery visitor asking about the exhibit, could have been a pretext to case the museum. The controlled environment, he brought him to a specific, isolated place he controlled, a stage he'd prepared. The sudden, overwhelming violence to dominate and incapacitate. She turned to look at Shaw's profile, lit by the greenish glow of the dashboard. He's evolving, or perhaps revealing another facet of his obsession. The historical killings were his foundation, his proof of concept. They were about legacy, about connecting to a lineage. Now he's practicing on the living. Adapting his script. The persona he used, the normal guy with a package, the polite offer of a beer, that's a new character. A contemporary one. Maybe he's testing a different kind of victimology, or a different kill method. The strangulation attempt, that's personal, intimate. It's about control in the moment, feeling the life struggle against him, not historical post-mortem staging. She fell silent for a moment, watching the wipers beat their steady, metronome rhythm. The cruiser turned onto a state highway, leaving the last streetlights of Jericho Falls behind. The darkness beyond the windows became absolute, broken only by their headlights. Or maybe Jamie just fought harder than he expected. Maybe our subject isn't as physically dominant as he needs to be for this kind of hands-on, spontaneous attack. He relies on planning, on surprise, on tools. In a straight physical fight, he might be weaker. That's a potential vulnerability. She took a breath, the cold weight in her stomach shifting into a different, more focused chill. The analysis was grounding her, pulling her back from the edge of the Finch failure. We need to see that house. The environment he creates is part of the signature. If it's another deliberate set piece, a model home staged for a specific purpose, then yes. I think it fits. It's the same artist. He's just started a new, messier painting. One that didn't go according to plan. Shaw didn't answer immediately. She checked the GPS screen on the dash. The blue line led them onto a smaller road, the pavement rougher, the shoulders crumbling into ditches full of black water. The rain had eased to a fine mist that swirled in their headlight beams. The world outside was a tunnel of dense, dripping trees. A new painting, Shaw repeated quietly, almost to herself, turning the phrase over. She was quiet for another half-mile, the only sound the spray from the tires and the steady thump-thump of the wipers. Then she nodded once, a sharp, decisive motion, as if coming to a conclusion she'd been testing. The failed one. Which means he might still be there, cleaning up his mess. Or he might be furious. Unpredictable, she glanced at Katie in the rearview mirror, her eyes catching the light. Let's go see what's on the canvas. And hope the artist isn't home, touching up his mistakes. She pressed the accelerator, and the cruiser's engine growled, pushing them faster down the narrow, dark road, carrying them deeper into the wet, black heart of the night. Chapter 20. The headlights cut off, plunging the rural property into a darkness so complete it felt like a physical substance, a black wool blanket thrown over the world. The rain had stopped, leaving the air heavy and wet, every breath tasting of damp earth and decaying leaves. The humidity clung to Katie's skin like a second, clammy shirt. She stepped out of the car, the long, sodden grass immediately soaking through her trousers, and chilling her ankles with a clammy grip. The crunch of her footsteps on the gravel drive was absurdly loud, each step a small explosion of sound in the vacuum-like quiet that pressed in from the surrounding fields. Nina Shaw was already at the front door, a sharp silhouette against the unlit house, her posture rigid with readiness, one hand resting lightly on her holster. Her stillness was absolute, her head tilted slightly as she listened. Katie joined her, the gravel giving way to a damp concrete stoop. No lights answered their knocks. Katie pressed her ear to the cool wood, the grain rough against her skin. She closed her eyes, focusing. She heard only the slow, metronomic drip of rainwater from the eaves and the distant hum of nothing. No television, no footsteps, no murmur of conversation. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of a held breath, of a space that had witnessed a scream and was now pretending it hadn't. She pulled back, meeting Shaw's gaze in the gloom. Shaw gave a single, shallow shake of her head. She'd heard it too. Shaw's phone buzzed, a violent vibration in the quiet that made Katie's shoulders tense. Shaw answered, putting it on speaker, her thumb white where it pressed the screen. "Hey, Mitchell. We're here. The place is dark." The sheriff's voice was tinny through the connection, layered with static from the remote location. "That tracks. Homeowners are Mark and Sarah Vance. Neighbors on the county road confirmed they're 2 weeks into a Mediterranean cruise. House should be locked up tight, alarm set. You want me to get the code from the monitoring company. I can have it in 2 minutes." Shaw's eyes, reflecting the faint starlight, scanned the doorframe. She leaned in, her nose almost touching the wood near the lock. "Alarm panel's dark from here. No power light, no status LED." He cut it or the system's fried. She straightened, her voice dropping into a lower, more insistent register. "You're absolutely sure they're away? No chance a relative is house-sitting, a nephew checking in? A pet sitter who finished up and left a door unlocked?" "Positive," Mitchell's voice was firm, but Katie heard the edge of his own concern beneath it. "I spoke to the neighbor who collects their mail. She's a retired nurse, sharp as a tack. She watched them load their suitcases into the cab herself. They boarded a flight out of New Orleans 14 days ago. Scheduled return isn't for another week. They're retirees' agent. Meticulous. They had a checklist a mile long for her. They wouldn't leave a door unlocked, not even for an hour. Not these folks." "Then someone's been borrowing it," Shaw said, her voice flat and final. She pocketed the phone, the movement brisk, her jacket rustling. "We're going in. Non-consensual entry. You take the door." Katie nodded, a tightness coiling in her gut. She set her stance, feeling the gravel shift and grind under her boots. She took 2 quick steps back, her heels sinking into the soft earth of a flower bed, then drove her weight forward, her right shoulder connecting with the solid oak just beside the lock plate with a dull, meaty thud that echoed in the still night. The impact shock traveled up her arm and into her neck, a jarring vibration that made her teeth click together. The door didn't give, not even a shudder. It felt like hitting a wall, the old wood and sturdy frame absorbing the force without complaint. She stepped back, rolling her shoulder, a flush of frustration warming her cheeks. Her breath came out in a white plume in the cool air. "Solid," Shaw observed, her tone devoid of surprise. She reached out and rapped her knuckles against the door, a quick, professional tattoo. The sound was dense, dead. Old growth oak. Probably original to the house. "Around back," she ordered, her hand now firmly on the butt of her holstered Glock, her fingers flexing once. Her eyes were already scanning the black rectangle of the nearest window, looking for a telltale gap in the frame or a cracked pane. Check for points of entry. Move. Stay clear of the windows until we know what's inside. They picked their way along the side of the large house, their flashlight beams cutting swathes through the inky dark, illuminating patches of white siding that looked ghostly in the stark light. Every window was sealed, blinds drawn tight behind the glass like closed eyelids. Katie's light caught the gleam of a security company sticker in the corner of a pane, the logo now just a parody of protection. The siding was cold and slick under her trailing fingers, the moisture beaded on its surface. She tested each window as they passed, pressing a palm against the cold glass, feeling for any give, listening for the rattle of a loose latch. Nothing. The house was a sealed box. The backyard, when they rounded the corner, opened into a void, endless flat fields that swallowed the light and gave nothing back, a darkness so profound it seemed to push back against the beams. The complete absence of light pollution out here was disorienting, making the house feel like a lone ship on a black sea, unmoored and adrift. The air smelled different here, less of the house and more of the open land. Wet clay, the sweet-trot scent of distant standing water, and the faint, acrid tang of fertilizer from a neighboring farm. A detached garage stood 20 yards away, a squat shadow against the greater dark. Its main roll-up door was yawning open, a gaping mouth. Shaw's beam swept inside, illuminating shapes draped in dusty canvas. Two sleek sedans, covered in fine dust sheets, sat like sleeping beasts on the far side. And crammed awkwardly between the garage wall and the back patio, as if shoved there in haste and poor judgment, was a small, dark-colored sedan. The beam caught the glint of a cracked side mirror, the spiderweb of fractures catching the light, and a deep dent in the passenger door, a depression that looked fresh and violent. Katie's breath hitched in her throat. A cold, heavy pit formed in her stomach, sinking down through her core. "Jamie's car," she said, her voice low, almost swallowed by the vast quiet. The sight of it here, in this wrong, borrowed place, was a violation that felt personal. It wasn't just evidence. It was a statement, a piece of the victim planted in the killer's garden. The killer had parked his victim's vehicle in the victim's own trap. He led him right into the garage. Parked it, closed the door behind him. Jamie never had a chance to run. She took a step closer, her beam probing the interior through the driver's side window. The seats were empty, but the angle was wrong. The car was parked too close to the wall to see the passenger side floor. A single, muddy footprint was smeared on the driver's side sill. Shaw didn't answer, her lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. She moved past Katie, her beam leaving the car to sweep the back of the house. A sliding glass door led into what looked like a kitchen or a sunroom. Shaw approached it slowly, her boots silent on the wet flagstones. She tested the handle with a gloved hand, applying upward pressure. It was unlocked. With a sharp glance at Katie, a silent communication of ready, she pulled the door. It yielded silently on its track, a smooth whisper of sound that was infinitely more ominous than a crash. Shaw swept the beam of her flashlight inside in a tight, controlled arc, floor, left wall, right wall, ceiling. The beam reflected off stainless steel appliances and glass cabinet doors, creating fleeting, distorted reflections that danced across the walls. Finding a light switch by the doorframe, she flicked it up with her knuckle. Overhead fluorescents buzzed and flickered to life, their harsh, white light revealing a battlefield of a kitchen. Shards of a large ceramic planter, once holding a thriving fern, littered the granite counter and the tile floor in a wide, violent spray of terracotta and black soil. Dirt was ground into the pale grout, stamped in chaotic patterns. A wooden spoon lay near the fridge, as if dropped in mid-flight. In the adjoining living room, visible through a wide archway, a dark, rust-brown stain had soaked into the cream-colored carpet, a Rorschach blot of violence. It wasn't a small splash or a drip. It was a sprawling, ugly blotch, large enough to make Katie's stomach clench and her breath catch in a tight knot in her throat. The edges were blurred where the blood had wicked outward, and the center was a darker, almost black crust. The sheer volume of it was a silent shout. The air was wrong, a cocktail of scents that shouldn't mix. Underneath the coppery, metallic tang of blood was the dry, mineral smell of broken pottery, the rich, damp scent of upturned earth, and layered beneath it all, the stale, closed-up scent of a house that hadn't been lived in for weeks, dust, still air, the faint ghost of lemon polish. It clashed violently with the cozy, lived-in decor visible around the edges of the violence. The plaid sofa with decorative pillows arranged just so, the framed landscape prints of bayous and sunsets hanging perfectly level, the basket of half-finished knitting by the recliner, a ball of sunny yellow yarn trailing onto the floor like a spilled ray of light. "Our boy put up a fight," Shaw muttered, the words clipped. She stepped carefully into the living room, her boots avoiding the larger fragments of pottery, as if navigating a minefield. She stopped at the edge of the stain, towing a piece of broken ceramic near its fringe. The fragment scraped softly against the carpet fibers, a grating sound that set Katie's teeth on edge. Her expression, when she looked back at Katie, was deeply skeptical, her brow furrowed into deep grooves. "This feels different, Ford." "All of it," she gestured with her chin, a sharp motion. "Breaking and entering. Luring a kid with a delivery gig into a borrowed house. The violence here," her hand swept out, taking in the shattered planter, the sprawling stain, the overturned side table just visible beyond the arch. "It's reactive. Panicked. Messy. If this wasn't sitting in the middle of your pattern, I'd call it a straight predatory abduction that went violently sideways and move on. This reads like a crime of opportunity, not theater. This is what happens when a plan falls apart. When a predator gets scared." "It's him," Katie insisted, the conviction solidifying in her chest like cooling cement, pushing back against the wave of doubt Shaw's words provoked. She moved past Shaw, her own eyes cataloging every detail, forcing herself to see the order beneath the chaos. She knelt beside the bloodstain, careful not to let her knees touch the stiff, matted fibers. Up close, she could see individual threads darkened and glued together, the pattern of the pile disrupted in a distinct swirl. She closed her eyes for a moment, shutting out the harsh light, forcing the scene to assemble itself from Jamie's stuttered, traumatized testimony. The details bloomed behind her eyelids, vivid and intrusive, overlaying the physical space. Jamie Walsh walks in, the heavy crate delivered, wary but needing the cash. The house is too clean, too quiet, smelling of air freshener and emptiness. Mike offers a drink from a bottle on the counter, the smile not reaching his eyes, which keep flicking to the door, to the dark yard beyond. Jamie refuses, citing his age, his guard instinctively rising. The friendly mask slips just for a second, a twitch at the corner of the mouth, a hardening of the gaze, a slight tightening of the fingers around the neck of the bottle, revealing the panic and irritation beneath. The plan is already fraying. He needs control, and the script, the smooth lure, isn't working. He needs Jamie subdued, compliant. A drunk or drugged victim is a pliable victim. When that doesn't work, he has to improvise. The fight starts here, in this space between the kitchen and the living room. He grabs the nearest heavy object, the planter, and swings. Jamie ducks or takes a glancing blow, the ceramic exploding against the counter edge, soil spraying. She opened her eyes, her gaze tracking from the stain's position to the archway, to the kitchen counter where the planter had sat. He needed Jamie subdued. A drunk or drugged victim is a compliant victim. When that didn't work, he had to improvise. The fight starts here. She pointed to a scuff mark on the baseboard near her knee. He grabs the planter, swings. Jamie ducks or takes a glancing blow. She stood up, brushing invisible grit from her knees, her mind clicking pieces together, the profile adjusting in real time like a lens focusing. The car wasn't just bait. Removing it from the scene, parking it here, was his way of clipping Jamie's wings, ensuring he couldn't run even if he got free. It's a control measure, but it's also part of the staging. The victim arrives, and his means of escape is immediately integrated into the killer's set. It's a power move. It says, your world ends here. So he's not a confident fighter, Shaw mused, pacing a slow, deliberate circle around the stain, her gaze analytical, missing nothing. She stopped, looking at the distance between the main blood pool and the furthest scatter of pottery shards. He prefers his victims soft, subdued on his terms. The physical confrontation is a last resort, and it rattles him. She crouched, her own knees popping softly, and pointed to a smaller, separate drip pattern leading from the kitchen. And see that? That's not from the initial impact. That's from a moving wound. Someone was bleeding and walking, or being dragged. That's a loss of control. That's a vulnerability. He lost control of the narrative here, and he left a trail because of it. He panics when he can't follow the script, Katie said, her voice gaining a driven edge. A thought, sharp and specific, crystallized. Call Mitchell back. Have him ask Jamie one specific question, right now. Did Mike try to show him a magic trick with handcuffs? A trick where he demonstrates how he can escape from them. Before the fight, when he was still playing the friendly host. Shaw's eyes narrowed, a flash of understanding cutting through her skepticism. She didn't ask for justification, the logic was clear. She pulled out her phone and dialed, putting it on speaker. The electronic ring was jarring in the silent, violated house. Mitchell answered on the first ring, his voice tense. Shaw. You find something. One question for the Walsh kid right now, Shaw said, her voice brooking no delay. She held the phone between them, her eyes locked on Katie S. Did the suspect, at any point, offer to show him a magic trick involving handcuffs? An escape trick. Before the fight, when they were still talking, they could hear Mitchell's muffled voice as he turned away from the phone, the rustle of fabric, then the faint, higher, strained timbre of Jamie Walsh answering from what sounded like a distance, his words blurred by exhaustion and residual fear. Mitchell's voice came back clearer. He's nodding. It says yeah. Oh, he did. He said he could get out of any pair. He had them on the table, next to the bottle. He was fidgeting with them, clicking them open and shut. Jamie thought it was weird, but the guy was laughing, trying to make it seem like a party trick. Shaw hung up without another word, the click of the disconnect loud in the quiet. She looked at Katie, and a grim professional respect flashed in her eyes, there and gone in an instant, replaced by cold calculation. She slipped the phone back into her pocket. Oh, he did. So the handcuffs weren't a backup plan for after the fight. They were the main event. Part of the performance. The lure within the lure. She let out a slow breath, her shoulders settling into a new, more focused tension. Okay. So it's him. The pattern holds. But the execution failed. Why here? Why this house for a failed ritual? But why this house? Katie echoed, turning away from the grim tableau in the living room, the question burning in her. She walked to the front window, her gaze scanning the shelves of the built-in bookcase that flanked the fireplace. It was a shrine to mundane, happy domesticity, painfully normal and now horribly defiled. Family photos from sunny beaches and chaotic Christmas mornings, ceramic knickknacks from Gulf Coast tourist traps, a small, worn stack of board games, Monopoly, Scrabble. Her eyes, trained to seek patterns in chaos, tracked along a line of 3 small, gold-plated trophies arranged with precise, almost obsessive spacing on the middle shelf. She bent at the waist, leaning in, peering to read the inscriptions without touching, her breath fogging the glass of a framed photo next to them. The first 2 were ornate, celebrating Mark Vance's achievements in regional senior tennis tournaments. 3rd place, Delta Senior Doubles, 2018 and Champions, Sunflower State 65+ Doubles, 2020. The 3rd trophy was simpler, smaller, older. A modest cup, its gold plating worn at the edges to a dull brass. She squinted, bringing it into focus. It was engraved with 2 simple blocky letters, MV. The connection didn't dawn. It slammed into place with physical force, a jolt that locked the muscles in her neck and shoulders and stole her breath. Her eyes widened, fixed on the initials as if they were glowing. MV. Her mind raced, the file data surfacing instantly. Victimology, method, signature. She breathed out, the realization leaving her lips in a rush of cold air that fogged the glass of the framed photo. Oh God. Shaw was beside her in 2 long, silent strides, sensing the shift in the air, the sudden charge of discovery. What? What did you see? The one who killed in his house, Katie whispered, her voice thin. She cleared her throat, forced it louder, turning to Shaw. MV. The homeowner's initials. Mark Vance. Explain, Shaw's command was quiet, intense. He didn't just need a secluded house to avoid witnesses, Katie said, her voice gaining speed and a raw, urgent energy. She pointed at the trophy, her finger trembling slightly. He needed one that fit the homage. The specific homage. The homeowner's initials. MV, she turned, her gaze sweeping the room, seeing it anew. It's a stand-in for the signature. He needed MV, the respectable homeowner, the patriarch in his own castle. It's a layer of the fantasy, a piece of the set dressing. He wasn't just borrowing a house, he was casting a role. Her mind raced, pulling the details forward from the old, cold case files, assembling the terrible puzzle with a dreadful clarity. The unsub we're looking for, the one from the old case. He targeted young men and boys, lured them to his home with job offers or the promise of money, got them drunk or high, used a handcuff trick to show off and gain compliance, then strangled them. The setup here is perfect. A secluded house owned by someone with the right initials, a courier job as the lure for a young man, the handcuff trick as the interactive prop. He was recreating it, step by step. He just picked the wrong victim this time. Jamie was stronger, or more suspicious, or just luckier. He fought back. He broke the script. He failed, Shaw said, the words heavy with implication, dropping into the quiet room like stones into a still pond. She turned from the bookcase, her face a mask of cold calculation, but her eyes were alive with a new, dark understanding. She looked at the bloodstain, then back at the trophy, connecting the dots. A failure for a creature this ritualistic, this invested in the perfection of his reenactments, it isn't a setback. It's an insult. A stain on his masterpiece. She looked back at the dark, sprawling blot on the carpet, her jaw tightening until a muscle flickered in her cheek. Her hands, usually so still, flexed at her sides. He'll be furious. Humiliated by his own incompetence, by this mess. She spat the word, as if the very concept of disorder offended her professionally. The next move won't be careful. It won't be a meticulous tribute to some dead killer. It'll be explosive. A corrective. A spree, maybe. Something messy and loud to purge the frustration, to prove to himself he's still in control, still the artist. He'll need to wipe this slate clean. The thought was a cold wire drawn down Katie's spine, tightening every vertebra. She felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the damp air leaching through the walls. She looked past Shaw, out the dark sliding door into the consuming black of the backyard. The void seemed to watch back, holding its breath. Would he try for Jamie again, to finish what he started and erase the failure? To reclaim the narrative from the one who'd spoiled it? Or would he leap forward, seeking a more devastating, more public tribute to compensate for this botched one? A spectacle to overwrite the memory of his own clumsiness, to scream his competence to an audience, even if that audience was just the ghosts in his head. Forensics can tear this place apart tomorrow, Shaw said, turning back toward the kitchen, her voice pulling Katie from the spiraling thoughts. It was brisk, practical, a tether to the immediate. There'll be DNA everywhere, sweat on the handcuffs if we find them, maybe blood under Jamie's fingernails or in the soil if he cut him. Hair fibers from the struggle. That's tomorrow's answer. We need the one for tonight. She stopped at the archway, her silhouette framed against the bright kitchen. We need to know what he does when his art is ruined, when the curtain falls on the wrong line. What's the encore for a failed performance? Katie took a last, long look at the dark stain on the carpet. In the harsh light, she could see where the pile was flattened in a distinct drag pattern, leading from the center of the stain towards the archway, a smeared path of violence. A monument to a failed ritual, a crack in the killer's carefully constructed world. Every assumption, every predictive line in her profile, now needed re-examining under this new, terrible light. The unsub was more volatile than she'd calculated, more fragile in his psychosis. The cool, detached pedagogue had a temper. We have to go back, she said, her voice firm, cutting through the thick, contaminated air. Back to the station. The profile is missing a piece. The failure piece. We've been profiling his successes, his clean operations. We need to understand what he looks like when he loses, when he's angry and ashamed. What target he chooses to prove he's not a failure. The failure defines the next act. Shaw pushed the sliding door open, its smooth motion now feeling sinister, like the opening of a tomb. A gust of damp night air rushed in, smelling of wet grass, muddy fields, and the distant, sweet decay of the swamp. It cut through the stale, bloody atmosphere of the house, a temporary relief that was immediately swallowed by the oppressive dark outside. Then let's find it, she said, stepping out into the darkness. She didn't look back, her figure immediately swallowed by the gloom, becoming a part of it. The clock just started ticking louder. And he's listening to the same tick. Katie followed, pulling the door shut behind her, until she heard the soft but final click of the latch engaging. The sound sealed the house and its secrets away, for now. As they walked back to the car, their flashlight beams dancing over the wet grass, the clouds to the east parted for a moment, revealing a sliver of waning moon. It cast the endless fields in a sickly, silver light, leaching the color from the world and making the open space feel even more exposed, a vast, empty stage under a pale, uncaring spotlight. Their footsteps were hushed now in the grass, the only sound the soft swish of their legs through the damp blades, and the distant, lonely cry of a night bird from the direction of the swamp. She slid into the passenger seat, the cold vinyl sucking the warmth from her clothes immediately, a shock that made her gasp softly. Shaw started the engine with a turn of the key, and the headlights blazed back to life, two solid cones pushing against the dark, illuminating the gravel drive and the swaying grass beyond. The world shrank back to the size of what the headlights could hold. For a long minute, neither spoke. The only sounds were the low rumble of the engine, the whisper of the heater fan struggling to push out lukewarm air, and the soft, resuming patter of a light rain starting again on the roof, a gentle, relentless percussion on the metal. The glow from the dashboard lights painted Shaw's profile in stark relief. The tight, bloodless line of her mouth, the focused stillness in her eyes as she stared straight ahead, the slight flare of her nostrils as she breathed in, held it, let it out in a controlled stream. Katie stared at her own hands resting in her lap, pale in the greenish light. She flexed her fingers, watching the tendons move under the skin. She saw not the blood stain, but the small, worn gold cup with its 2 engraved letters. MV. A signature waiting to be claimed by a man who now had nothing left to lose but his own twisted self-regard. A prop in a play that had gone off script, driving its director to a rage they could only guess at. The car pulled forward, tires crunching on the gravel, then onto the slick blacktop of the empty county road with a wet hiss. It carried them away from the violated, silent house and toward the next inevitable crime, the night closing in around them once more, thicker and more watchful than before. The headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness, but beyond their reach, the Delta night felt alive, holding its breath, waiting for the next move in a game they were only beginning to understand. Chapter 21. The county sheriff's headquarters felt different in the morning light. The low, flat-roofed building was washed in a pale, watery gold, the long shadows of the pines in the parking lot stretching like fingers across the asphalt. Inside, the air was still and cool, carrying the night's lingering sense of stale coffee, industrial lemon floor cleaner, and the faint, metallic tang of the holding cells that seemed to seep through the cinderblock walls. The usual daytime hum of radios, ringing phones, and overlapping conversations was absent, replaced by the lonely echo of Katie's own footsteps on the linoleum as she walked in. Each step sounded too loud, a solitary percussion in the hollow quiet. A single purpose cut through the fog of a sleepless night, a narrow beam of focus in a mind thick with fatigue. She missed a connection yesterday, and it had haunted her until dawn, playing behind her eyelids every time she drifted toward unconsciousness. The drive over had been a blur of gray highway and the radio's static hiss, a local talk station murmuring about soybean prices before fading into white noise. She'd driven with the window cracked, the air a damp, cool slap against her cheek, carrying the smell of wet pine and distant river mud. Her eyes felt gritty, as if lined with fine sand. She'd blinked repeatedly, her vision swimming at the edges, the dashed yellow line of the road sometimes doubling, sometimes softening into a single smear of light. Her mouth was cotton dry, her tongue sticking to the roof of her mouth. She'd watched her own hands on the steering wheel, the knuckles pale, noting the slight, persistent tremor in her fingers, a combination of too much caffeine and not enough sleep, a physical testament to the night's unrest. She gripped the wheel tighter, the worn leather smooth and cool under her palms, but the tremor was in the muscles, not the grip. It was a vibration deep in the tissue, a hum of exhausted nerves. The precinct was a ghost town at this hour. A lone dispatcher, her face illuminated by the soft blue glow of multiple screens, nodded to her from behind thick glass, her expression blank with shift-end exhaustion. The night shift deputy at the front desk merely grunted, his head propped on his fist, his eyes half closed, a thin line of drool glistening at the corner of his mouth. The silence felt accusatory, as if the building itself was waiting for her to prove she belonged here, the empty desks and dark computer monitors like an audience of skeptics. The vinyl floor gleamed dully under the harsh fluorescent tubes, still damp in patches from the night's mopping, and her shoes left faint, temporary prints in the sheen. She shut the office door behind her with a soft, definitive click that echoed in the small space, and went straight to the whiteboard, the only clear space in the room cluttered with cardboard evidence boxes labeled in black marker. DUCHAMP, DELACROIX, WALSH, and stacked case files that formed precarious towers on the floor. The air here was closer, warmer, smelling of dust, old paper, and the faint, sweet-sour decay of a forgotten apple core in the wire wastebasket by the desk. The marker squeaked protestingly as she uncapped it, the sound sharp and invasive in the quiet. She started mapping timelines, her brain tunneling into the data, the physical act of writing, the drag of the felt tip, the forming of letters, helping to corral her scattered thoughts. She drew columns, her movements quick and jerky, the marker skipping on the dry surface once, leaving a broken line she had to go over again with a frustrated press, grinding the tip into the board until it left a dark, wet blob of blue. The dates for Lauren Simmons, Eleanor Moss, Earl Duchamp, the Delacroix plant. The names of the historical killers they mirrored. The specific signature acts. The deviations. The squeak of the marker was the only sound, a metronome for her racing mind, until a firm, deliberate knock broke her concentration, 3 solid raps that vibrated the thin door in its frame, making the glass pane rattle softly. The door opened before she could answer. Nina Shaw stepped in, holding 2 paper cups of steaming coffee that released tendrils of fragrant steam into the stale air. She was already fully put together, her dark hair smooth and secured at the nape of her neck, her charcoal suit crisp and unwrinkled, as if she'd been awake for hours, moving with purpose while the world slept. Her eyes went immediately to the whiteboard, a swift analytical scan that took in every notation, every connection line, then to Katie, taking a comprehensive inventory. The rumpled blouse with a coffee stain near the hem Katie hadn't noticed, the lack of makeup that left her skin looking pale and thin, the tense set of the shoulders that pulled the fabric taut across her back. "You beat the sun," Shaw said, her voice a low rasp, scratchy from the early hour or from silence. She crossed the room, her low heels making soft, precise taps on the linoleum, and held out one of the cups. Her own gaze was clear, alert, but the skin around her eyes was finely lined with a fatigue that no amount of crisp tailoring could erase. Katie accepted it, her fingers brushing Shaw's. The cup was almost too hot to hold, the heat seeping through the cardboard sleeve, a near burn that was almost a relief. She wrapped both hands around it, seeking the warmth, letting the scalding sensation anchor her in the room. She hoped the caffeine would mask the fatigue she knew was written on her face, in the bruised shadows beneath her eyes, in the slight droop of her eyelids. "Didn't get much rest," she admitted, her voice sounding rough to her own ears. She brought the coffee to her lips, her hands trembling just enough to make the dark liquid shiver. The smell was bitter and acidic, with an undertone of burnt beans from a pot left on the burner too long. The first sip was scalding, a line of fire down her throat that jolted her system, making her heart give a single, hard thump against her ribs. She winced, pulling the cup away, her eyes watering slightly. "The bags under your eyes are holding a press conference." "I'm not surprised." Shaw took a seat in the worn vinyl chair opposite the desk, the material sighing as she settled her weight. She placed her own cup carefully on a stack of files labeled Witness Statements, VANCE Property, the paper cup leaving a faint, damp ring on the manila folder. She watched Katie over the rim as she drank, her gaze assessing, not unkind but utterly devoid of pity. It was the look of a mechanic evaluating a tool, checking for stress fractures. She took a longer sip, her throat working as she swallowed, then set the cup down with a soft tap. "You look like you've been wrestling with ghosts all night." Luz, her head tilted slightly, a bird-like motion of inquiry. Sinking into the chair behind the desk, the old springs groaning in complaint like a wounded animal, Katie stared at the board. She decreated a grid, Original killer, victim, method, signature, deviations. In her lap was the thick psychological assessment she'd drafted, the pages covered in her tight, analytical script, margins filled with question marks and frantic arrows connecting disparate thoughts. The words blurred for a second, the letters swimming into gray smudges. She blinked hard, squeezing her eyes shut for a moment until she saw red patterns against the darkness, then opening them wide, forcing the text back into focus. A cold knot of dread tightened in her gut, a visceral clench that made her draw her breath in shallowly, her abdominal muscles contracting as if bracing for a blow. She pressed the heel of her free hand against her sternum, the pressure of bone against bone, as if she could physically push the feeling down. What if the entire framework was flawed? They de-chased a false lead at the taxidermist's farm, wasting critical hours while the real predator was out there, hunting, planning, selecting. The weight of that miscalculation pressed down on her shoulders, a physical heaviness that made her want to slump forward onto the desk, to rest her forehead on the cool, scarred wood. It was a primary reason she'd only managed a few hours of fitful sleep, jerking awake each time with the image of that grotesque lizard dog hybrid seared against the backs of her eyelids, and the hollow, echoing crash of the dummy in the dark barn ringing in her ears, a sound that had felt like a taunt. The office itself seemed to amplify her doubt. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a faint, irritating frequency that felt like a drill at the base of her skull. The air was stuffy, smelling of dust, old paper, and the faint, sweet decay of a forgotten apple core in a wastebasket. Through the thin, bent blinds, the morning light cut sharp, brilliant lines across the floor, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the stillness like suspended ash. It was a room for grinding work, for sifting through the granular details of misery, not for inspiration or leaps of intuition. The chair's vinyl was cracked, and a small piece of foam padding poked out, tickling the back of her arm. "Talk to me, Ford. What's the play?" Shaw's voice cut through the spiraling thoughts, a clean slice. Katie looked down at the profile in her hands, the pages warm from her grip, the edges slightly curled from being handled. Her own prediction stared back at her, typed in stark black ink on the summary page. Subject will likely progress to other organized, psychosexual killers with high victim counts and defined rituals, such as Ridgway, Raider. Theatricality and control remain paramount. The words looked arrogant now, presumptuous. My initial assessment said he'd mimic lust killers. That the Beltway snipers were a probable candidate. Her voice sounded thin and reedy in the quiet room, lacking authority. She cleared her throat, a dry, hacking sound, and took another sip of coffee to wet it. The liquid was cooler now, just bitter, coating her tongue. It's in the escalation model I drafted. And he's moving toward it, Shaw said flatly, not a question. She leaned back, the chair emitting a sharp creak under her weight. One leg crossed over the other. Her foot began tapping a slow, patient rhythm in the air, the toe of her polished black shoe describing a small, anxious arc. He lured Jamie Walsh. He had the location, the cuffs. It was an attempt. A failed one, but an attempt. So your prediction held. The framework isn't broken. She said it as if stating a simple fact, but her eyes were on Katie, watching for the reaction. So I have a hypothesis about his next move. But it's just a hypothesis. Katie set the profile on the desk, aligning its edges neatly with the green blotter, a small, futile attempt to impose order on the chaos of her thoughts. She smoothed a curled corner with her thumb, pressing it flat until it stayed. It feels obvious. And if it's obvious to me, it should be obvious to him. Which means either I'm wrong, or he's counting on us seeing it and dismissing it as too obvious. A double blind. I can't tell which is more dangerous. She spread her hands, palms up on the desk, a gesture of helplessness. Her fingers were cold despite the coffee. "Let's hear it," Shaw said, gesturing with her chin toward the board, a minimal movement. Her hands rested in her lap, fingers loosely laced. "Walk me through the logic. Not the conclusion. The steps. The breadcrumbs your brain is following. Start at the beginning." Katie took a deep breath, the air catching in her tight chest, a hitch that felt like a sob trying to form. She held it, then let it out slowly through her nose. The coffee churned in her stomach, a hot, acidic pool. She stood, needing to move, to put physical distance between herself and the vulnerability of the chair. She paced a few steps to the side of the desk, her shoes scuffing on the gritty floor, picking up a stray piece of eraser debris. "There's a clear escalation," she began, turning to face the timeline, her back to Shaw momentarily, gathering herself. She could feel Shaw's attention, like a weight between her shoulder blades. "But before I lay out my theory, I need your read. Setting my copycat theory aside for a second, how would you, purely from a behavioral standpoint, chart the progression of these attacks? Not as homage, just as crimes." She turned back, leaning against the desk, her arms crossed over her chest, a defensive posture she forced herself to relax, letting her hands hang at her sides. Shaw studied the board for a long moment, her expression unreadable, a mask of concentration. Her eyes tracked left to right, then back again, her lips moving slightly as she read the notations silently. Then she stood and approached it, her own coffee forgotten on the file stack. She moved with a predator's economy, no wasted motion. She pointed to the first column with a blunt, unpainted fingernail, tapping the name Lauren Simmons. Lauren Simmons was a clean, efficient kill. Ambush, blunt force trauma, quick disposal in a ditch. No post-mortem theater. It was functional. A predator removing an obstacle or securing a resource, if the resource was the experience of killing itself. Her finger moved to the next column, tracing the line of text Katie had written, underlining the words lipstick message with the edge of her nail. Geliner Moss. Similar dispatch, blunt force, close proximity, but he left a calling card. The lipstick message on the mirror. That was his first real signature flourish. It was a statement. "I was here. See me?" It's a bid for recognition, a move from pure consumption to communication. She tapped the third column, her finger resting on Earl Duchamp's name, the pad of her finger leaving a faint, oily smudge on the whiteboard. Here, the operation became meticulous. He didn't just kill, he curated. He recreated Jane's scene with obsessive, archaeological detail, spending significant, undisturbed time with the remains. The staging was deliberate, complex, and required privacy and control. The risk of discovery was higher, but so was the artistic payoff for him. This is where the killer's ego fully enters the frame. It's no longer just see me, it's admire my work. She dropped her hand and took a half step back, as if to view the whole board again from a new angle. "Then the Delacroix plant," Katie prompted, watching Shaw's face, the slight tightening around her eyes as she regarded the notation for the home's replication, the slight flare of her nostrils. "The live stream, the acid vat. Would you call that a de-escalation in violence?" The actual kill was arguably quicker, less hands-on. She needed to hear Shaw articulate the nuance, to confirm the path her own mind was tracing. "Not even slightly," Shaw replied immediately, her voice gaining an edge, a blade being honed. She tucked a stray strand of dark hair behind her ear, a rare, unguarded gesture that lasted only a second before her hand returned to her side, clenched loosely into a fist. Escalation isn't just about gore or time spent with the victim. It's about pathology. It's about the predator's needs evolving. At the plant, he engaged with an audience. He performed. That's a new, significant threshold crossed. The theatricality, the real-time broadcast, that's a more ambitious, more psychologically complex form of predation. It's not just about overpowering a body. It's about manipulating a crowd, creating spectacle, deriving satisfaction from the terror of unseen viewers. The violence is a means to that end, not the end itself. That's a major leap. She spoke with a cold certainty, her words dropping into the room like stones into a still pond, each one creating ripples that Katie felt in her bones. Katie nodded, the point landing with the force of truth, slotting into place with an almost audible click in her mind. She could see it now, the progression not as a straight line of increasing brutality, but as a spiral delving deeper into different kinds of control. Control over a victim, control over a scene, control over an audience's perception. She picked up the marker again, its plastic casing warm from her earlier grip. "And the attempt with Jamie Walsh?" she asked, needing to hear Shaw articulate it to complete the sequence. Shaw's eyes darkened, the pupils expanding as she focused inward on the memory of the report, the courier's shaken testimony. She uncrossed her arms and recrossed them, her jacket pulling taut across her shoulders. A major leap in operational complexity. He secured a secondary location, a home not his own, violating a new kind of boundary. He orchestrated a specific meeting under a false pretext, using a hacked delivery app, demonstrating technical skill and planning depth. He used a prop, the trick cuffs, to facilitate control, adding a layer of interaction and deception. The interaction was prolonged, the planning more elaborate, the risk of exposure exponentially higher. If Walsh hadn't gotten away, the ritual would have been far more involved, more theatrical. It was a move from improvisation to full production. He's building a repertoire. She paused, her gaze shifting from the board to Katie's face. He's learning. Faster than we are. I think he's escalating in another dimension too, Katie said, her marker now in hand. She stepped closer to the board, her shadow falling across the dates, darkening the names of the dead. The cool, smooth surface was a welcome contrast to the stuffy warmth of the room. The cultural weight of his idols. Think about it. Edmund Kemper. Richard Ramirez. They're niche figures, known mainly to true crime enthusiasts and law enforcement. Jane is a cult horror reference, a punchline more than a person to most of the public. But H.H. Holmes. That's a name with a dark, legendary sheen. It's in history books. But it's still history. She drew a small, upward arrow next to the Holmes column, then another, larger one. The infamy curve climbs steeply, Shaw murmured, almost to herself, her gaze fixed on the column headings as if she could see a graph superimposed over them. She was looking at the board but seeing the larger pattern, the terrifying trajectory of a mind seeking a brighter, more terrible spotlight. Her foot had stopped tapping. She was perfectly still, a statue of concentration. Right. So after Holmes, the blueprint for the murder castle, the archetype of the scheming, organized killer, who's left at that peak of notoriety in the modern era? Katie's marker hovered over a blank space on the far right of the board, trembling slightly. The answer felt inevitable, a cold stone dropping into the pit of her stomach, its weight pulling at her insides. It was terrifying in its simplicity, a destination they had been rushing toward all along. Her mouth went dry again. There's a different tier. Killers who shifted the paradigm from private horror to public, mass-sphere operations. The ones who paralyzed entire communities, who changed how people lived their daily lives. The Beltway Snipers. She said the name quietly, but it seemed to boom in the small room. Shaw's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line, compressing until they almost disappeared. She looked away from the board, her gaze dropping to the scuffed linoleum floor, as if avoiding the confirmation written in the air between them. A muscle in her jaw tightened, a small, rhythmic tick beneath the skin, a tiny pulse of stress. For several seconds, the only sound was the persistent, maddening buzz of the lights and the low hum of the building's HVAC system kicking on somewhere in the walls. A shuddering groan followed by a rush of air from a vent above them that stirred the papers on the desk. Mohammed and Malvo, she finally said, the words exhaled like a sigh heavy with grim acceptance. She looked up, her eyes meeting Katie's. They were hard, resigned. That tracks. Public terror. Random seeming targets. A mobile, concealed attack platform. The theatricality of the manhunt, the media circus, the whole country watching. It's the ultimate amplification of his need for an audience. Instead of a few dozen online ghouls, the whole world. She rubbed a hand over her face from her forehead down to her chin, a gesture of profound weariness. And Jesus. It has to be them, Katie insisted, but the conviction in her voice was frayed with anxiety, a note of desperation threading through. She leaned her hip against the edge of the desk for support, feeling the hardwood dig into her bone. It's the only logical progression. The pinnacle of the copycat's ambition. But the how, their method was a rifle, from a concealed position, often a vehicle. The signature was the randomness, the spread of fear. The inability to predict where or who next. How do you copy that? You need a public event, a crowd, a vantage point. You need, her mind raced, scenarios flashing, a street festival, a school dismissal, a crowded parking lot, a gas station line. Each image was a brief, horrific film clip behind her eyes, accompanied by the crack of a high-powered rifle. She saw falling bodies, screaming faces, chaos blooming in the bright morning sun. She squeezed her eyes shut for a second to block it out. A sudden wave of vertigo hit Katie, a dizzying lurch that made the lines on the whiteboard swim and merge into a single, chaotic smear of blue. The room seemed to tilt on its axis, the floor becoming unsteady, rolling like the deck of a ship. She braced a hand against the cool, smooth plastic of the board, the shock of the temperature against her palm a minor anchor. Her breath came short and tight in her chest, as if a band were constricting her ribs, each inhalation a shallow, insufficient gasp. The fear she'd been holding back, compartmentalizing, broke through the dam of her focus, cold and flooding, a torrent that left her icy and shaking. What if I'm wrong, Nina? The words tumbled out, raw and unvarnished, stripped of all professional pretense. She didn't look at Shaw, staring instead at her own white-knuckled hand splayed on the board, the tendons standing out like cords. What if this is a catastrophic misread, and he's targeting someone based on a different pattern, or no pattern at all, and someone dies tonight because of it? That blood is on my hands. I don't know how you carry that. How you've carried it all these years. Her voice cracked on the last word, a fissure in her control. A hot tear, unbidden, escaped the corner of her eye and traced a path down her cheek. She swiped at it angrily with the back of her wrist, leaving a damp smear. Shaw was silent for a beat, a long, stretching moment where the buzzing lights seemed to grow louder, filling the space between them with electric static. Her expression hardened into something unyielding, a cliff face against a storm. She didn't offer comfort, she offered a stark, brutal truth. We don't carry it, we work beside it, she said, her voice low and gravelly, each word measured and placed with deliberate care. You don't win every time. You can't. The job is a sieve. You try to hold back the ocean with it. Sometimes you save a handful of sand. Sometimes it all pours through. You get up the next day and you look at the sieve, and you try to mend the holes you found. That's it. That's the job. She spread her own hands, palms calloused and capable. You don't get to not try because you're afraid of failing. The trying is the only thing that matters. This isn't about losing a case, Katie argued, her throat so tight it ached, a raw, constricted feeling. She turned from the board to face Shaw directly, her vision clearing to show Shaw's grim, tired face in sharp detail, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes etched deep, the set of her mouth in a flat, uncompromising line, the absolute absence of comfort or softness. It's about losing a person. A living person with a name and a family, who will die because I failed to connect the dots in time. That's not sand. That's a life. A whole world. Her hands gestured helplessly, the marker still clutched in one like a useless talisman. I can't just mend the hole and move on. Not with that. Ford, Shaw was on her feet in an instant, a swift, fluid motion that belied her weariness, the chair scraping loudly on the floor. She stepped forward into Katie's space, close enough that Katie could smell the faint scent of her soap, something clean and unscented, and the coffee on her breath. She took the dry erase marker from Katie's limp hand, her fingers firm and cool against Katie's skin, prying it loose. She tossed it onto the desk where it clattered and rolled, coming to rest against the coffee cup. Then she placed her hands on Katie's shoulders, turning her fully, forcing direct eye contact. Her grip was not gentle, but it was solid, grounding, the pressure firm and real, fingers digging into the muscle just enough to be felt through the fabric of her blouse. Listen to me. Your intuition has been the compass on this from day one. I didn't want to believe it at first. It seemed too academic, too neat, but you were right. Your profile, this copycat framework, led us to a viable suspect and an arrest in 24 hours. That's not luck. That's skill. Do you know why you're here? Right now in this room on this case, her dark eyes were locked on Katie's, unblinking, demanding an answer. Katie stared, confused, thrown by the sudden shift, the physical contact, the intensity. The pressure on her shoulders was a tether, holding her to the earth. The intensity in Shaw's dark eyes was overwhelming, a focused beam that pinned her in place, leaving no room for evasion. Director Vance, he recruited me. He said there was an opening. A field test. The words came out automatically, the story she'd told herself. Vance gave me a stack of candidate files from research and analysis, Shaw said, her words deliberate, each one weighted and placed with care, like stones on a scale. Her hands remained on Katie's shoulders, a steadying anchor. A stack 2 inches thick. And I picked you. Not him. Me. I read everyone. I read your psych evals, your range scores, your supervisor notes, the addendums to cases you weren't even the primary on. I pulled your file and I put it on top. I told him to call you. The revelation hit Katie like a physical jolt, a sudden punch of air leaving her lungs. She'd assumed Director Vance had made the call, that she was his selection, his experiment in bridging theory and practice. The foundation of her understanding of the last week, her presence here, the scrutiny, the test, Shaw's constant, evaluating gaze, shifted seismically beneath her feet. She felt a slight stumble in her posture, a weakening of the knees that Shaw's grip on her shoulders counteracted, holding her upright. A sharp intake of breath hissed between her teeth, a sound of pure shock. Her eyes widened, searching Shaw's face for any hint of deception, for a trace of a lie, finding none. There was only that fierce, unwavering certainty. I didn't know that. The words were a whisper, barely audible over the hum of the lights. Her mind was reeling, trying to recontextualize every interaction, every criticism, every moment of withheld praise. I wouldn't trust this with just anyone, Shaw continued, her hands still firm, a steadying weight. She gave Katie a slight shake, not to rattle her but to emphasize the point, a physical punctuation. I saw your work on the Riverside Slasher file. The addendum you wrote that got buried in the appendix. It was sharp. It saw angles the primary profile missed. You noted the victim selection wasn't random proximity. It was based on bus routes the killer had memorized from his day job. The team lead dismissed it as overcomplication. 6 months later, they caught him, and his employment records showed he was a dispatcher for the transit authority. You were right, Shaw's gaze never wavered. I saw you at the range, training after hours, every damn day for a month, long after everyone else had gone home to their families. The determination. The discipline. The way you'd stand there, reloading, your expression never changing, just doing the work until your groups were tight. I expected you to hold your own out here. I expected you to be competent. I didn't expect you to run point on the behavioral angle. But after you handled Dennis Werner in that interrogation, without breaking a sweat, turning his bluster back on him. And after you pieced this entire copycat pattern together from memory, connecting dots the rest of us were blind to, Shaw's voice dropped even lower, becoming almost intimate in the cramped room. I'd follow your lead on this. That's not something I say lightly. Or ever really. Katie could only nod, a jerky, mechanical motion, her mind reeling, trying to process the magnitude of what Shaw was saying. A surge of emotion, part gratitude, part relief, part fierce, defiant pride, tightened her throat, making it impossible to speak for a moment. She felt a heat rise behind her eyes, a pressure that was unfamiliar and alarming, a welling up that threatened to spill over. She blinked rapidly, looking down at the floor between them, at Shaw's polished shoes and her own scuffed flats, mastering it, forcing the feeling down into the same locked compartment where she kept the fear. She swallowed hard, the motion painful against the constriction in her throat. Thank you, she managed, the words husky, thick with a feeling she couldn't fully express, a gratitude that was as profound as it was terrifying. Shaw released her shoulders, the contact breaking, the absence of that pressure immediately noticeable, leaving a phantom warmth where her hands had been. She took a half step back, giving Katie space to breathe, her own demeanor shifting back to its usual professional distance, though her eyes remained intent, watchful. You've got the insight. Now you need to weaponize it. You need to trust it like I do. You know these historical cases down to the minute. If I don't. Mitchell doesn't. Hess sure as hell doesn't. That's our edge. So dig. If it's the Beltway snipers, then we need to know exactly what attack he's planning to reenact, and we need to know it now. Not the broad strokes. The specifics. The date. The method. The victim type. The location. The why of his choice. Why that one out of all of them? She pointed a finger at the massive binders on the desk. Get inside his syllabus. Be the star pupil. The fear didn't vanish. It was too deep-seated, too rational, a cold companion that had taken up residence in her marrow. But it was met now, challenged by a sharper, harder resolve that rose up from her core. It was a cold, clean feeling, like a blade being drawn from a sheath, the metal singing faintly as it cleared the leather. Shaw's faith was a tool she had been handed, a weapon she hadn't known she was allowed to carry, and she would use it. She straightened her spine, feeling the vertebrae align with a soft pop, the weight on her shoulders redistributing, becoming something she could bear, a burden shared. Okay, Katie said, her voice steadying, finding a new firmness, a resonance that came from her diaphragm, from a place of renewed purpose. She turned back to the desk, her movements purposeful now, deliberate. She grabbed the heavy stacks of archived case files, the thick three-ring binders on serial homicide methodologies, the photocopied FBI bulletins from the early 2000s with their faded typewriter font. She spread them out across every available surface. The desk, the top of a filing cabinet, the seat of the other chair, creating a paper landscape of atrocity, a topography of violence. The weight of the pages in her hands, the dry, slightly acrid smell of old ink and microfilm, was suddenly comforting, familiar. This was her language. These were her maps. This was her terrain. She sat, pulling the first binder toward her with both hands, the compiled case files of the Beltway sniper attacks, a massive tome 3 inches thick, its cover worn soft at the edges. She opened it, the binder rings groaning in protest, and the faces of John Allen Mohammed and Lee Boyd Malvo, grim and determined from a decades-old mugshot, stared up at her. Not ghosts but a blueprint, a set of instructions written in blood and terror. And somewhere out there in the waking world, in the brightening Mississippi morning, another man was studying that same blueprint, using it as a script for his next performance. Katie's fatigue was still there, a dull, persistent ache behind her eyes and a heaviness in her limbs, but it was background noise now, static behind a clear signal. Her finger traced a line of text detailing the first confirmed murder, the shooting of James D. Martin outside a Maryland supermarket. The description was clinical, detached, single gunshot wound to the abdomen, .223 caliber. Victim was loading groceries into trunk of vehicle. No witnesses to the actual shot. Shell casing recovered 147 yards away, in wooded area. She could see it, the mundane act of unloading groceries, the sudden impact, the crumpling to the pavement, the baffled silence before the screams. The marker was back in her hand, retrieved from where it had rolled. She stood and began writing again on the whiteboard, not timelines now, but a new list, a dissection. The sniper's known methodology. The modified sedan, trunk as shooting platform. The random-seeming target selection, myth versus reality. The geographic spread, cluster V's linear. The time of day. The media engagement. The tarot card. The squeak of the marker was no longer an irritant. It was the sound of the hunt, the scratch of a key turning in a lock. She worked, her movements becoming faster, more assured, and Shaw watched, silent now, a sentinel by the door, her own eyes scanning the pages of a different file, but her presence a solid, unwavering fact in the room. The sun climbed higher, the bars of light through the blinds shifting across the floor, warming the linoleum, filling the room with a light that felt less accusatory now, and more like a spotlight, illuminating the path forward, one stark, terrible word at a time. Chapter 22. The sharp caffeine and cool Delta air had burned off the last of the mental haze, leaving her nerves raw and her senses painfully acute. Every sound in the quiet sheriff's department was distinct. The low, persistent hum of a vending machine down the hall, the distant, tinny chatter of a police scanner spitting out codes, the faint groan of the building's old plumbing as a toilet flushed somewhere. The air itself carried the day's accumulated smells. Industrial cleaner, stale coffee grounds, the faint, sweet tang of microwave popcorn from a late-night shift, and underneath it all, the dusty, papery scent of old case files. Back in the makeshift command post, a converted conference room that smelled of old carpet, stale coffee, and the faint ozone of electronics, Katie Ford's focus snapped to the map dominating one wall. It was a standard county survey map, the paper slightly faded and curling at the edges where it was tacked to the corkboard. 5 red pushpins formed a lopsided, sprawling V across the green and brown topography. The geographic pattern was a classic hunting ground, the kind that often circled back to a central point, a home base. Her eyes traced the imaginary lines between the pins, her finger hovering in the air as she calculated routes, distances, the killer's possible sightlines. The center of the V was a blank, empty space of swamp and secondary roads, a void on the paper that felt like a taunt. She could feel the rough texture of the corkboard when she leaned in close, could see the tiny pockmarks from pins long removed. Mitchell's deputies had combed the cypress swamp area after the attack on Jamie Walsh. Their report, a stack of photocopied pages on the corner of the table, was clear and frustrating. She picked it up, the paper cool and slightly stiff under her fingertips, the edges leaving a faint gray smudge on her skin. The summary was bureaucratic and blunt. Only the victim's own tire marks led to the borrowed house. The killer had arrived clean. By taxi, by bus, or simply on foot across the damp fields. No useful footprints had been recovered from the tall, wet grass. The ground had been too soft, too churned. She could picture the scene with a grim clarity. Deputies in waders and department-issue rain jackets, moving slowly under a low, gray sky that promised more rain, their boots sucking at the mud with each step, a wet, pulling sound. They'd have fanned out, pushing aside curtains of Spanish moss that felt like damp rags against their faces, their flashlights cutting weak beams through the gloom, even in daytime, finding nothing but mud, crushed reeds, and the occasional beer can tossed from a passing car. A fruitless, muddy exercise that ended with damp uniforms and shrugged shoulders, the men returning to their vehicles with streaks of black mud up to their knees. She set the report down, the pages making a soft, whispering rustle against the Formica tabletop. She turned next to the forensic inventory from that scene, a separate, thinner document. The list was methodical, sterile, each item typed in a simple courier font, followed by a chain of custody number. No DNA hits. No fingerprint matches. One line item, halfway down the second page, stood out. Vehicle key, 2012 sedan with metal split ring. It was what wasn't listed that caught her eye. She'd read Jamie's statement twice. He'd described a small, engraved metal key fob, a gift from his mother. It had my name on it, he'd said. Jamie in cursive. She scanned the list again, her index finger pressing down on the paper, leaving a slight dent as she read each line aloud in a low, focused murmur. A vehicle key. Registration. Wallet contents. Loose change, no fob. She went back to the top, slower this time, her lips moving silently, forcing her eyes to track each word. A nothing. Pulling the interview transcript from a different pile, she found the section, the paper crinkling as she flattened it with the heel of her hand. Her finger traced the lines of Jamie's quoted speech, the words typed in a bland question and answer format that did nothing to convey the young man's shaken terror. He just grabbed my whole keychain. Yanked it right out of the ignition. It had my name on it. The fob wasn't in the grass, wasn't in the house. The unsub had pocketed it. A deliberate act. A theft. A cold thread pulled taut in her mind. A sudden, sharp tension that started behind her eyes and spread to her temples, a band of pressure tightening around her skull. She closed her eyes for a second, pressing the heels of her hands against her eyelids until she saw bursts of color in the darkness. She'd been so fixed on what the killer brought to each scene, the tools, the scripts, the precise, horrific tableaus, that she'd completely ignored what he might have taken away. Trophies. The word echoed in her head, basic and damning. It was Investigative Psychology 101, the first chapter in every textbook, and she'd missed it, utterly blinded by the theatricality of the reenactments. A flush of heat climbed her neck, prickling across her skin like a rash. Part shame, part adrenaline. She could feel her pulse beating there, a quick, light thrum against the stiff collar of her blouse, and she touched her fingers to the side of her throat, feeling the rapid flutter. She pushed back from the table, the chair legs scraping loudly on the linoleum, a sound that grated in the quiet. She strode to the whiteboard, the markers in the aluminum tray rattling as she snatched a blue one, her grip tight enough to make the plastic casing creak in protest. The squeak of the felt tip against the glossy white surface was loud and abrasive as she scrawled a new heading in bold, block letters, underlining it twice with a hard, decisive stroke: trophies. Beneath it, she began to list the grim habits, her handwriting becoming quicker, more angular with each entry, the marker leaving a wet, cobalt trail. Kemper kept IDs, driver's licenses. Ramirez stole trinkets from homes, jewelry, small statues. Jane's trophies were the stuff of nightmare, kept in the house. She paused, the marker hovering, then wrote, Holmes used acid for disposal, left no trophies, absence is notable. Then there were the Beltway snipers. Different. She underlined the name, the marker squeaking in protest. They'd left tarot cards, messages, turning their crime scenes into a perverse stage for their ideology. Not trophies in the traditional sense, but still a taking. They took peace, they took a sense of safety, and they left a calling card to prove it. If personal items were missing from the victims, it was a thread to pull. A physical thread that could lead to a physical place. Her first stop had to be the morgue. The victims' personal effects would be logged there, bagged and tagged. She turned back to the cluttered desk, her eyes scanning the debris of the investigation, the scattered files, the empty coffee cups, the curled edges of sticky notes. She found the number for the county medical examiner's office on a yellow sticky note stuck to the phone base, the ink slightly smudged from someone's thumb. She dialed, cradling the heavy black receiver between her shoulder and ear, the cord coiling against her arm as she shuffled through papers with her free hand, looking for the effects logs she knew she didn't have yet. The line rang 3 times, each tone long and resonant in her ear, before a woman with a gentle, unhurried drawl answered. County ME's office, this is Marlene. I need to speak with Dr. Porter, please. Katie tried to keep her voice even, professional, but it came out tighter than she intended, clipped at the edges. I'm sorry, honey. Dr. Porter left around 11. Said he had a birthday celebration to attend. Can I help you with something? Katie's jaw tightened, the muscle bunching. She leaned her hip against the desk, the sharp, laminated edge digging into her thigh through her slacks. This is Agent Ford, FBI. I need to examine the personal effects of the recent homicide victims. Today. Is there another pathologist or a senior technician on site who can grant me access? There was a pause, the faint, crisp sound of papers being shuffled on the other end. Well now, Marlene said, her tone still pleasant, but with a layer of bureaucratic polish. Protocol says a doctor has to be present for that kind of release. For chain of custody, you understand. He'll be back tomorrow morning first thing. I can have him call you then. I'll put a note right here on his desk. Katie could hear the soft tap of a pen. It's urgent, Marlene. Katie emphasized the word, shifting her weight, her free hand curling into a fist on the desk. This is an active serial investigation. A matter of public safety. Can you call him? Get authorization. It will take 5 minutes. I can come to you. Oh, I wouldn't want to bother him on his personal time, Marlene said, her tone polite but immovable as stone. He was very clear he was off for the rest of the day. Family matter. You know how that is. Katie took a slow breath, her nostrils flaring. She could feel the heat of frustration rising in her chest. Tell him happy birthday from the FBI. Oh, it's not his birthday, Marlene corrected cheerfully, as if sharing a piece of harmless gossip. Someone close to him, he said. But I'll pass your message along for when I see him. First thing tomorrow. Is there anything else I can do for you, Agent? No, Katie said, the word short. That's all. The click of the hang-up was soft and final. Katie slowly placed the receiver back in its cradle, the plastic making a hollow, definitive thunk against the base. Frustration was a tight knot just below her sternum, a constriction that made her breath shallow. She exhaled sharply through her nose, a short, angry puff of air. Her fingers curled into her palm, her nails pressing half-moons into her skin. She stared at the phone, at the smudged numbers on the keypad, willing it to ring back with a different answer. Time was a luxury they didn't have. Every hour was a window for him to plan, to hunt, to select, to take another trophy. To celebrate. The word celebrate echoed, taking on a darker, more sinister shape. She turned, her gaze landing on the file box labeled in black marker. Autopsy, DUCHAMP, SIMMONS Moss. She dragged it closer, the cardboard bottom scraping across the table with a sound like sandpaper. Lifting the lid, she was met with the faint, acrid scent of paper and something else, a hint of chemical cleaner that seemed embedded in the folders. She began pulling out the large manila envelopes, each containing the 8x10 glossy photographs. Spreading them across the desk, she used the flat of her hand to smooth the curling edges, the plastic sleeves cool and slightly slippery under her palm. The room's overhead fluorescent light gleamed on the glossy surfaces, creating hot spots of glare she had to angle her head to see past, squinting. She studied each one with a grim, clinical focus, leaning close enough to smell the faint chemical scent of the printer ink, a metallic tang. Her eyes moved from the horrific central wounds to the peripheries, searching for a pale band of untouched skin on a wrist where a watch might have been, the empty lobe of an ear, any sign a necklace or ring had been recently removed. Earl Duchamp's effects, wallet, watch, keys, were logged, but she searched the photos for discrepancies, for a shadow or an impression that suggested something was missing from the documented list. Lauren Simmons wore a simple silver band on her right ring finger in every shot. Eleanor Moss had a thin gold chain nestled in the hollow of her throat, and it was present in the photos, a delicate glint against pale skin. She held a close-up photo of Lauren Simmons's torso up to the light, tilting it to reduce the glare. The forensic scale ruler lay beside the Y incision, a stark black and white contrast against the waxy flesh. In the blurred background, just at the edge of the frame, a figure in a white lab coat and glasses was visible, turned slightly away, observing the photography. Dr. Evan Porter. The memory of him surfaced fully now, not as a data point but as a living presence. The unassuming, almost gentle demeanor as he'd offered them coffee in thick ceramic mugs that were warm to the touch, the way he'd carefully wiped his glasses on the hem of his coat, a habitual, precise gesture. The sharp, assessing intelligence in his eyes that had watched them from behind his lenses, missing nothing. He'd known about an obscure killer from the 1950s without hesitation, offering the detail like a professor, confirming a student's correct answer. He'd commented on the Beaumont building scene with a pathologist's detached admiration. Deliberate staging, he'd said. Not many folks around here could manage that. Dee said it almost wistfully, his gaze distant for a moment. Her pulse kicked up a notch, a sudden, heavy thrum in her temples that she could feel in her teeth. A dryness coated her mouth, making her tongue feel too big, sticking to the roof of her mouth. She dropped the photo, the plastic sleeve slapping against the wood with a sharp crack, and grabbed Jamie Walsh's witness statement from the pile. Her eyes raced over the description of Mike. It was generic but held specific, observable parameters. Black hair, brown eyes, about 5'11", normal-looking, clean. Not memorable. The kind of face that blends into a crowd that you wouldn't look at twice. The man in the autopsy photo fit. The build, the hair color, the posture. It was a circumstantial match, a silhouette against a terrible backdrop, but it was a match. A chill traced the length of her spine, a cold trickle that made her shoulders tense. Doubts swarmed immediately, a furious counterpoint to the rising alarm in her chest. Porter was a professional, a doctor with a clean record, trusted by the community, respected by law enforcement. The monsters this killer worshipped, Kemper, Jane, Ramirez, were social rejects, physically awkward, men whose very presence repulsed their would-be victims. They were outsiders. Porter was the opposite. He was inside the very system designed to catch them. He touched the evidence, guided the analysis, stood over the bodies. But one was. The thought was like a sliver of ice sliding into her heart. Ted Bundy was charismatic, handsome, a predator who wore charm as a weapon, who could talk his way into trust, into a car, into a victim's home. He was the outlier in the pantheon. The one who didn't look the part. The one who volunteered on a crisis hotline. The one who could look you in the eye and make you believe him. The one who studied law. A fact buried in the clutter of case details and historical data surfaced in her mind. It was something she'd read weeks ago, during her initial deep dive into the canon of American serial murder, and filed away as trivial background, a morbid piece of trivia. It slotted into place now with an almost audible click in her mind, connecting directly to Marlene's cheerful, obstructive voice on the phone. Someone close to him. A birthday celebration. The air left her lungs in a short, punched-out gasp, as if she'd been hit in the stomach. Her hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide, staring unseeingly at the whiteboard where the word trophies stared back in her own bold blue letters. The marker was still on the tray ledge, uncapped, slowly drying out. She could smell its faint, alcoholic scent from where she stood. Holy shit. The words were a whisper at first, breathed against her palm, hot and damp. Then she lowered her hand, and they became a statement, solid and real in the quiet room, her voice hoarse. Holy shit. She was on her feet, her chair screeching back violently on the linoleum, the sound jarring and far too loud. She didn't bother to write it. She burst from the command post, her shoulder brushing the doorframe with a solid thump, the door itself crashing shut behind her with a reverberating boom that echoed down the empty corridor like a gunshot. Isho. Heads turned across the sheriff's department bullpen in a wave. A deputy on the phone swiveled in his seat, the cord twisting around his arm, a clerk pausing mid-stride with a thick file folder clutched to her chest, all eyes drawn to the disruption, the sudden break in the afternoon's dull rhythm. Nina Shaw looked up from her laptop at a nearby desk, her expression instantly shifting from deep concentration to sharp alertness, her brows drawing together into a single severe line, her eyes narrowing at the raw, undisguised urgency on Katie's face. She closed the laptop with a definitive, hard snap that silenced its faint fan whir. What is it? Shaw's voice cut through the sudden, watchful quiet, low but carrying, stripping away all preamble. It's Porter. Katie reached her, breathing hard, not from exertion but from the sheer, pressurized force of the revelation. Her heart was hammering against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat she felt in her throat. Hey, doctor. Porter is our guy. Shaw stood slowly, her movements controlled but fluid, like a big cat uncoiling from a resting position. She didn't question, didn't hesitate for a show of skepticism. She caught Sheriff Mitchell's eye where he stood by the coffee station, stirring a packet of sugar into a chipped mug. With a slight, almost imperceptible jerk of her chin, she gestured toward the hallway. Mitchell set his mug down on the counter, the ceramic clinking against the formica, his brow furrowed with immediate concern, his easy slouch gone. He followed without a word, falling into step behind them. The three of them moved in a tight, purposeful cluster into the first vacant interrogation room, Mitchell pulling the door shut behind them with a solid, muffling thud that sealed them in, cutting off the bullpen's ambient noise. The room was small, sterile, and cold. A single metal table, its surface scratched and stained with rings from countless coffee cups, was bolted to the floor, flanked by two uncomfortable-looking plastic chairs. The walls were a pale, institutional green, one of them a large mirror that Katie knew was one-way glass, though the observation room on the other side was likely dark and empty at this hour. The air smelled faintly of lemon-scented disinfectant, and, underneath, the sour tang of old sweat and anxiety that no cleaner could ever fully erase. A single, bright fluorescent tube buzzed overhead with a persistent, insect-like hum, casting a flat, shadowless light that washed out all color. "Talk," Shaw said, positioning herself with her back to the mirror, her arms crossed over her chest. Her gaze was a physical weight on Katie, intense and demanding, leaving no room for hesitation. Evan Porter, the medical examiner. "It's him." Katie's gaze swept between Shaw's impassive face and Mitchell's increasingly skeptical one. She planted her hands on the cold metal table, leaning forward, the sharp edge biting into her palms. Jamie Walsh's description matches Porter perfectly. Black hair, brown eyes, 5'11", normal build. "It fits." Mitchell shook his head, a quick, dismissive gesture. He hooked his thumbs in his belt, his posture widening, taking up space in the small room. "Agent Ford, that describes a quarter of the men in this county. Hell, it describes me, minus a few inches and a few years. I've known Evan for years. He's a solid guy. He coaches a youth soccer team, for Christ's sake. He brings cookies to the department at Christmas. Peanut butter blossoms. My wife looks forward to M." He knew the serial killers I referenced instantly, even the obscure ones like Jane, Katie countered, her voice rising with a driven intensity. She straightened, holding up a finger. "He didn't have to look it up. He told us the staging at the Beaumont building scene showed deliberate skill, and that few people here could do it. He was boasting right to our faces, inserting himself into the evaluation of his own work. He was guiding our perception of it. He wanted us to see the artistry. It's not uncommon for an offender to insert himself into the investigation," Shaw acknowledged, her tone measured, analytical. She was testing the theory, probing it for weak spots, her eyes never leaving Katie's. The confident ones, the ones with ego, they like to dance on the edge. They get a thrill from the proximity, from knowing something the investigators don't. They offer opinions. They become helpful. It's a power play. "There's more," Katie pressed, turning fully to Mitchell, needing him to see it to move past the cookies and the soccer games. "I just called his office. He left work early today. He told his receptionist, Marlene, that he was celebrating the birthday of someone close to him." Mitchell's shoulders lifted in a shrug, his jacket tightening across his back. "And so? The man has a life. His niece, his mom, a friend. What's the point?" He spread his hands, his palms rough and calloused. "What's today's date, Sheriff?" Katie asked, her voice dropping, forcing him to listen closely, to lean in, to engage with the question. He blinked, glanced at his wristwatch, his expression one of growing impatience. November 24th. Why? He said it as if the answer should be obvious, as if she were wasting time. Katie let the silence hang for a beat, thick and charged in the small, cold room. She looked from Mitchell's confused, irritated face to Shaw's, which had gone utterly still, her eyes locked on Katie's. Shaw's head tilted a fraction of an inch. Oh, she'd seen it. She'd made the connection. The muscles in her jaw tightened, a small ripple along her cheek. Today, Katie said, the words deliberate and clear, each one dropped into the silence like a stone into a still pond, is Ted Bundy's birthday. Mitchell blinked again, slower. His head cocked. Who? Ted Bundy. One of the killers he's copying. The charming one. The one who could walk into a room and own it. The one who, according to some reports, gave trophies from one victim to another as gifts. Katie pushed off the table, pacing the short length of the room, 2 steps one way, 2 steps back, her shoes making soft scuffs on the linoleum. Her mind was racing, connecting wires, the circuit almost complete. Don't you see? He's not just copying their methods. He's living their timeline, celebrating their milestones. He left work to celebrate Bundy's birthday. Someone close to him, the receptionist said. He considers Bundy close. A mentor. A friend. A role model. He's not having a party for his aunt. He's commemorating a monster. The sheriff's skepticism was crumbling, replaced by a dawning, horrified comprehension that washed the color from his face, leaving it pale and slack. His mouth opened, then closed without a sound. He looked from Katie to Shaw, seeking confirmation, his eyes asking the question his voice couldn't form. Is this real? Shaw was already moving, her body coiling with new purpose, the analytical detachment gone, replaced by operational readiness. Mitchell, get a bolo out for Porter's vehicle, make, model, plate. Home address, known associates, everything. Quietly. We don't spook him. If he's as smart as we think, he'll have contingencies. He'll be watching. Her voice was low, urgent, all business, each word a command issued from a place of absolute certainty. Ford, what about the trophies? You said that was the thread. What's the evidence? What do we have right now that puts him in the room? Katie nodded, her mind racing ahead, trying to structure the avalanche of implications into actionable steps. Jamie Walsh's key fob is missing. Taken. If he's following Bundy's pattern, he might take jewelry, personal items, things with sentimental value to the victim. We need to check the victim's effects logs from the morgue against what the families say they were wearing or carrying. If anything is unaccounted for, it's with him. He's keeping them, or, she trailed off, the implication clear, too terrible to voice in the sterile room. Or giving them away. As presents. To mark the occasion. Shaw's phone was already in her hand, her thumb swiping across the screen, her movements quick and efficient. I'll get a warrant drafted for his home, his office, his vehicle. We need to move now. His leaving work early, it's not a celebration. It's a precursor. He's in mode. It's a significant date for him, which means he might be planning something significant to market. She fixed Katie with a look that was no longer evaluating or skeptical, but fully aligned, a partner's look, acknowledging the leap. Good work, Ford. Now let's prove it. Let's go nail this son of a bitch before he uses Bundy's birthday as an excuse to add to his collection. The three of them exited the interrogation room, the mood in the bullpen shifting palpably as they emerged with a unified, grim purpose. The air seemed to crackle with a new tension. Mitchell headed straight for the dispatch desk, his stride lengthening into a near jog, his voice taking on a new, gravelly authority as he began speaking in low, rapid tones to the woman wearing the headset, his hand chopping the air for emphasis. Shaw was already barking orders into her phone, her footsteps sharp and precise on the scuffed floor as she walked toward the evidence lockup, presumably to secure the warrant paperwork, her voice a steady, forceful stream. Katie stood for a moment in the hallway, the adrenaline a steady, roaring rush in her ears, muting the surrounding sounds. The typing, the ringing phones, the murmur of voices. It was like being underwater. The theory was out, a living, breathing thing now, with consequences and a clock ticking down. She looked back at the closed door of the command post, at her whiteboard just visible through the wire-reinforced glass panel in the door. The word trophies stared back at her in bold, slashing blue letters, the ink still wet-looking under the light. It wasn't just an insight anymore. It was a roadmap, a profile made flesh. And at the end of it was Dr. Evan Porter, a man who celebrated the birthdays of monsters, who collected souvenirs from the dead, and who had been standing beside them in the morgue under the bright lights, smiling his gentle, intelligent smile, all along, watching them work, enjoying the show. The chill that had traced her spine earlier returned, settling deep in her bones, a cold certainty that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. They were hunting a ghost who wore a lab coat and knew exactly how they thought. Chapter 23. The sheriff's department snapped from frantic activity to a tense, waiting stillness. The shift was palpable, a collective inhale held too long. One moment, the bullpen was a hive of low voices and shuffling paper. A deputy named Benitez was shrugging into his ballistic vest, the Velcro ripping loudly as he cinched it tight. Another, younger deputy with a buzz cut was on the phone, his voice a low, urgent murmur. "Copy that, en route to grid 7. The squeak of chair wheels against the worn linoleum was a constant, nervous percussion. Then, in the space of a minute, it drained away. Benitez got a call, nodded sharply, and was out the door, the heavy metal frame swinging shut behind him with a solid thump that seemed to seal the room. The young deputy hung up, grabbed his keys from a desk littered with empty foam cups, and followed without a word. The next breath Katie Ford took was in the new silence. It was a vacuum. Everyone was in position, deployed or on standby, and the room was left with only the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, a sound that seemed to grow louder, more insistent, and the occasional metallic crackle from the dispatch desk, where a woman with a headset spoke in quiet, coded phrases. Katie watched the change settle like dust, feeling the sudden quiet press against her eardrums. She swallowed, her ears popping faintly, and the small sounds became magnified. The rustle of her own jacket sleeve, the distant drip of a leaky faucet from the break room sink. She saw a young deputy by the coffee station, his hand frozen mid-pour over a chipped ceramic mug, his head tilted as he listened to the tinny voice from his shoulder mic. His eyes were fixed on the stained countertop, unblinking. Another sat at a desk 3 over, staring at a computer screen that showed a static map of the county, his fingers drumming a silent, anxious rhythm on the optical mouse. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythm was irregular, betraying his nerves. The air smelled of burnt coffee from a pot left on the burner too long, the stale sweat of long shifts, and the faint, acrid tang of gun oil from a recently cleaned sidearm lying disassembled on a nearby desk on a spread-out rag. The light was a sickly yellow, casting long, distorted shadows from the empty chairs that made them look like crouching figures in the half-light. The room felt cooler now, the air conditioning cycling on with a low groan, raising goosebumps on Katie's arms. Sheriff Mitchell emerged from his office, the lines on his face carved deeper by the harsh overhead light. He moved with a tired heaviness, his boots scuffing the worn floor in a slow, deliberate shuffle. He stopped in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame as if for support, his eyes scanning the near-empty room. "We're all over it," he said, his voice tight, meant to project control but fraying at the edges. He addressed Shaw, but his eyes swept the bullpen as if taking inventory of his stretched-thin resources. His right hand, down at his side, was clenched into a loose fist, the knuckles pale. When he unclenched it, Katie saw a slight tremor in his fingers before he shoved the hand into his pocket. "We pulled his details from the ME's office the second you had the name. We have his plate, his home address. We've got eyes on both." He cleared his throat, a rough sound. "Static surveillance, 2 cars each location, staying way back. No movement at either. The house is dark. The office parking lot is empty." "Keep the house watch discreet," Shaw ordered, not looking up from her phone. Her thumb moved in quick, sharp flicks across the screen, her brow furrowed. "Knock, but if there's no answer, do not breach. A broken door will spook him for good." His phone. Mitchell ran a hand over his close-cropped hair, the gesture weary. "Pinging it constantly since we got the number." "Nothing," he let out a short, frustrated breath. "Dead air. It's either off or in a Faraday bag. Hasn't touched a cell tower in 12 hours. "Waste of time," Shaw dismissed, finally looking at him. Her gaze was flat, analytical. "If he's hunting, it stays off until after. He's not an idiot. We find him another way." She lowered her phone, holding it loosely in her palm. "Search runs all night. Every deputy not on surveillance does door knocks on every property within a 5-mile radius of his last known. Farmhouses, sheds, hunting cabins. Anything with a roof and a door. He needs a staging area, a nest. It won't be in plain sight." Mitchell wiped his brow with the back of his wrist, leaving a faint sheen of sweat on his skin. He looked at the few remaining deputies, one typing slowly, another staring blankly at a wall, and his shoulders slumped a fraction. "We're stretched thin, agents. To blanket this town and the surrounding county with any hope of coverage, I need to borrow bodies from the next county. That'll take an hour, maybe 2, to get mobilized, briefed, and deployed. We're talking about hundreds of structures out in the sticks." "Do it," Shaw said without hesitation. She took a step toward him, closing the distance. "Call in every favor. Wake up every sheriff from here to Vicksburg. Track his last credit card transaction, ATM withdrawal, grocery store loyalty card scan. He's here somewhere. He didn't teleport. He's a man who needs gas, food, supplies. There's a trail." She pivoted to Katie, the movement deliberate, a shift of weight from one foot to the other. She closed the distance between them in 2 steps, her hands coming up to grip Katie's shoulders. The pressure was firm, anchoring, the fingers pressing into the muscle above Katie's collarbone. Katie felt herself stiffen instinctively before forcing herself to relax under the touch. Shaw's hands were warm through the fabric of her shirt. "Look forward," Shaw's voice dropped, forcing Katie to focus solely on her, blocking out the persistent hum of the lights, the distant, coded radio chatter from the dispatch desk. "And you called it. The pattern, Porter, the curriculum, all of it. I had my doubts." "Not anymore." She gave a slight, emphatic shake, not enough to hurt, but enough to make Katie's head nod slightly with the motion. "But knowing his name isn't enough. When he powers that phone up and sees missed calls from unknown numbers, or a neighbor mentions cops were asking about him, the game changes." He'll vanish and we'll be back to square one with another body. Her eyes locked onto Katie's, unblinking. The window is now. It's already closing. So what are we looking for? Katie asked, her own voice sounding thin in the quiet room. She swallowed, her throat dry. He's not at his house, not at the office. Where is he tonight? What's the occasion? Shaw released her shoulders, the sudden absence of pressure making Katie feel momentarily unmoored. Shaw turned back to the large county map tacked to the wall. It was a topographic survey, the paper slightly yellowed at the edges, the greens and browns of the land muted under the fluorescent glow. Red pushbins marked crime scenes, casting small, teardrop-shaped shadows. Shaw tapped the map with one finger, the nail clicking against a pushbin near the center. He's marked the Beltway sniper's spree. He left work to commemorate it. The anniversary is the occasion. The tribute is the event. She traced an invisible line on the map. But the Beltway snipers aren't just his next tribute. They're the inspiration for what he's becoming, the invisible, methodical predator who paralyses a community from a distance. The next entry in the curriculum is the Beltway snipers. He's studied them. He's internalized their methodology. The room was quiet, the silence now feeling charged, like the air before a lightning strike. Walk me through it, Katie said. She moved to the long, formica-topped table cluttered with files and empty cups. She spread her notes, the pages rustling loudly. She found the behavioral assessment she'd written through the night after the Delacroix plant, the pages covered in her own tight, slanting script. Her own handwriting stared back at her, the section on predicted escalation circled and underlined. The paper felt heavy, consequential. I flagged the snipers in the profile, but didn't build it out fully. I need to think out loud. I need to see it. Then think, Shaw said. She moved to the whiteboard on a wheeled stand, its surface streaked with ghostly remnants of previous diagrams. She uncapped a black marker with a sharp click. Start with what makes the Beltway snipers different from everything else in his curriculum. The fundamental shift. Katie looked down at the assessment, her eyes scanning the bullet points. The killers selected so far, Kemper, Ramirez, Jane, Holmes, all operated in private. Controlled, enclosed spaces. The violence was intimate, hands-on, the scenes constructed and hidden until he chose to reveal them. The Beltway snipers were the opposite of all of that. They were a rupture in the pattern. They operated in public, she said, the words coming slowly at first. That's the core distinction. Everything before this was staged indoors, in closed spaces, a museum after hours, an empty chemical plant, a remote farmhouse, a body dumped in a swamp. He controlled the discovery. He decided when we found it and what we saw. She looked up from the page, meeting Shaw's expectant gaze. The snipers operated in the open. Gas stations, parking lots, a school. Broad daylight. The fear was the point, not just the killing but the paralysis of an entire region. 3 weeks, 10 dead, the Washington-Baltimore area functionally shut down. People terrified to pump gas, to walk to their cars, to let their kids wait for the school bus. The terror was the real weapon. Shaw turned to the whiteboard and wrote in quick, blocky letters, public. Fear as product. Audience is everyone. The marker squeaked against the surface. His curriculum has been building to this, Katie continued, the logic assembling itself as she spoke, each piece clicking into place with a cold, dreadful certainty. Every previous tribute was for the 53 viewers on that dark web forum. A private performance for a select audience, a lecture for his disciples. The sniper's tribute is the broadcast to the general public. It's his jump from art house to mainstream, from curated exhibition to mass terror event. She paused, tapping her pen against the table. Tap. 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 It's also his most ambitious operation by an order of magnitude. The snipers worked as a team of two, a shooter and a spotter, a driver. He's alone. He'll have to simplify the method: one location, one elevated position, one firing line. He can't be mobile like they were. He'll pick a fixed point. A sniper nest, Shaw said, turning from the board. A single, pre-selected, defensible position. Yes. A fixed elevated position with clear sightlines to a target-rich environment. Somewhere people gather outdoors in numbers, where they feel safe, where the contrast between normalcy and violence will be most profound. Katie looked past Shaw to Sheriff Mitchell, who had been listening, his arms crossed over his chest. What's happening in Jericho Falls tonight? Any public outdoor events? Anything that draws a crowd, that would be on a community calendar. Mitchell's expression shifted, the weariness momentarily replaced by dawning alarm. A muscle in his jaw bunched and released. He uncrossed his arms and let them fall to his sides. The Delta Blues Festival, he said, the words heavy. Annual fundraiser for the County Arts Board. 3 stages on the old fairgrounds on the south end of town. Started at 6. Runs until midnight. He checked his watch, a utilitarian digital model on a nylon strap. It's going on right now. Maybe 300 people on a slow year, closer to 5 on a good one. It's clear tonight. It'll be packed. The silence in the room had a different quality now, sharper, more focused, vibrating with a new and terrible potential. Outdoor fairgrounds, Katie said quietly, almost to herself. She could picture it, the flat, open field, the temporary stages, the crowd milling between food trucks and beer tents. Multiple stages. Crowd concentrated in the open, under lights. Elevated structures, stage rigging, lighting towers, the old grain elevator on the south boundary of that property. She looked at Shaw, her pulse quickening. He's been to the fairgrounds. I'd bet my career on it. He's done his reconnaissance, his dry runs. He knows exactly which elevated position gives him the best angle, and the longest approach before anyone identifies the origin point. He's mapped the sightlines, the wind, the escape routes. Shaw was already at the table, pulling the County Geese map up on the laptop. The screen cast a bluish glow on her face as she typed, her movements efficient. The grain elevator, she said, her eyes moving over the satellite image. She zoomed in with quick clicks of the trackpad. It's disused. Belongs to the co-op. Sits on the fairground boundary, separated by a chain-link fence. 5 stories, flat roof, open-air observation deck on the 4th level. She traced a line on the screen with her finger. Direct, unobstructed sightline to the main stage area, maybe 200 yards. Access via an exterior metal staircase on the north face. Accessible from the adjacent service road, without ever entering the fairground perimeter. He can come and go unseen. He doesn't need a ticket, Katie said, the scenario crystallizing. He doesn't need to blend into the crowd. He approaches from the service road under cover of darkness, climbs the exterior staircase, sets up on the observation deck behind the railing. The crowd is 200 yards out, backlit by stage lights. The music is loud enough to mask the report of a rifle. She felt the cold settle into her bones, the specific, deep chill of a theory that has stopped being theoretical and has become a prediction of imminent, real-world bloodshed. He's already there. Or he's on his way. Right now. Shaw's jaw tightened a hard line. She straightened up from the laptop and looked at Mitchell, her posture rigid with command. I need you to get a unit to the fairgrounds right now. The closest one you have. Plainclothes if you have it, in an unmarked car. Do not announce, do not evacuate. A panicked crowd on open ground is a shooting gallery. I want eyes on that grain elevator. Quietly. No lights, no approach. Just confirmation of activity. Is there any way to shut down the event without causing a stampede? Mitchell rubbed the back of his neck, thinking fast. Not without announcing over the PA system from the main stage, he said, his voice grim. Which he'll hear if he's up there. It'd be like ringing a dinner bell. Then we don't announce. We contain. Shaw snapped the laptop shut with a decisive clack. Get officers into the crowd in civilian clothes. Jeans, t-shirts. Find the event coordinator, pull them aside, begin a quiet, staged movement of people toward the east exit, a fake power issue on the main stage, a sound problem, a gas leak scare, whatever you can sell. Slow bleed, not a rush. You have patrol officers who aren't in uniform tonight. Detectives. 2, Mitchell said, already pulling his phone from his belt. Detectives. Off duty, but I can call them in. They live in town. I do it. Tell them to come in civvies, armed. I want the elevator approached from the service road side, not the fairground side. No lights, no radio traffic on the open channel. If he's up there and he hears tactical chatter, he starts shooting into the crowd. Shaw's voice was flat and absolute, leaving no room for debate. We assume he is armed, positioned, and prepared to fire until proven otherwise. We treat the entire fairgrounds as an active kill zone. Mitchell was already moving, phone pressed to his ear, his voice dropping to a low, rapid-fire murmur as he stepped toward the dispatch desk. Jenny, patch me through to Detectives Ruiz and Hayes now. Then get me the event coordinator's cell number for the Blues Fest. Now. Shaw turned back to Katie. The pressure in the room had become a physical thing, an atmospheric weight pressing down on Katie's lungs. The stale air felt thicker, harder to breathe. You've tracked his mind this far, Shaw said, each word measured, deliberate. The curriculum, the ordering principle, the Delacroix plant. You called all of it. She held Katie's gaze, her dark eyes searching. Get inside his plan for tonight. Not just where he is, how he thinks about this tribute. The snipers had a signature beyond the kills. The calling card. What was it? Katie looked back at her notes, flipping a page to where she'd jotted down the key elements of the Beltway sniper case. John Allen Mohammed and Lee Boyd Malvo. They hadn't just shot people. They had left a tarot card at one scene, the death card, with a handwritten note, I am God. They had called the police, made demands, engaged in a twisted dialogue. The communication with law enforcement had been part of the operation, a demand for attention, for recognition on their terms. It was a performance with an audience of millions. They communicated, she said, looking up. They called it in. They left messages at the scenes. They weren't just killing, they were in a dialogue with the investigators, with the media, with the public. The communication was part of the tribute, part of the terror. It made the monster tangible. She met Shaw's intense stare. If he follows that model, he'll want us to know he's there. Not after. During. He'll want to be watched. He'll want credit. The dark web forum, Shaw said, nodding once. He'll want them to witness the culmination. He may be live streaming again. From the nest itself, Katie felt the certainty of it settle in her gut, a hard, cold knot. He streamed the Delacroix setup, the construction of the tribute. He'll stream this. It's the curriculum, the record has to be made in real time for his students. He'll want them to see the fear, the chaos from his vantage point. The ultimate first-person shooter. Shaw's phone buzzed on the table, a violent vibration that skittered the device across the formica. She snatched it up, answered, and immediately put it on speaker. Mitchell's voice came through, tight and controlled but edged with urgency. Agents. One of my deputies just spotted Porter's vehicle. Silver Toyota Camry, plate matches. Officer Benitez is on the other side of town, just finished a door knock. Where exactly? Shaw demanded, her fingers tightening around the phone. I sent Luke's hospital. Parked in the visitor lot, north side. Car S empty. No sign of Porter. Benitez is maintaining visual from a distance. Katie's blood went cold, a sudden flush of ice water in her veins. The pieces rearranged themselves with a sickening lurch. Jamie Walsh is there, she breathed, the words barely audible. In the ICU. He's the only surviving victim who saw Porter's face, who can place him at the scene. He's tying off a loose end before the main event, Shaw said, her voice flat with a furious, focused calm. Walsh is the only one who can id him. He's cleaning the canvas, erasing the witness. She turned her head toward Mitchell, who was listening, his face ashen. Get every unit converging on the hospital. No lights, no sirens until they're in the lot. I want every entrance, every exit covered. Stairwells, elevators, the roof. Mitchell's posture dropped slightly, a physical manifestation of the logistical nightmare. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Nearest available car is us here. Everyone else is either on the house surveillance, doing door knocks, or coming in from the county line. It'll be 30 minutes minimum to get any real authority to the fairgrounds. The hospital is 15 minutes from here with lights and sirens, but if we do that, we broadcast our response. Damn it, Shaw's eyes closed for 1 second of intense calculation, her lips pressed into a thin line. Then they snapped open. A new play. Mitchell, alert hospital security right now. Porter's description. Lock down Walsh's floor, no one in or out without ID. I head to the hospital. I can be there in 10 minutes if I drive hard. What if he's already gone? Katie said, the scenario running ahead of her, a cascade of grim possibilities. What if he's already in and out and Walsh is dead, and he's heading to the fairgrounds right now? We're standing here while he's moving. We're splitting our focus. Then I come straight to you, Shaw said, the decision sealed in her tone. I go alone. Faster, quieter. You take Mitchell, go to the fairgrounds. Your backup will be there in 30 minutes. You hold the perimeter on the service road side. Do not approach the elevator. Do not enter the fairground. You observe. You assess. You call it in and you wait. Her voice was stripped of everything but the operational core, every ounce of empathy sheathed in steel. You are a spotter. Not a breacher. Your weapon stays holstered unless you have no other choice. Is that clear? You want me there with just the sheriff? The fear was immediate, a cold surge that tightened Katie's stomach and made her palms damp. She wiped them on her pants. What if Porter is already positioned? What if he sees us on the service road, identifies us as law enforcement? He has a rifle. We're in a cruiser. Then you pull back, take cover, and call it in. You do not engage. Shaw stepped close, and this time there was no hand on the shoulder, no anchoring grip. Just her face, inches away, and the absolute absence of doubt in it. Her eyes were like chips of obsidian. Your job is to confirm the position and hold the perimeter until tactical arrives. One way or another, Ford, one of us ends this tonight. She held the look for a single, deliberate beat, letting the weight of the words sink in. You took the shot. You built this profile. See it through. She didn't wait for an answer. She grabbed her keys from the table, the metal jangling in her fist, turned on her heel, and her footsteps were a rapid, purposeful tattoo down the hallway toward the rear exit. The sound faded with distance until it was swallowed by the heavy crash of the fire door closing behind her. Katie stood in the sudden, profound quiet. She could hear the thin, rapid sound of her own breathing, the distant, staticky crackle of the dispatch radio, and now, faintly, carried on the night air through the precinct's thin walls, the pulse of a bass line, the distant shimmer of guitar notes. The festival was still running, the crowd still gathered, laughing and dancing, utterly unaware on the open fairgrounds in the thick Mississippi night. She looked at Mitchell, who was already shrugging into his brown sheriff's jacket, his face grim and set, the lines around his mouth deep grooves. He checked his sidearm, a practiced motion, and gave her a nod that was more resignation than reassurance. "Let's go," she said, her voice firmer than she felt. She gathered her notes, stacking them neatly, feeling the paper's texture under her fingertips, the tangible record of the nightmare they were walking toward. She slid them into her bag, the weight of it settling on her shoulder like an anchor. Mitchell led the way, his boots echoing in the silent hallway. They pushed through the front doors into the warm, humid night. The music was clearer outside, a bluesy lament drifting from the south end of town. Above them, the sky was a vast, stardusted black, indifferent to the small, desperate movements of the people below. The cruiser sat in its designated spot, a white and green Ford Interceptor. Mitchell unlocked it with a chirp from his key fob, the sound absurdly normal. He opened the driver's door and paused, looking across the roof at Katie. His eyes, in the dim light from the precinct sign, were tired and old. "You ready for this, Agent Ford?" he asked, not as a challenge but as a genuine question. Katie opened the passenger door, the interior light illuminating the worn seats, the crack in the dashboard, the shotgun locked in its rack. The familiar smells of old coffee and vinyl and cleaner washed over her. She took a breath, the air heavy with the scent of magnolia and distant rain. "No," she said honestly, sliding into the seat. "But we're going anyway." Mitchell gave a short, grim nod, got in and turned the key. The engine rumbled to life, and he pulled out of the lot, turning south toward the distant pulse of music and the dark, silent silhouette of the grain elevator waiting against the night sky. Chapter 24. The night pressed in, a tangible threat, but Nina Shaw was a weapon aimed to disrupt it. Her car cut through the gathering dark, the headlights carving a tunnel through the pines that crowded the two-lane road. The beams illuminated the ragged edges of the asphalt, the deep, rain-filled ruts on the shoulder, the sudden, startled eyes of a possum frozen for a second before it vanished into the underbrush. Streetlights, few and far between, painted brief, streaking bars of orange across the windshield before plunging her back into darkness. Each time the light hit, it flashed against the dashboard, glinting off the speedometer needle quivering at 75 in a 55 zone. Her hands were locked on the wheel at 10 and 2, knuckles pale, tendons standing in sharp relief. The leather of the steering wheel was cool and slightly tacky under her palms. Every mile toward St. Luke's tightened the knot in her stomach, a physical cinch just below her ribs that made her want to hunch forward. She resisted, keeping her spine straight against the seat, a soldier's posture. In her mind's eye, she saw Katie Ford sitting in that borrowed sedan, parked at the perimeter of the old fairgrounds, alone, the engine off, the interior dark. She saw her checking her watch, maybe reviewing notes on her phone, waiting for a sign that wouldn't come. All because of a theory that now felt dangerously thin, a house of cards built on academic parallels and gut feeling. The logic had seemed solid in the command post, with the map and the timelines. Out here in the moving dark, it felt like conjecture. Had she, in her haste to prove a point and crack a case, delivered a rookie agent directly into a predator's path? The question wasn't a whisper, it was a hammer blow against her concentration. No, the profile fit. The pattern held. The geographic centroid pointed to the swamp, the trophy-taking behavior was textbook, and the escalation was clear. She recited the facts like a mantra. She had to trust the work, the years of instinct, even as doubt gnawed at the edges of her focus, manifesting as a slight, unconscious tap of her right index finger against the steering wheel's leather seam. The tap. The tap. The tap. A tiny, rhythmic betrayal of the calm she projected. She became aware of it, forced the finger still. It felt heavy and alien. She shook her head once, a sharp, physical negation that made the muscles in her neck burn. The sheriff was tied up at the station with Walter Finch's processing. She was the only mobile asset, the only one who could verify the threat. Verification was now the only mission. Find Porter. Confirm his location. Either rule him out or bring him in. That was the procedure. That was control. She passed a darkened gas station, its sign dead, the pumps like skeletal sentinels. The town was giving way to the sparse outskirts where the hospital sat. She pushed the accelerator harder, the engine's growl deepening. The knot in her stomach pulled tighter. She skidded to a halt at the hospital's main entrance, the tires chirping in protest as she mounted the curb slightly, the front right wheel jolting over concrete before settling on asphalt. She ignored the designated parking slots and the white lines glowing under the harsh overhead lamps that cast a sickly, greenish-white light. The car lurched to a stop, and she was moving before the engine fully settled, throwing the door open and stepping out into the cool, damp air. The door chunked shut behind her, a solid final sound. The lobby was a pool of sterile, fluorescent light, a handful of people absorbed in their devices, their faces washed in pale blue from phone and tablet screens. A child played quietly with wooden blocks on a patterned carpet of muted blues and grays, the soft clack-clack of wood on wood, a strangely domestic, almost surreal sound against the backdrop of her urgency. Nina strode to the information desk, her boots sounding too loud, too deliberate on the polished vinyl floor, each step echoing in the high-ceilinged space. Her credentials were already in hand, flipped open to the badge and photo, her thumb holding the leather wallet taut. The receptionist, a young woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read, Marnie, looked up from a computer screen, her expression sliding from bored neutrality to mild alarm as she took in Nina's approach, her posture, the badge held out like a weapon. FBI, Nina said, her voice low but carrying an edge that sliced through the lobby's quiet hum and brooked no pleasantries. She didn't lean on the desk, she loomed over it, her shadow falling across the keyboard. I need your head of security. Now. The woman's eyes widened, the skin around them crinkling. She blinked rapidly, then fumbled with a radio clipped to her belt, her fingers clumsy on the large button. The Carl. To the front desk, please. Immediately, her voice was thin, reedy over the crackle of the radio. She looked back at Nina, attempting a professional smile that didn't reach her eyes. He'll be right. Nina was already scanning the corridors branching off the lobby, her body coiled, her head turning in sharp, efficient arcs. The left corridor led to administrative offices, dark now. The right to a pharmacy counter with a closed gate. Straight ahead, elevators. Her peripheral vision tracked a janitor pushing a mop bucket, the wheels squeaking faintly. A moment later, a door marked personnel only beside the elevators swung open, and a man with close-cropped salt and pepper hair and a crisply pressed security uniform emerged. He was in his 50s, with a solid, ex-military bearing. He took in Nina's stance, her expression, the badge still displayed, and gave a short, understanding nod. No wasted words. Agent Shaw. Got your bulletin. I'm Carl Riggs. This way. He held the door for her, and she moved past him, the scent of his starch-stiff uniform and faint aftershave cutting through the lobby's antiseptic smell. The door swung shut behind them, muting the lobby sounds instantly. They were in a short, dim hallway lit by a single fluorescent tube, the walls painted a gloss industrial beige. The air was warmer, smelling of stale coffee from a break room and the ozone tang of electronics. A second door, unmarked, stood ajar. Riggs pushed it open and gestured her inside. The monitoring room was small, dominated by a bank of 16 black and white screens mounted on a wall, each showing a different, silent angle of the hospital. The glow was the only light source, painting Riggs' face in a mosaic of gray light and deep shadow. The air was warm close. A desk held 2 keyboards, a trackball, and a half-empty mug of coffee next to a wrapped sandwich. Riggs stood before the screens, hands on his hips, his gaze already sweeping across them. I've scanned every accessible camera feed for the last 20 minutes, per your description, he said, his voice a low rumble. Silver Accord male, late 30s to 40s. Your guy isn't here. No car matching that in any of the lots. I checked visitor, staff, and the emergency overflow. Nina moved to stand beside him, her eyes not on Riggs but darting across the screens, looking for a shadow that didn't belong, a figure moving against the grain of the late-night hospital rhythm. She saw empty hallways, the parking lot with her own car parked haphazardly by the entrance, the ambulance bay quiet, waiting areas with a few slumped figures. Has there been any activity near the room holding Jamie Walsh? She asked, her voice clipped. She pointed to a screen showing a corridor with a uniformed security guard sitting on a chair outside a door. That's it. That's it. My guard on that floor reports it's dead quiet. Like a tomb. Just the kid and the nurse. No visitors logged since the mother left at 8. Blind spots? Her gaze was still locked on the screens, searching for the gap, the hole where a man could slip through. Only the long-term care wards on 4. Patient privacy, laws limit surveillance in patient rooms and those specific hallways. Stairs are to your left if you want a visual. Elevators are monitored. He tapped a screen showing an empty elevator car. Nina was already turning toward the door. Show me the stairwell camera for the last 10 minutes. 4th floor access. Riggs didn't question it. He leaned over the keyboard, his fingers tapping a rapid sequence. One of the screens flickered, the image jumping, then began to rewind in a jerky fast-forward. It showed the concrete stairwell, time-stamped in the corner. The rewind was a silent, ghostly ballet, a nurse descending, her coat flaring, a doctor ascending, his head down, a janitor with a cart 10 minutes prior. Then nothing but the empty, grey-lit well. Riggs let it play forward at normal speed. The stairwell remained empty. And nothing. It meant nothing. A smart man would take the stairs, keep his head down, avoid the cameras he knew were there. I'm going up. Maintain your scan. Alert me the second you see anything. Anyone approaching the fourth floor, anyone matching the description entering the building. Will do, Riggs said, his eyes already returning to the bank of screens, his posture alert. Nina was out the door and moving. The concrete stairwell door was heavy, with a push bar that clunked loudly as she shoved through. Inside, the air was several degrees cooler, and carried a faint, clean scent of industrial cleaner that didn't quite mask an underlying damp must smell. The space echoed with the sharp, solitary report of her footsteps, each one a hard punctuation mark in the silence. The stairs were painted battleship gray, the edges worn to concrete by decades of traffic. She took the steps two at a time, her breathing controlled but audible in the hollow space, a steady ha-ha that matched her rhythm. The burn started in her thighs almost immediately, a familiar, welcome ache that grounded her. Her mind ran scenarios on a loop, each one branching, each one worse. Porter arrives to finish the job, uses the stairs, is in the room with Walsh right now. Porter is already here, hiding in a supply closet. Porter is just a doctor visiting his father, and you're about to blow the case and your credibility on a wild goose chase. The last one was the most dangerous, because it offered the temptation of relief. She shut it down. She hit the fourth-floor landing, her hand going to the door handle. She paused for a half-second, listening. Nothing but the hum of the building. She pushed the door open slowly, just a crack, and peered through. The fourth-floor corridor was a silent, gleaming tube of buffed linoleum and pale green walls, illuminated at intervals by recessed lighting that created pools of light separated by stretches of softer shadow. The silence here was different from the lobby's muted activity, a hushed, heavy quiet, broken only by the distant, mechanical sigh of a ventilator from somewhere down the hall. It was the quiet of held breath, of waiting. She stepped out, letting the door sigh shut behind her. Her boots were quieter here, a soft scuff on the waxed floor. She passed the open door to pediatric long-term care, glancing in. A night light shaped like a star cast a soft, yellow glow over a single small form asleep under a blanket, a tangle of dark hair on a pillow. A parent, a mother, was slumped in a vinyl chair beside the bed, head bowed in exhausted sleep, one hand resting on the rail of the bed. The intimacy of the scene, the vulnerability of it, was a small, sharp blade twisting in her gut. This was what they were supposed to protect. She looked away, her jaw tightening, and moved on. The entrance to the intensive care unit was 20 yards ahead. A sealed double door with a large glass panel, reinforced with wire, and a black call button on the wall. A sign listed visiting hours and protocols. She pressed the button. A tinny, disembodied voice, filtered through a cheap speaker, answered after a moment. Visiting hours are... FBI, Nina interrupted, holding her credentials up to the glass so the badge caught the light from the corridor. She made sure her face was visible, her expression neutral but firm. I'm looking for a Dr. Evan Porter. Has security contacted you about a potential situation? A pause filled with the faint hiss of static. She could see a shadow moving behind the frosted glass of the nursing station inside. No, ma'am. But Mr. Porter is right here visiting his dad. I'll let you in. The lock disengaged with a heavy, metallic clunk that vibrated through the door frame. The doors swung inward silently on well-oiled hinges. A wave of warmer, denser air washed over her, carrying the complex scent of antiseptic, illness, sterile linen, and underlying human sweat. The nursing station sat just inside, a horseshoe desk littered with charts, monitors with glowing waveforms, and a half-eaten yogurt. A young man with a clipboard and blue scrubs looked up from a computer screen, his expression puzzled but not alarmed. He had the weary eyes of someone on a long shift. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice quiet, respectful of the unit's atmosphere. "A doctor." "Porter," Nina repeated, her eyes already scanning past him. The unit was a landscape of soft, rhythmic beeps from heart monitors, the hiss of oxygen, and curtained bays on both sides that created small, private worlds of medical crisis. The lighting was subdued, punctuated by the brighter glow of individual bed lights. "Bed 13, straight down on the right," the nurse said, gesturing with his pen down the central aisle. "Bed." The word landed wrong, a misfit in the context of an ambush. It made no tactical sense. A predator wouldn't be sitting at a bedside. A cold trickle, distinct from the earlier nod of doubt, started down her spine, a slow drip of ice water. She moved past the nurse without another word, her senses hyperalert. The beeps seemed to sync with her pulse. She passed curtained bays. From one came the sound of ragged breathing, from another, the quiet murmur of a nurse's voice. She found number 13. The curtain was half-drawn, the fabric a faded, institutional blue. She stopped just outside the gap. An elderly man, hairless and frail, his skin like parchment stretched over delicate bones, sat propped in the bed at a 45-degree angle. An oxygen tube ran under his nose, and a clear IV line was taped to the back of one thin, veined hand. He blinked at her slowly, his eyes a milky, unfocused blue, his expression one of mild, detached curiosity. There was no fear, no recognition. "Looking for someone?" A familiar voice asked from behind her, to her left, from the shadowed space between two curtained bays. Nina spun, her right hand flying to her hip, her fingers finding the textured grip of her sidearm under her jacket. Her weight shifted instantly to the balls of her feet, her body turning to face the voice, her eyes scanning for threat, for weapon, for intent in the half-light. Her heart hammered a single, hard beat against her ribs. Dr. Evan Porter stood there, not in scrubs or a lab coat, but in faded jeans and a plain, gray cotton shirt, the sleeves rolled to his elbows. He held a foam cup of coffee in one hand. He took a quick, stumbling step back at her violent reaction, raising his free hand in a placating gesture, palm out, the coffee sloshing slightly over the rim onto his fingers. He winced, more at the heat than her movement. "Whoa. Oh, be easy." "Everything all right, Agent?" His voice held genuine, confused concern, edged with startlement. Her gaze raked over him in a fraction of a second, a forensic assessment honed by 1,000 confrontations. No scratches on his hands or face. No recent abrasions on his knuckles. No tension in his shoulders or jaw, they were slightly slumped, the posture of a man carrying fatigue. His eyes were clear but tired, with faint smudges beneath them. His expression wasn't the flat, calculating calm of a predator caught. It was open, puzzled, his brow furrowed. Her fingers relaxed slightly from her weapon's grip, the pressure easing, but she did not move her hand away from the butt of the gun. The cold trickled down her spine became a stream. "What are you doing here, doctor?" Her voice was tight, a wire pulled taut. "Visiting my father." He gestured with his coffee cup toward the man in the bed, his expression softening with a weariness that looked decades old, deep-seated. He stepped past her, careful, non-threatening, and pulled a visitor's chair closer to the bedside. The chair legs scraped softly on the floor. He sat down, the movement natural, unguarded, his body folding into the seat with the heaviness of long hours. He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes on the old man. "I left the morgue early. We've got a backlog you wouldn't believe, but family comes first." He looked from her to his father and back, his brow furrowing deeper. "Is there a problem?" He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. "Has something happened? Is it about the Duchamp case?" "I gave my statement." His father. Nina's eyes darted back to the old man, Arthur Porter, who was now watching them with quiet, detached interest, his head tilted like a bird's. Then her gaze, sweeping the cubicle for any sign of threat, any hidden weapon, caught on a detail she'd missed in her first scan. A flimsy, crepe paper banner taped to the curtain rail above the bed. The letters were slightly crooked, cut from different colored paper. "Happy birthday, Arthur." A cluster of mylar balloons, deflated now, was tied to the foot of the bed rail. The pieces crashed into place with silent, brutal clarity. The birthday. The family celebration mentioned in the file, the reason for his early departure from work. It wasn't a tribute to the Beltway snipers, a twisted anniversary marker for a sniper operation. It was a simple, human vigil for a sick, dying parent. The key Jamie Walsh had driven into his attacker's cheek with his last strength would have left a gouge, a scar, a scab. This man's skin was clear, unmarked, the stubble on his jaw ordinary. His presence here was not a cover for violence, it was the entirety of his purpose tonight. Their suspect, their meticulously profiled unsub, was a phantom. They were chasing a shadow while the real monster was elsewhere, his timeline uninterrupted, his next move already in motion. The profile was wrong. The centroid was wrong. She was wrong. A cold wave washed over her, starting at the crown of her head and sinking down through her chest to her gut, a sensation so visceral it momentarily stole her breath despite the warm, still air of the ICU. It was the feeling of the ground dissolving beneath her feet. The carefully constructed narrative of the case shattered, and in the silence of the shattering, a new, more terrible sound emerged. The ringing of a phone in an empty car at the edge of a dark field. "Doctor," Porter repeated, setting his coffee down on the bedside table with a soft tap. The concern was etching deeper lines around his eyes. He stood up, not aggressively, but as if to meet her on equal footing. "Why were you looking for me?" "At this hour." "Has there been another incident?" Nina manufactured a thin smile, a conscious flex of facial muscles that felt alien, like cracking clay. She forced her hand away from her hip, letting it fall to her side, the fingers flexing once to dispel the tension. "A misunderstanding, Dr. Porter." "My apologies." She kept her voice even, a professional monotone layered over the churning dread. "I saw your sedan in the lot, the only silver Accord around here. I assumed you were responding to a case. I didn't mean to interrupt your family time." She turned to the elderly man, meeting his milky gaze, forcing her expression into something approximating polite regret. "Happy birthday, sir. My apologies for the disturbance." She didn't wait for a response. She was already turning, her body moving before the words were fully out of her mouth. She walked away from bed 13, her pace brisk but controlled, not a retreat but a strategic withdrawal. She felt their eyes on her back, the doctor's confusion, the old man's benign curiosity. The nurse at the station glanced up as she passed, but she didn't meet his look. She hit the door release button, and the heavy door swung open. She stepped through, and it swung shut behind her with a final sounding, airtight thump that sealed her out of the world of the innocent and back into the corridor of her failure. The sterile hallway seemed to tilt, the lines of the floor wavering for a second. She braced a hand against the cool green wall, her fingers pressing into the paint. The breath she took was sharp, involuntary. Katie. Her phone was in her hand, her thumb finding Katie Ford's contact in her favorites list before her brain had fully articulated the command. She pressed call and brought the phone to her ear, already walking fast, her boots scuffing loudly now, abandoning stealth. Then she broke into a jog, the phone clamped to her ear. It rang. A calm digital trill. Once. She passed the pediatric long-term care door, the star-shaped nightlight a blur in her periphery. Twice. She pushed through the stairwell door, the metal bar cold against her palm. 3 times. The sound was maddeningly normal, routine. Then, the click of voicemail and Katie's recorded voice, professional and slightly formal. You've reached Katie Ford. Leave a message. Damn it, the curse was a hissed breath. She called again, her pace increasing to a full run down the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time, her free hand skimming the railing for balance. The same sequence. Ringed. 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 A voicemail. No answer. Not even a hint of a connection, a failed ring, a network message. Just the implacable, polite invitation to leave a message. The implications unfolded like a nightmare in her mind, vivid and unstoppable. Katie, disciplined, paranoid about procedure, would have her phone on, would have it set to vibrate and ring, would have answered a call from her senior agent on a surveillance stakeout unless she couldn't. Unless she was engaged in a confrontation. Or compromised. Or lying somewhere where the phone rang unheard. Her boots hammered down the stairs, the impacts jarring up her legs into her hips, the sound of frantic, echoing staccato that matched the sudden, galloping rhythm of her heart. The cool air of the stairwell did nothing to cut the heat flooding her face. She hit the sheriff's number as she burst through the ground floor lobby doors, the heavy door banging against the wall. The cool night air hit her face like a slap, carrying the smell of damp grass, turned earth from the hospital's flower beds, and the metallic hint of distant rain. It picked up on the second ring. Mitchell, his voice was gruff, edged with the long day fatigue she knew well, the sound of a man settling into a chair with a bad coffee. Get to the fairgrounds. Now, the words were bitten off, urgent, leaving no room for question. Is your relief there? Are you clear? A beat of surprise, then his voice sharpened, the fatigue vanishing. Just walked in the door at the station. My deputy's taking over. I'm en route. What's happening? She heard the jingle of keys, the creak of a chair, footsteps quickening on a hard floor. So am I. Porter's clean. He's at the hospital with his father. It's not him. She was at her car, fumbling the keys from her jacket pocket. The metal was cold in her sweating hand. What? Mitchell's voice sharpened further, becoming a blade. Then who? The timeline's still live, she cut in, yanking the car door open and sliding inside in one motion. The interior smelled of old vinyl and her own adrenaline. If Porter's clean, the killer's not here. He wasn't diverted. He's at the festival grounds. Right now, she shoved the key into the ignition, the action violent and precise. The engine roared to life, a loud, aggressive growl in the quiet night. And Ford's there, Mitchell said, the realization dawning in his tone, transforming into raw alarm. It wasn't a question. She's there, Nina confirmed, her voice dropping into something low and deadly, as she pulled the seatbelt across her chest with a sharp zip. And she's not answering her phone. Move, Sheriff. Lights and sirens. I'll meet you there. She didn't wait for his reply. She ended the call, tossed the phone onto the passenger seat where it skidded against the file folder still lying there, and threw the car into gear. The transmission engaged with a solid clunk. She stamped on the accelerator, her foot hitting the floorboard. The tires squealed, a sharp, tearing protest against the asphalt as she wrenched the wheel, pulling a hard U-turn in the wide entrance drive. The rear end of the car slid out for a heart-stopping second, the tires losing purchase before catching with a lurch. The force pushed her against the driver's side door. Then the car surged forward, the engine screaming as it pushed her back into the seat. The night outside the windshield was no longer just dark. It was a void, an open mouth into which Katie Ford might have already disappeared. The streetlights became a streaking, continuous blur of orange, the dashed centerline on the road, a hypnotic, racing pulse she aimed for and devoured. Her mind, usually a chamber of cool analysis, of weighted probabilities and behavioral templates, was now a single, screaming directive that overrode all higher function. Get there. Get there now. Every second of the drive from the hospital, every red light she blew through with a glance and a gut check, every deserted intersection she crossed with her heart in her throat, was a lifetime in which the scenario could play out to its worst, inevitable conclusion. She saw the map in her head as if projected on the windshield, the isolated location of the old fairgrounds on the town's eastern edge, the hulking silhouette of the grain elevator at its boundary, the long, dark service road that wound past it, the dense thickets of trees providing endless cover. A perfect hunting ground. A perfect sniper's nest. She had sent Katie there alone, to watch a location they thought the killer might be drawn to. She had positioned the bait, and now the bait was silent. Her jaw ached from being clenched so tight her teeth felt fused. Her hands were welded to the wheel, her arms locked. The speedometer needle hovered at 90, the car vibrating around her. She took a curve too fast, the tires protesting again, the centrifugal force pulling her hard to the side. She corrected barely, her movements minute and fierce. The town flashed by, a closed diner, a darkened video store, a lone streetlight illuminating a plastic bag caught in a fence, dancing in a spectral breeze. She was a lone projectile aimed at the heart of the gathering storm, carrying with it a cargo of pure, undiluted dread that had a taste, coppery and sour, at the back of her throat. The theory was ash. The profile was dust. All that remained was the desperate, speeding hope that she was not already too late. Chapter 25. He had parked 2 miles out and walked in. This was not improvisation. He had planned for it, the same way he had planned everything. In layers, each decision made weeks in advance and stress-tested from multiple angles before it was committed to. The car was at a trailhead parking area off Parish Road 14, a gravel pull-off used by hunters and hikers accessing the Cypress Sloughs to the west. He had left it there 3 times before tonight, on reconnaissance runs, to establish the vehicle as a familiar presence. The first time had been a Sunday afternoon, 2 weeks prior. He'd driven out, parked between a mud-splattered pickup with a dog box and a sedan with a kayak rack, and had simply sat for an hour, reading a map under the dashboard light as dusk fell. He'd noted the comings and goings, a family returning from a hike, their voices tired and cheerful, a lone fisherman in waders loading his gear, a county maintenance truck slowing, its driver giving the lot a cursory glance before moving on. The second run was on a Tuesday evening. He'd arrived later, after dark, and had walked the perimeter of the lot, his boots crunching softly on the gravel, listening to the wind stir the tall pines that bordered the space. He'd timed how long the headlights of passing cars on Parish Road 14 illuminated the tree line, calculating the intervals of exposure. The third time, he'd parked and had walked the exact route he would take tonight, a dry run with a weighted backpack, marking the soft spots in the ground and the best approach to the fence line in his mind. Each visit was a data point. The vehicle, a common, mid-sized SUV with local plates, was now part of the scenery. It would not be remembered. The walk itself was part of the architecture. The Beltway snipers had operated from a vehicle, the blue Caprice with the modified trunk, because they needed mobility across a wide geographic area. His operation was fixed. One location, one night, one elevated firing line. The vehicle was a liability after the fact, not a tool during. The ones who stayed free were the ones who made themselves impossible to place at the scene. He would be impossible to place. He had thought about this for a long time. The night was cool and wet, the Delta air heavy with the smell of sawgrass and standing water and the distant wood smoke from the festival grounds. He could hear the music from here, a faint, low throb carried on the wind, bass frequencies that traveled farther than the melody, a rhythmic pulse in the otherwise still dark. 300 yards. Maybe 4. He moved along the fence line of the abandoned cotton processing facility on the south boundary of the fairground property, staying in the shadow thrown by the building's wall, his footsteps quiet on the wet grass. The equipment case in his right hand was a solid, familiar weight, its handle a textured rubber that bit into his palm. He switched hands periodically, feeling the pull in his shoulder, adjusting his gait to keep the case from swinging and striking his leg. The ground was uneven, tufts of grass hiding shallow depressions filled with rainwater. His boots, dark suede with soft rubber soles, sank slightly with each step, releasing a faint scent of damp earth. He had studied the snipers the way he studied all of them. Completely. The case files, the trial transcripts, the investigative retrospectives, the books written by the detectives who had hunted them. He had particular respect for the operational discipline of the first 3 weeks, the randomness of target selection, the variation of locations, the absence of a discernible pattern that had paralyzed the investigation for so long. The randomness was deliberate, he understood that now. It was an analytical weapon. Give the investigators nothing to pattern match against, and they would exhaust themselves chasing ghosts. The fear was the product, not the body count. The body count was just the proof of concept. He had improved on the design in one significant way. Mohammed and Malvo had needed to, because they had chosen to operate across an entire metropolitan corridor. He had reduced the footprint to a single venue, which meant he could operate alone, which meant there was no partner to break, no second set of DNA, no second phone signal to triangulate. Simplification was its own form of sophistication. He had thought about this as well. His hand found the rifle case in the dark, a hard-sided equipment case, matte black, indistinguishable from anything a sound technician or a lighting rigger might carry to a festival. He had carried it openly from the trailhead, walking the service road with the unhurried confidence of someone who belonged. He had passed no one. The service road was for vendors and crew, and at this hour the vendor traffic had ended. He had timed it. The walk from the trailhead had taken 26 minutes. He knew because he had timed that, too, on the third reconnaissance. The case had been waiting where he'd left it that afternoon, tucked into a dense thicket of wax myrtle 10 yards off the service road, invisible from the path. His fingers had brushed the cool, slightly damp plastic, finding it by touch alone. He'd lifted it, feeling the shift of weight inside, and had slung the strap over his shoulder before stepping back onto the gravel road. The grain elevator rose against the sky at the property's southeast corner, 5 stories of weathered concrete with an observation deck on the 4th level and a flat roof above it. He had been on that roof twice during daylight hours. The first visit, posing as a property assessor, had been an exercise in audacity. He'd worn a khaki vest, carried a clipboard with a schematic of the fairgrounds, and had walked right past a groundskeeper on a riding mower, offering a curt nod. He declimbed the stairs slowly, making notes on the clipboard, feeling the sun warm on his back. On the observation deck, he'd leaned against the parapet, his eyes not on the clipboard but on the sightlines, mentally drawing vectors from the north corner to the stage area, noting the placement of light poles, the movement patterns of the few early workers below. The second visit was at 5:17 on a cool, misty morning. The fairground was empty. The service rode a strip of gray asphalt fading into the fog. That time he'd climbed quickly, his breathing steady, his hands touching the cold railing. He'd spent 45 minutes on the roof that time, lying prone on the gritty tar paper, using a laser rangefinder to confirm the distances his maps had provided. 212 yards to the center of the stage. 208 to the front barrier. He knew the exterior staircase on the north face. He knew the landing at each level, the condition of the railing, the 2 steps near the 3rd floor landing, where the concrete had cracked and heaved and needed to be stepped over rather than on. He knew that the 4th level observation deck had a low parapet wall running its perimeter, 30 inches high, sufficient to use as a rest and to break his outline from below. He knew that from the north-facing corner of that parapet, the main stage was 212 yards away, and the crowd gathered before it was open ground with no obstructions between his position and the target area. 212 yards was well within the effective range of the rifle. He had confirmed this at a private range in Arkansas 3 months ago, using the same ammunition he was carrying tonight, in conditions deliberately chosen to approximate the worst case. The range was a strip of cleared land belonging to a reclusive gun enthusiast he'd found through encrypted channels. He'd paid in cash, no names exchanged. The wind had been gusting that first day, kicking up dust devils across the 250-yard berm. He'd set up on a folding table, the rifle secured in its vise, and had fired 10 rounds methodically, waiting between gusts. The paper target, when retrieved, showed a cluster of 9 holes within a circle he could cover with his spread hand. The 10th was an outlier, a flyer just outside the grouping. 9 out of 10 rounds in a 10-inch grouping at 250 yards from a rested position. He had gone back the following week and done it again, because repetition was the only honest measure of capability. That second session, he'd fired from a prone position, using the bipod simulating the parapet. The grouping tightened to 8 inches. 9 out of 10 was not good enough. He had practiced until it was 10 out of 10, spending hours on the fundamentals: breath control, trigger squeeze, follow through. He'd dry fired until the action was a thoughtless extension of his nervous system. On the 3rd visit, under a light drizzle, he'd fired 5 10-round strings. Each string produced a single, ragged hole in the center mass of the target. 10 out of 10 repeatable. He was not a man who left capability to assumption. He came around the south corner of the processing facility, and the grain elevator was ahead of him, a dark mass against the darker sky, the festival lights from the fairground throwing a faint orange wash on the lower concrete. The music was clearer now. He could distinguish the guitar line from the bass, could hear the crowd noise beneath it, the collective low roar of several hundred people in an open space at night. He registered it without sentiment. His face was a placid mask, his jaw relaxed, his eyes scanning the structure ahead with a mechanic's dispassion. The sound was a technical variable, nothing more. The ambient noise would mask the report at the source. By the time the crowd registered the sound, if they registered it as a shot rather than as part of the performance, the interval between report and impact would already have elapsed. He had read the accounts. In the Beltway attacks, witnesses had frequently not recognized the sound as a gunshot until after they saw someone fall. He reached the base of the staircase and paused. An old habit. He stood motionless for a full 60 seconds, letting his senses range outward, listening for footsteps, for voices, for the specific quality of silence that meant he was unobserved. He counted his own heartbeats, felt the slight chill of the night air on the back of his neck. The service road behind him was empty, a black ribbon between darker fields. The fairground perimeter fence to his left had a gap where a section of chain link had been removed for a utility access and never replaced. Through it he could see the backs of festival goers, dark shapes moving in the orange-lit field, carrying cups drifting between the stage areas. A woman stumbled, laughing, caught by her companion. A man stood alone, face tilted up toward the stage lights. None of them were looking in his direction. He began to climb. The staircase was steel mesh over a welded frame, bolted to the elevator's concrete face. His footsteps were near silent in the soft-soled boots he had chosen specifically for this. The case was heavier than it looked, and he kept his center of gravity low on the stairs, his left hand on the cold, gritty outer rail, letting the weight swing slightly outward away from the elevator face to avoid the case catching on the concrete. He ascended one step at a time, his muscles working smoothly. He passed the first landing, a small square platform littered with dried leaves and a crumpled beer can. The second landing was cleaner. At the third, he saw the cracked section ahead. The concrete had split diagonally across two treads, the rebar within rusted and exposed. He lifted his foot, placed it carefully on the solid edge of the step above the damage, shifted his weight, and brought his other foot over without letting the case dip. He did not break stride. The fourth landing opened onto the observation deck, a low gate of rusted metal that swung inward on a hinge that protested slightly. A thin, metallic squeal that was barely audible over the festival noise, but which he had noted on his reconnaissance. He had brought a small bottle of machine oil for this. Setting the case down, he fished the bottle from a side pocket of his jacket. He unscrewed the cap, applied 3 drops to the hinge pin, working it back and forth with his hand until the metal moved smoothly, silently. Then he pushed through onto the deck. The view from the 4th level was everything the satellite image had promised and more. He set the case down on the deck surface, the concrete gritty and cool, even through the fabric of his pants as he crouched beside it, taking in the panorama with the methodical sweep he used for any new environment sector by sector, near to far, low to high. The fairground spread below and to the south. The main stage was lit in red and gold, the crowd before it a shifting mass of dark shapes and pale faces. He could see individual people clearly at this distance, could distinguish a man from a woman, could read a shirt color, could track the movement of a specific person through the crowd if he chose to. The parapet wall ran along the south face of the deck exactly as he remembered, its top surface worn smooth by decades of weather. He ran his fingertips along it. It was dry and coated with a fine, powdery dust. He moved to the north corner, where the angle to the stage was cleanest, and set his case down beside the parapet with a soft thump. He opened it. The latches released with twin, precise clicks. The interior was lined with dense gray foam, custom cut. The rifle was broken down into 2 components, as he had transported it, the barreled action and the stock chassis assembly. Assembly took 90 seconds with his eyes open, 45 from feel alone. He had practiced in the dark of his bedroom until 45 was consistent, sitting on the edge of his bed, his hands moving by memory while he stared at the wall. He assembled it now in the low ambient light from the festival, his hands moving through the sequence without conscious direction. He lifted the stock, felt the cool polymer against his palm, then aligned the rail interface with the corresponding slot on the barreled action. He pushed them together until he felt the solid connection, then rotated the locking lever. It seated with a satisfying, muted clunk. Each step connected to the next in the smooth chain of practiced motion. He attached the scope last, lifting it from its foam nest. He aligned the mounting rings with the Picatinny rail, slid it forward until it stopped, and tightened the first screw with a coin from his pocket, then the second. He torqued them to the precise setting he had marked with a tiny dot of white paint pen on the adjustment collar. The zero was confirmed at 250 yards. He was shooting at 212. He had calculated the adjustment, a fraction of a minute of angle, and confirmed it at the range. He did not need to think about it. He settled the rifle across the parapet wall, the bipod legs extending with a soft snick-snick. The feet found the flat concrete. He leaned into the stock, his cheek finding the exact spot on the comb where it always rested. He put his eye to the scope. The stage came up in the glass, the resolution clean and immediate. The crosshairs were sharp, black lines against the magnified world. The band was mid-song, the guitarist moving across the stage, his fingers a blur on the fretboard. The crowd pressed close to the stage barrier, a sea of upturned faces. He swept the scope left along the crowd, the image panning smoothly. He saw a vendor handing a drink over a counter. He swept right. He let the crosshairs drift across faces, a woman with her hair up, laughing at something, her head thrown back. A man with a child on his shoulders, the child's small hands clapping. A couple with their arms around each other facing the stage, swaying slightly. He observed them with the same detached inventory he brought to everything, the same quality of attention that had let him stand in the east wing of the Beaumont building and wait, motionless, for 4 hours, listening to the old watchman's footsteps approach, recede, and approach again. He pulled back from the scope, the world shrinking back to normal scale. He reached into his jacket pocket. The phone was a burner, a cheap prepaid model purchased for cash at a big box store in Memphis 6 weeks ago. He had used it for one purpose only. He powered it on, the screen glowing a pale blue in the darkness. He waited for the connection, watching the signal bars flicker and stabilize. He opened the forum application, a simple icon on the bare home screen. The stream indicator was green, ready. He checked the small clip-on camera he had mounted earlier on the parapet wall's corner, its lens no larger than a pencil eraser. It was angled to capture the scope view, a slice of the parapet, and his profile from the right. He adjusted it a millimeter, tightening the mounting clip. He checked the frame on the phone screen. It showed the rifle's scope, his hands on the stock, and the edge of his shoulder and jaw. It was correct. He clicked the broadcast button. A red dot appeared on the screen, then turned to a pulsating green. Live. He said nothing to the camera this time. There was nothing to explain. His breathing remained even. The Delacroix broadcast had been about preparation, about the architecture of the work. This was the work itself. He put his eye back to the scope and let the camera capture what it captured. A specific, quiet satisfaction settled in his chest, a feeling like a key turning in a well-oiled lock. He took a slow, deep breath, feeling his shoulders drop half an inch, and released it in a controlled stream. The music from the stage drifted up on the night air, clear and bright at this elevation, the delta blues moving through the warm dark below him like something alive. He could hear the slide guitar now, a weeping, resonant line that hung in the air. He settled his breathing. In through the nose, slow and measured, filling his diaphragm. Hold for a count of 3. Out through the mouth, controlled, steady. He had practiced the breathing as deliberately as he had practiced the shooting, because the one determined the other. On the exhale, in the pause before the next inhalation, the body was at its stillest, the heartbeat between beats, the moment of minimum tremor. He had read this in a military sniper manual and had confirmed it with 1,000 repetitions on the range, with a biofeedback monitor strapped to his finger until the pattern was autonomic. Below him, the crowd moved and swayed and did not look up. He found the first face in the scope and held it. The crosshairs rested, unmoving, on a point just below the jawline. He felt the night air against his skin, the solidity of the concrete beneath his elbows, the perfect alignment of his body with the rifle. Everything else was noise. Everything else was distance. Chapter 26. He was running ahead of schedule. This was not unusual. Preparation compressed time. When every variable was accounted for, and every contingency mapped, execution became a matter of moving through preconfirmed steps rather than making decisions, and decisions were where time went. He had walked the final 2 miles from the trailhead in just under 30 minutes, his equipment case a familiar weight in his hand, his boots finding the same packed earth path along the fence line without conscious thought. The night was cool and wet, the air smelling of damp earth and distant, stagnant water. The festival music was a faint, rhythmic throb on the breeze, growing incrementally louder as he approached the property line of the abandoned cotton processing facility. He had used the same entry point as before, a section of chain-link fence behind a rusted-out boiler where the metal was already bowed inward. He slipped through without a sound, crossed the overgrown lot, and scaled the maintenance ladder on the south side of the grain elevator with the practiced ease of a man climbing his own stairs. He was on the observation deck of the grain elevator at 11:47, 13 minutes ahead of the midnight window he had planned for. He used the extra time to verify his 0 against a fixed reference point on the stage rigging, a cross brace he had measured on his reconnaissance at 207 yards. He settled the crosshairs on the spot where 2 steel beams intersected, a perfect, unmoving X. He held his breath, let it out slowly, watched the reticle float with the faint pulse of his own heartbeat. It settled exactly where it should. He confirmed the wind, which had dropped to near nothing in the last hour. A single leaf, caught on a strand of bunting near the stage, hung motionless. Of a still night. He adjusted for nothing. The festival was at its peak. He could see this clearly through the scope. The crowd before the main stage had compressed as the headline act came on, the outer edges drawing inward, the spaces between people narrowing to inches. This was the phenomenon he had anticipated and planned around. A crowd at maximum density was not the optimal condition. The firing line would be crowded, and individual target acquisition would take longer, but it was the condition that maximized the product. Fear required witnesses. An empty field produced no witnesses. Through the scope, the scene was both hyperreal and utterly detached. He could see the sweat gleaming on a man's forehead, the pattern of flowers on a woman's blouse, the foam from a spilled beer soaking into the grass. But these were data points, textures to be noted and dismissed. The sound that reached him was a muffled, bass-heavy thump, the crowd noise a distant ocean roar, entirely separate from the crystal-clear image in the optics. The disconnect was complete. He settled into the position he had rehearsed at the range, prone on the deck surface, elbows on the folded shooting mat, cheek against the stock. The rifle settled into him, the weight familiar and balanced. The bipod legs, extended and locked, carried the rifle's weight so his hands were free to make small adjustments, his fingers resting lightly on the grip and the smooth curve of the trigger guard. The parapet wall ran 18 inches above his head when he was prone, giving him cover from any ground-level sightlines, while the scope cleared it cleanly. He had tested this geometry on his second reconnaissance visit by lying on the deck with a rangefinder held at scope height. It worked exactly as calculated. He took a final, deep breath, let it out slowly, and felt his body settle against the cool concrete. The architecture was finished. He was inside it. He swept the scope across the crowd. The people in it were close enough to read. He could see expressions, a woman laughing, her head thrown back, a group of young men swaying with the music, their eyes glazed, a child on a man's shoulders reaching toward the stage lights with chubby, grasping fingers. He moved the reticle without feeling. The scope transformed them into geometry, into distances and angles, and the relationship between a crosshair and a point of aim. He had understood from the beginning that this was the prerequisite skill, the thing that separated the capable from the aspiring. You had to be able to look through a scope at a human face and feel the same thing you felt looking at a paper target at the range. He had developed this ability methodically, through repeated practice with the scope on everyday situations, crowds at sporting events, commuters at a bus stop, until the distance the glass created became absolute and permanent. It was not numbness. It was precision. He felt a calm so deep it was like stillness itself. He let the reticle settle. On the observation deck, in the minutes before midnight, with the music drifting up from below, and the stars very bright above the flat delta, and the forum counter ticking upward on the phone clipped to the parapet, 61 viewers, 70, 78, he felt the specific quality of satisfaction that came only at this stage of an operation. Not the hot urgency of the approach, not the procedural calm of the setup. This was something stiller and more complete. He blinked slowly, his eye never leaving the scope. Everything from here was execution. He found his first target and held. A man in a red plaid shirt, standing still amidst the swaying crowd, looking at his own phone. The crosshair rested on the center of his back. Below and to the south, at the service road gate in the fairground's east fence, Katie Ford put her shoulder against the chain link and pushed through the gap where the padlock hasp had been cut. The discovery had happened 10 minutes earlier. Sheriff Mitchell, moving along the service road on his approach run, his boots crunching softly on the gravel, had seen it from 20 feet away. The padlock itself lay in the weeds, a master lock still looped through the hasp. The steel shackle had been severed cleanly, the cut ends gleaming silver in the beam of his flashlight against the darkened, galvanized metal of the fence. He hadn't touched it. He'd keyed his radio, his voice a low, flat rasp in the secure channel's earpiece. East service gate. Padlocks cut. A clean cut. He's been through here. Katie, positioned 50 yards back near a parked catering truck, had heard it. She'd pressed her own mic. A copy. Maintain position. I'm moving to the gate. Mitchell's response was a single click of acknowledgement. Now she pushed through the gap. The cut ends of the hasp snagged briefly on her jacket, then released. The chain link rattled softly, a sound swallowed instantly by the wall of noise from the festival. She had her Glock out, held in a two-handed grip close to her body. The festival noise was loud at this distance, the bass frequencies physical against her sternum, a deep thrum she felt in her teeth. The crowd noise was a constant low roar beneath the music, a shapeless sound of thousands of voices. The lights from the main stage threw the grain elevator into stark relief against the sky, a dark, massive shape on the boundary, its exterior staircase a thin black ladder on its north face. She could see the deck. Not clearly. The fourth level was in shadow, the festival lights not reaching that high. But she had been watching from the service road for 4 minutes before she moved, her body tense, her eyes aching from the strain of staring into the patchy darkness. And she had seen it, a faint, intermittent orange point of light at the parapet's north corner. A phone screen. Inactive. It had glowed, then dimmed, then glowed again, as if someone was checking notifications or a live counter. It was the only point of light on that dark silhouette. It was all she needed. Mitchell was behind her on the service road, coordinating the plainclothes officers who were moving through the crowd on the radio's secure channel. Terse, professional exchanges whispered in her ear. Team 2, in position at the South Merch tent. Copy 2. Begin gentle drift east. Use the family reunification announcement. Team 3, crowd is sticky at the Central Beer Garden. Need a nudge. Copy 3. Stage manager will kill the bass line on the next chorus. Use the break to redirect. The operation was running. The crowd was being moved, the stage drained toward the east exit already in progress. A sound problem announced over the PA 5 minutes ago, the stage manager in Mitchell's ear doing exactly as instructed. The voice had come over the loudspeakers, calm and apologetic. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing a brief technical issue with our main sound system. Please bear with us. For your safety, please begin moving calmly toward the east and west exits. We'll have this resolved shortly. The movement was slow and incomplete. There were still several hundred people in the field. But the density directly before the main stage, the prime firing line, had thinned as people drifted toward the exits or turned to look toward the PA towers, confused, their festive mood turning uncertain. She reached the base of the elevator and paused, her back against the rough, cold concrete, listening. Above her, nothing. No footfall, no scrape of metal. The festival noise covered everything at ground level, a blanket of sound. She looked up the exterior staircase, the steel mesh treads rising in a straight, unforgiving line along the elevator's north face. 4 flights to the observation deck. 40-odd steps. Each landing was a small, exposed platform. She would be visible, a moving silhouette against the sky, for the entire climb if he looked down or if the scope's field of view swept north. She had one advantage: he was facing south, toward the stage and the crowd. The staircase was behind him, at his 5 o'clock. He would have to physically turn his head, or his rifle, nearly 90 degrees to see it. His attention, his entire operational focus, would be on the crowd and the stage. She holstered her Glock. She would need both hands for the climb, and presenting a weapon on the stairs was a greater risk than being unarmed for the ascent. The arrest would happen on the deck or not at all. She started climbing. She used the same technique she had learned in close quarters training, weight on the outer edge of each tread to minimize flex and sound, her hand on the inner vertical support rail, rather than the outer railing to keep her profile close to the elevator face, her movement slow and deliberate rather than fast and noisy. The first step was a commitment. She placed her foot carefully, tested her weight, felt the steel grid give a barely perceptible sigh. The festival noise was her ally here, covering the small sounds that were unavoidable, the faint creak of a tread, the brush of her jacket against the railing, the rush of her own breath in her nostrils. She focused on the rhythm: step, pause, shift, wait, next step. The world narrowed to the feel of the cold rail under her palm and the next metal tread. At the second landing, she paused and listened, pressing herself against the concrete wall. Her heart was a steady, heavy drum in her chest. Nothing from above. Just the distant, distorted music and the crowd. As she looked down, the ground had fallen away, the service road gate now a small, dark gap in the fence line. She could see Mitchell's silhouette, a solid shape near the catering truck, his head tilted as he listened to his radio. She turned and continued. At the third landing, she could see the deck above her, the underside of the concrete lip, stained with decades of rust and water, the rusted metal gate standing open on its freshly oiled hinge, the sky beyond it a deep velvet blue speckled with stars. The orange phone light was no longer visible from this angle. He was up there, just beyond that lip. She slowed further, every sense straining. 3 more steps to the gate. She moved them one at a time, pausing between each, listening for any change in the pattern of sound from above. There was only the festival. On the final step, she could see a slice of the deck floor through the open gate, stained concrete, a discarded cigarette butt, the shadow of the parapet wall. She came up through the gate onto the deck in a low crouch, her body coiled, her hand going to her holstered Glock. He was 10 feet away, prone on the deck surface behind the parapet, the rifle resting across it on a bipod, his eye to the scope. His profile was to her, he was facing south, completely absorbed, a statue of concentration. The phone was clipped to the parapet to his right, its screen visible, a small rectangle of blue-white light showing a numeric counter, 112 viewers. A small, high-quality camera was mounted beside it on a mini tripod, its lens angled out over the parapet. Broadcasting. She registered all of it in the 2 seconds. She held position in the crouch, her back against the cold iron of the gate post, her fingers finding the textured grip of her pistol. The air up here was cooler, carrying the faint smells of rust, old grain dust, and the distant, greasy aroma of festival food. Before she could move, before she could speak, he moved. His finger, already inside the trigger guard, took up the slack. She saw the subtle tightening of his shoulder under his dark jacket. He squeezed the trigger. The crack of the report was enormous in the open air. A concussive flat bang that tore through the blanket of festival noise and rolled out over the fairground and the delta beyond it. It wasn't like a gunshot in a street or a room. It was sharper, louder, a sound of finality. Through the scope he would have seen the result, or the absence of one. The area immediately before the stage was no longer dense. The plainclothes officers had done their work, and the crowd had moved, and the shot, aimed at the man in the red plaid shirt, found only churned earth where he had been standing moments before. The round kicked up a small geyser of dirt and grass 20 feet from the stage. He pulled back from the scope, a quick mechanical motion. His head came up an inch. He had heard the round impact on open earth rather than the wet thump of a body strike, and the quality of the silence that followed, a sudden, stunned hush that washed over the nearest section of the crowd before the screaming started, told him what had happened before his mind fully processed it. His plan, his perfect architecture, had a flaw. The crowd had been manipulated. Katie came off the gate post. She covered the 10 feet in 3 long, silent strides, her Glock now up and extended in a solid isosceles stance. She placed the muzzle firmly against the back of his head, right at the base of his skull, before he had completed his turn toward the unexpected sound of the crowd's reaction. "Don't," she said. The word was quiet, devoid of panic or anger. She had not shouted it, had not announced herself, had delivered it the way Shaw delivered everything operational, as a statement of fact rather than an instruction. He understood it immediately as both. His hands, which had started to move toward the rifle's bolt to chamber another round, stopped. They hovered for a fraction of a second, then relaxed. "Release the rifle," she said, her voice low and even. "Hands where I can see them. Do it slowly." His right hand opened. His fingers uncurled from the pistol grip. The rifle, now unsupported, rocked slightly on the bipod. His hands came up and out, palms forward and empty, the gesture of a man who had run the probability and arrived at the correct answer. Resistance here was illogical. He turned his head slowly until his profile was toward her. The phone screen threw its blue-white light across one side of his face, the sharp line of his nose, the curve of his cheekbone, the corner of his mouth. She could see the eye that was turned toward her, pale and intelligent in the electronic glow. The same pale, assessing intelligence she had seen in the autopsy photos, in the forensic record, in the long, patient work of the man who had stood beside them in the morgue and smiled his careful, knowing smile. "Agent Ford," Porter said. His voice was steady, almost conversational. Whatever she had expected, rage, fear, the volcanic eruption of a plan destroyed, it was not this. He was composed, his breathing measured, as if he had anticipated arriving at this exact moment and had prepared for it the way he prepared for everything. He blinked once slowly. "You're faster than I expected." "Hands locked behind your head," she said, ignoring the comment. "And now." He complied, the movement smooth and unhurried. He brought his arms down and behind him, his fingers interlacing at the back of his skull. She kept the Glock pressed against the base of his neck, the metal hard against his skin, and reached with her free hand to the small of her back for her handcuffs. The hard plastic case snapped open. She pulled one cuff free, the steel cold in her fingers. Below, the festival was dissolving into chaos. The music had stopped abruptly. The crowd was moving in confused, scrambling streams toward the exits, a roar of frightened voices rising to replace the beat. Mitchell's voice came through her earpiece, cutting through the noise. "Shots fired, grain elevator, I need units now. All units converge on the grain elevator east of the main stage. Ambulances on standby." His tone flat and controlled, but layered over a current of urgent motion. She could hear the first shouts of deputies, the crackle of other radios in the background. She clicked the first cuff onto Porter's right wrist, pulling it snug until it ratcheted closed. His skin was cool and dry. He didn't look at her. He looked out over the parapet at the fairground below, at the crowd dispersing under the garish festival lights, at the stage standing empty and lit like a ghost ship. His expression was one of detached analysis. "The record is made," he said, with the tone of a man noting a fact about someone else's work. He wasn't referring to the shot. He was referring to the broadcast, the viewers, the documented attempt. The evidence of his intent was now immutable, saved on servers somewhere. The lesson, however interrupted, had been delivered. "Weapon down," she said, her own voice hardening. "Face down on the deck. Now." He went down without resistance, lowering himself first to his knees, then leaning forward until his cheek rested against the gritty concrete of the deck. His cuffed wrist rested in the small of his back. She planted a knee firmly in the center of his spine, not enough to injure, but enough to pin him, and pulled his left arm back to secure the second cuff. The mechanism clicked shut with a final, satisfying sound. She stood over him, the Glock still in her hand, her breath coming hard now from the climb and the adrenaline crash. She could feel the sweat cooling on her back under her jacket. The phone on the parapet was still live, the green on air indicator still glowing steadily. The camera's red recording light was a tiny, unwavering dot. The counter read, 129 viewers. The chat scroll on the screen was a frantic blur of question marks and exclamations. She reached over, her fingers brushing the cold metal of the phone case, and tapped the red end stream button on the screen. The indicator went dark. The screen reverted to a menu. The silence from the device felt sudden and profound. Below the first siren, a long, rising wail crossed the fairground perimeter, cutting through the chaos. Then another and another, converging from the town, from the county, a chorus of response. The blue and red lights began to strobe against the lower levels of the grain elevator, painting the rust in fleeting, urgent colors. Chapter 27. The barrel of her Glock didn't waver, pinning him to the concrete parapet. Her grip was a vice, knuckles white, the polymer frame warm from her hand. The front sight post was a black notch centered perfectly on the hollow of his sternum, rising and falling with his slow, even breaths. One twitch, one fractional shift of his weight forward, and she'd put a round through his center mass. The night sky above was a vast, starless black, the only light coming from the distant, dying glow of the festival below. A sodium orange smear against the horizon, punctuated by the frantic, sweeping blue and red of newly arrived emergency vehicles. The air up here was cooler, carrying a damp breeze that lifted the fine hairs on her forearms. Weapon down. Now. He didn't rush. His eyes, dark and assessing, held hers as his fingers uncurled from the rifle's stock. They were ordinary hands, clean, with short, trimmed nails. He opened his grip with a deliberate, almost casual release. The long, dark case clattered onto the gritty concrete deck, the sound loud and final in the open air, echoing slightly against the metal silo behind him. He didn't look away, his posture relaxed in a way that felt like a deliberate challenge. His shoulders were loose under the dark hoodie, his weight balanced evenly on both feet as if he were waiting for a bus. It set her nerves on edge, a prickling awareness that traveled up her neck and tightened the muscles across her stomach. Predators didn't stand this calmly in the crosshairs. They flinched, they threatened, they tried to talk their way out. This was the stillness of a chess player who'd seen the endgame. On your knees. Her voice was ice, each word clipped, leaving no room for interpretation. Hands locked on top of your head. She took a half step forward, her boots scraping on loose grit, closing the distance to just under 10 feet. The space between them felt charged, a minefield of potential movement. The fading sounds of the dispersing crowd were a distant murmur now, mixed with the faint, rising wail of sirens, a chaotic symphony from another world. I'm a federal agent. At this range, I don't miss. Try me. He lowered himself slowly, his movements controlled and economical, watching her the whole way down. His knees hit the rough concrete with a soft, dry scrape. He didn't wince. His palms settled against the dark fabric of his hoodie, fingers laced together. His eyes never left hers, a fixed point of unnerving calm in the center of her world. He was breathing through his nose, steady and deep. Katie breathed through her mouth, forcing her own breaths to be even, fighting the adrenaline spike that wanted to make her chest heave. Where is Shaw? The thought was a spike of anxiety, sharp and cold in her gut. It was more than a procedural concern. It was a visceral need for a second set of eyes, for cover at her six. Cuffing him alone was a risk. 100 risks. He was bigger than her, and that calm was a reservoir of unpredictable energy. Procedure said wait for backup. But procedure hadn't accounted for this moment, for him being right here, contained, his weapon on the ground. She needed to keep him contained, keep him talking until backup crashed up the exterior stairs. Every second of dialogue was a second he wasn't trying something, a second closer to the heavy tread of deputies on the metal steps. This was the moment she'd trained for. The dry fire drills and scenario simulations in Quantico's Hogan's Alley, but all she felt was a cold, clean hatred burning through the adrenaline. He was a predator, a virus in skin, and she had zero desire in this moment to understand the broken machinery inside his skull. That clinical curiosity, the profiler's itch, could wait for the bright lights and recording equipment of an interrogation room. Here now, with the night wind chilling the sweat at her temples, she just wanted him neutralized. A zip tie around his wrists, his face pressed against the cold concrete. A hood. Enough. With deliberate slowness, a theatrical slowness that felt like a power play, he reached up with both hands, unlacing his fingers. His movements were smooth, unhurried. His fingers found the hem of the fabric, the gray material bunching in his grip. He pulled it back, peeling it away from his head like shedding a second skin. The sound of the fabric sliding over his hair was a soft whisper. First, the hairline was revealed, a neutral brown, cut short and neat. Then the forehead, pale in the dim light. Then the full face. Katie's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, involuntary hitch that she stifled instantly. It was Dr. Porter. The face revealed was a stranger's. Lean, unremarkable, with a straight nose and thin, pale lips that were currently set in a neutral line. A nasty, purpling cut was swelling around his left eye, the skin split and angry, a fresh souvenir from Jamie Walsh's desperate fight. The bruise bloomed from the eyebrow down to the cheekbone, a violent splash of color on an otherwise bland canvas. A wave of professional shame hit her, manifesting as a hot flush that crept up her neck and into her cheeks. She felt it burn. Her grip on the Glock tightened reflexively, the front sight dipping for a millisecond before she forced it back to center mass. She'd been so certain, built the entire tactical approach on that certainty, and she'd been wrong. The profile had fit, the logic was sound, but the face was wrong. The miscalculation was a tangible weight in her chest, a leaden feeling that compressed her lungs. She'd seen Porter's smug academic detachment in every move, heard his lecturing tone in the killer's methodology. And she'd been blind to the man right in front of her. He looked utterly ordinary. The kind of guy you'd pass in a grocery aisle without a second glance, someone stocking shelves or changing a tire on the side of the road. His hair was a neutral brown, cut short and neat. Nothing in his features, the set of his jaw, the spacing of his eyes, the unremarkable ears, screamed monster. It was the most terrifying thing about him. She'd spent years profiling the infamous, viewing them through the distorting filter of their known atrocities, their mugshots forever frozen in rage or madness. This man had no filter. He was just a man. And that was the core of the horror. Evil didn't wear a grotesque mask, it wore a face you'd forget in a crowd 5 minutes later. His eyes held hers, and they were just eyes. Dark, watchful, intelligent. Not blazing with fanaticism, not dead and shark-like. They were the eyes of a man considering a problem. "I'm your son," he said, his voice flat, devoid of the theatricality she'd expected. It was a statement of fact, delivered without inflection. "I'm your brother. I'm everywhere." "Spare me the monologue," Katie snapped, the anger flaring to cover the shame still simmering beneath. She adjusted her grip, her finger resting alongside the trigger guard, the pad of her index finger brushing the cool, curved metal. "Quoting them just signs your confession." "It's pathetic," She wanted to puncture his calm, to see a flicker of irritation. "You think you know me?" A faint, curious light entered his eyes, as if he'd found an interesting bug under a microscope. His head tilted a degree. "I found you, did I?" She shifted her stance, a deliberate lateral step that moved her to fully block the top of the exterior staircase. The cold, flaking metal of the railing, pressed against her shoulder, blade through her jacket. She was now a barrier between him and the only obvious exit. "A bed, Jane. A maid shade. Holmes. The Beltway snipers. You're doing the curriculum. A documented record." "This place," she gestured slightly with the muzzle. A tiny, controlled motion indicating the fairground spread out below, now a chaotic mosaic of flashing lights. It fit the sniper's profile, a public gathering, a high vantage point civic terror. A festival in all but name. You even mimicked their timing, the chaos of a Friday night. You just used a different weapon. A faint smile touched his lips, a subtle creasing of the skin at the corners that didn't reach his eyes. The expression was chilling in its blandness. "You caught on." When, he seemed genuinely interested, as if evaluating her performance. "After Jane. The Beaumont building. The date, the weapon, the post-mortem display." It was too precise to be coincidence. She kept her voice level, feeding him just enough to keep him engaged, to keep those hands on his head. She watched his fingers, looking for tension. "But you knew from the start, didn't you? You planned this structure." She put a slight emphasis on the last word, inviting him to elaborate, to claim ownership. He gave a casual shrug, the movement making the muscles in his shoulders shift under the fabric. Her own grip tightened in response, the front sight not wavering. "And not really." Not at first, his tone was conversational, confiding. "The first one, the hitchhiker, that was just something to do. An impulse. But afterwards, cleaning up, I realized it was a Jane thing. The blunt force, the display. The idea just grew from there. Why not document the progression? It gave it a purpose. A curriculum, like you said." He said curriculum with a soft, precise diction like a professor. "You killed people to build a curriculum?" She couldn't keep the disgust from her voice, a raw edge cutting through her professional control. Her jaw tightened. "It passes the time." His smile widened, showing a glimpse of straight, white teeth. It was a cold, empty expression, devoid of any real humor. "Which lesson did you appreciate most?" The question, so casually delivered, landed like a physical blow just below her ribs. It wasn't a taunt, it was a genuine inquiry, his head cocked slightly as if asking her opinion on a series of lectures he'd delivered. A cold nausea twisted in her stomach, a sudden cramping that made her want to double over. Her mouth went dry. She had to consciously swallow before she could speak. "They're murders, not lessons. They're victims, not exhibits." Each word felt thick in her throat. "But you studied them." He tilted his head the other way, his hands still resting placidly on his head, fingers interlaced. He was perfectly still except for his mouth. "You know the details. The bone saw Jane used, the acid vats Holmes preferred, the specific nest Mohammed and Malvo used in Tacoma. That's a kind of fascination, Agent. A dedicated study." He shifted then, sinking smoothly from his knees into a low crouch, a more comfortable position. His thigh muscles coiled ready. Katie tracked the movement minutely, the sights of her Glock now leveled at the bridge of his nose. The cut over his own eye gleamed wetly in the faint light, a dark, oily line. "We've read the same books," he continued, his voice dropping to a conversational tone, intimate in the vast, dark space. Consumed the same case files, the same historical analyses. We're just on different sides of the glass. You observe. I enact. Hands stay where I can see them, she ordered, her voice hardening, pushing authority into it. He was getting too comfortable, too chatty. The dynamic was slipping, the balance of power tilting from her armed command toward a twisted dialogue. She needed to reassert control. Palms flat on your head. Now. He complied, slowly repositioning his hands, but the damage was done. The crouch was a more aggressive posture than the kneel. He was a spring compressed. You're nervous, he stated it plainly, a clinical observation. Your grip is too tight on that pistol. I can see the tendons in your wrist standing out like cables. Your breathing's shallow, you're holding it, then taking little sips of air. First big field takedown. First time you've had one of us in your sights? He said us, as if he belonged to a club and she was the bouncer at the door. Shut up, the words came out sharper than she intended, a crack in her armor. You're all alone here with me. He pressed on, his gaze relentless, pinning her as effectively as her gun pinned him. I've been listening. No radio chatter from your hip. No footsteps on the stairs, no heavy breathing from someone holding position just out of sight. Your friends aren't coming, are they? You're afraid you'll have to kill me to get off this deck. And you're afraid that if you do, you'll lose the chance to pick my brain, to have your moment with the architect. That's the real prize for you people, isn't it? The interview. The book deal. The understanding. He spat the last word, and for the first time, a flicker of something, contempt, maybe animated his bland features. Her finger tightened on the trigger, taking up the slack until she felt the firm, familiar resistance of the trigger break point. The desire to shut him up, to erase that smug, knowing expression with a roar of gunfire, was a white-hot impulse in her veins. She saw it in her mind's eye, the jerk of his head back, the spray of red against the gray concrete behind him. She forced it down, her breath hissing out between clenched teeth. She wanted him in a cell, not a coffin. Justice wasn't a quick exit. It was a long, slow accounting in a room with bad acoustics and a two-way mirror. Anyone else up here? She asked, her tone shifting to one of practical necessity, ignoring his provocation. She let her eyes flicker for a millisecond to the dark doorway of the silo control room behind him. Empty, the lie came easily, automatically. She put steel behind it, locking her gaze back onto his. Your curriculum ends tonight. You're the only show in town. She willed it to be true. The silence from the staircase at her back was a growing void. I could still complete the record, he said, his gaze turning predatory, losing its clinical detachment as it scanned her from head to toe in a slow, appraising sweep that made the skin on her neck prickle. It was the look a butcher gives a side of beef. Holmes was a methodologist, a builder of castles. The snipers were an escalation, a shift to pure terror. The live stream is the documentation. 53 people watched the castle being built at the plant. Tonight, more watched it operate. You ended the broadcast, but the record was made. I'm adaptable. The syllabus can accommodate improvisation. His eyes lingered on her throat, then dropped to her weapon hand. This gun says otherwise. She took another small step forward, her boot grinding grit. Now she was close enough to see the individual pores on his face, the faint blonde stubble on his chin and cheeks, the way the swelling around his eye was pulling the lid down slightly. She could smell him, a faint odor of clean sweat, concrete dust, and underneath it, the sharp, coppery scent of the blood from his cut. You won't use it. He stared directly down the dark tunnel of the barrel, unblinking, as if daring it. You need me breathing. I'm your validation. I'm your career-making case. A dead suspect is just a paperwork problem, a use of force review, a headline about trigger-happy Fed. A live one is a victory. A trophy. You'll walk me out in cuffs and every camera down there will be on you. He was dissecting her motives, laying them out on the concrete between them. I don't give a damn if you breathe another second, she hissed, the fury breaking through her professional veneer, hot and immediate. He was right, and that was the most infuriating part. The cold hatred she felt warred with the profiler's driving need to know, to solve the final equation. The conflict must have shown on her face. Prove it. He didn't move, didn't flinch. He simply presented himself, his chest open to her, his face a blank challenge. I'm right here. Center mass. You've got the shot. But you won't take it. Because you're a good student. And good students follow the rules. They wait for the bell. They don't interrupt the lecture. Sheriff's deputies are 2 minutes out. She layered her voice with a certainty she didn't feel, pouring every ounce of conviction into the statement. The silence of the night was a heavy, pressing thing, broken only by the far-off sirens. No thud of boots on metal stairs. No crackle of a radio. Where was Ninath? The doubt was a cold trickle down her spine. Had the call from the hospital been the real play all along? A masterful piece of misdirection. Had Shaw and Mitchell and every available body raced to St. Lucas on a wild goose chase, leaving her here alone, following the breadcrumbs he'd left specifically for her? The profile had been so clear, the logic so compelling. But what if the logic was a trap? What if he'd built the curriculum knowing exactly how a profiler would read it, leading her here, to this isolated deck, to a confrontation with no witnesses? The doubt was a momentary crack in her armor, a fissure in her laser-focused concentration. Her mind split for a fraction of a second. Was he right? Was this a setup, and her body responded before she could stop it? The tension in her leading shoulder, the one holding the gun, eased a fraction. The unwavering aim of her pistol, held for so long, dipped a millimeter as muscle fatigue and sudden uncertainty whispered through her. Her stance, previously rooted and aggressive, softened at the knees as the weight of her isolation truly hit her. It was all he needed. He moved with a speed that belied his previous calm. It wasn't a lunge, it was an uncoiling, a release of pent-up potential energy so fast it was almost a single blur of motion. His left hand shot out, not toward her, but to the side, fingers splayed. They snatched the nylon-carrying handle of the rifle case from where it lay on the concrete. In the same fluid, continuous motion, he swung it in a short, brutal, horizontal arc. There was no wind-up, no telegraph of the shoulders. He used the momentum of his grab and the twist of his torso. The hard-edged, metal-cornered case was a dark blur cutting through the space between them. Katie saw it coming a split second too late. Her brain registered the movement, screamed a warning, but her body was lagging, betrayed by that moment of hesitation. She tried to pivot, to bring the gun back on target, to step back, but her feet felt rooted. The corner of the case, leading with a reinforced metal edge, smashed into the outside of her right wrist with a sickening, crunchy impact. She felt the vibration travel up the bones of her arm. A bolt of white, electric pain shot up her arm, blinding in its intensity, short-circuiting all thought. Her fingers spasmed open, utterly numb and useless, as if the connection between her hand and her brain had been severed by a hatchet blow. The Glock, a solid, familiar weight a moment before, a part of her own body, was suddenly gone. It spun from her deadened grip, a black polymer pinwheel catching the faint ambient light in a dizzying arc. Time seemed to slow, each frame etched in terrible clarity. She watched, helpless, as her service weapon clattered against the metal railing with a sharp, metallic clang. The sound was obscenely loud. It hit the concrete deck beyond, bouncing once-twice, each impact a tiny, final gunshot of sound. It skittered across the gritty surface, spinning, before coming to rest a good 12 feet away, near the edge of the deck. It lay on its side, a useless piece of machinery, the muzzle pointing at nothing, the grip facing the starless sky. The pain in her wrist was now a deep, throbbing ache that pulsed in time with her hammering heart, competing with the sudden, cold vacuum of fear that opened in her chest. Her right hand hung limp, fingers curled involuntarily. She was disarmed. She was on an exposed deck 100 feet in the air with a killer. And the man in front of her was no longer on his knees or in a crouch. He was rising, unfolding to his full height, the rifle case now held in a firm, two-handed grip like a short, clumsy club. His ordinary face was transformed, the blandness burned away by focused intent. The psychological duel was over. The physical one had just begun, and she had lost her queen on the opening move. He didn't advance immediately. He stood there, holding the case, his eyes scanning her, assessing her reaction to the pain, to the loss of her weapon. His breathing was still even. "You got here faster than I expected," he said, his voice still calm, almost appreciative, as if critiquing a colleague's work. "The cut padlock. That was clever. I miscalculated your rate of deduction. I allotted 90 seconds for you to find it, process it, and decide to breach. You did it in 60, maybe less." A minor error in an otherwise flawless syllabus. He took a single, deliberate step forward, his boot settling firmly on the concrete. The distance between them, which had felt like a safety zone, now felt like the reach of his weapon. Katie forced her left hand down, her fingers scrambling for the retention hood of her holster. Her right hand was a lump of agonized meat. She had no secondary on her ankle. Her mind raced through the options. Charge him, try to close the distance before he could swing that case again, retreat toward the staircase, but that would give him the high ground and possibly access to her fallen gun, shout for help that wasn't coming. The training modules flashed, disarm, control, survive. But the modules assumed 2 working hands. He took another step, closing the gap to 6 feet. He hefted the case, testing its weight. The metal corners glinted dully. "The lesson isn't over, Agent Ford," he said, and hearing her name in his flat, calm voice was more violating than anything else so far. "The final exam is always practical." He feinted a swing high, a jerk of his shoulders, and Katie flinched back, her left arm coming up instinctively to guard her head. But the swing didn't come. He was testing her reactions, studying her. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. He was enjoying this. The pedagogy was now hands-on. From below, a new siren joined the chorus, closer this time. A spotlight from a police helicopter suddenly swept across the distant tree line, a brilliant white beam cutting through the darkness, missing the top of the silo by hundreds of yards, but illuminating the swirling mist in the air. The light didn't reach them, but it was a reminder of the world below, a world that was now responding to the chaos he'd authored. His eyes flicked toward the light for an instant, a momentary distraction. It was her chance. The only one she might get. Gritting her teeth against the fire in her wrist, Katie Ford dropped her weight, ignored the case in his hands, and launched herself forward, not at his body, but at his legs, leading with her left shoulder, a desperate, low tackle aimed to take him off his feet and turn this into a brutal ground fight where the weapon might be neutralized. She poured every ounce of strength, every spark of fury, into that single, explosive movement. The deck rushed up to meet her. Chapter 28. A brutal impact against her temple sent Katie Ford reeling from the observation deck, her body crashing onto the unforgiving concrete. The world swam in a haze of pain. The side of her face felt numb and hot at the same time, a deep, ringing throb setting up a rhythm that pulsed in time with her frantic heartbeat. She tasted copper. Her cheek was pressed against the gritty, rain-slicked surface, and she could smell the damp night air and the faint, sour tang of rust. Her vision blurred, the open deck elongating and contracting in a nauseating wave. She blinked hard, trying to force her eyes to focus, but the darkness was a smear of grays and deeper blacks. The impact had come from her blind side, a thunderclap of force that bypassed all her training. She'd been focused on the sniper, on the rifle he'd dropped, on the moment of confrontation, and she'd forgotten the first rule of a dynamic entry: clear your corners. He hadn't been in the stairwell. He'd been waiting, pressed flat against the outer wall of the elevator housing, a shadow within shadows. Through the throbbing in her skull, she spotted her service weapon lying several feet away, a dark, angular shape against the pale concrete. The man was already advancing, his footsteps a heavy, deliberate thud-thud-thud on the hollow deck. The rifle, the one he'd used as a sniper's tool, was now in his hands, reversed, the heavy stock sweeping down toward her head in a short, vicious arc. She threw up an arm, the bone of her forearm taking the brunt of the blow with a jarring shock that traveled up to her shoulder. The force drove her elbow into the concrete, sending a fresh lance of pain through her joint. She scrambled backward, pushing with her heels, her palms scraping on grit and rough aggregate to gain her feet. Darkness swallowed the deck, the only light a weak, jaundiced spill from the open doorway to the stairwell behind her, casting his silhouette into a towering, shapeless monster. She could hear his breathing, quick and excited, a panting sound that filled the open space. He was just a shape, a bulk in a dark hoodie and jeans, his features lost in the backlight. A shape detached from the shadows, rushing her with a guttural sound that was more animal than human, a wordless, aggressive roar that echoed off the metal walls of the grain elevator. She sidestepped the clumsy charge, her back scraping against the rough concrete railing, the fabric of her shirt catching and tearing with a soft RR rip. The momentum of his rush carried him past her, and she used that second, that stumble, to bolt back into the relative safety of the stairwell landing, her eyes scanning the floor for her pistol. It was gone. The space where it had fallen was empty, just scuff marks on the dust. Her breath hitched, a sharp, painful intake that caught in her bruised throat. He'd kicked it or picked it up. The thought was a cold spike of fear. Unarmed, concussed, in a confined space with a man who had just been prepared to kill dozens from a distance. Searching for this, his voice came from the doorway. He stood there, holding the rifle in one hand and her Glock in the other, aimed shakily in her direction. The barrel weaved in a small, erratic circle, tracing a wobbly figure eight in the air between them. A nasty grin split his face, stretching the skin tight over his cheekbones, his lips pulled back from his teeth. An agent. A bonus. This is perfect. He took a step into the landing, his eyes wide and glittering with a kind of manic delight, the pupils huge and black in the dim light. He was younger than she'd expected from his profile, maybe late 20s, with a lean, hungry look. His hair was dark and stuck to his forehead with sweat. The grin didn't reach his eyes, which were flat and assessing even in their excitement. Katie stared down the barrel. Her own weapon, an extension of her training, Now a black eye pointed at her chest. His posture was all wrong. The tense, wide-eyed stance of someone who'd never fired a gun outside a movie, both arms locked straight, shoulders hunched up near his ears. A cold calculation cut through her fear, a sliver of ice in the hot rush of panic. She felt her own breathing slow, forced it to deepen, her ribs expanding against the tightness in her chest. She focused on his hands, ignoring the wavering muzzle. His finger was curled around the trigger guard, not the trigger itself, the pad resting on the metal curve. His grip was white-knuckled, the tendons standing out on the back of his hand like cords, trembling with the raw buzz of adrenaline. He was holding the Glock too high, his thumb perilously close to the slide. If he fired, the recoil would likely jam the web of his hand, maybe even cause a stovepipe malfunction. Small details. Lifelines. "You'll miss," she said flatly, forcing her voice to be steady, devoid of the tremor she felt in her limbs. She took a half step to the side, forcing him to adjust his aim, the muzzle jerking to follow her. The movement was exaggerated, nervous. "The safety's probably on. See the little lever? On the side. It's a little tab." She kept her voice instructional, almost bored, the tone you'd use with a child who'd picked up a dangerous tool. Confusion flickered across his features, his eyebrows twitching together, the manic gleam in his eyes clouding for a second with simple uncertainty. His eyes darted down for a microsecond to the weapon in his hand, his focus breaking, his head tilting slightly as he tried to process her words. The barrel dipped a fraction of an inch. There. In that split second of doubt, she moved. She didn't think, her body reacted, muscles coiling and releasing like springs. She closed the distance in 2 long, driving strides, her left hand shooting out to grab his wrist just above the gun, her fingers digging into the tendons and bone beneath the skin. She felt the heat of him, the rapid pulse thrumming against her thumb like a trapped bird. His skin was slick with sweat. She wrenched it upward as his finger jerked on the trigger in startled reflex. 2 deafening shots tore into the low ceiling of the landing, the concussive blast stunningly loud in the confined space, a physical pressure against her eardrums that felt like a punch to the side of the head. Concrete dust and splinters of wood rained down in a gritty shower, stinging her eyes and coating her hair and shoulders in fine gray powder. The sound was immense, a crack that left a high-pitched ringing in its wake, drowning out all other noise. The flashes of muzzle fire were blinding in the dimness, painting the small room in stark, stuttering snapshots of shock on his face, of dust hanging in the air. Using his own momentum, she spun beside him, her hip connecting hard with his, and drove her knee hard into the small of his back. A pained grunt exploded from his lips, his breath hot and sour against her cheek. The gun clattered from his grip, skittering across the concrete floor, and vanishing into the dark stairwell with a series of echoing thumps as it bounced down the metal steps. She heard it clang against a railing, then silence. An elbow smashed into the side of her head, a blinding flash of white pain exploding behind her eyes and sending her stumbling back out onto the open deck. Her vision tunneled to a pinprick, then swam back, filled with dancing black spots that floated like ash. She tasted blood where her teeth had cut the inside of her cheek. He was fast, she realized with a jolt that was pure adrenaline. Strong. Not trained but viciously effective, fueled by a frantic, predatory energy. She could hear him snarling, a raw, angry sound that was less a word and more a vibration in the air between them. "Bitch," he spat, the word guttural and thick. He shook his head like a dog, clearing the dust from his eyes, his hands coming up into clumsy fists. He came at her again, a bull rush that slammed her into the metal railing. The impact drove the air from her lungs in a painful whoosh, leaving her gasping, her mouth working soundlessly. The railing groaned in protest, a metallic shriek that vibrated up her spine. The smell of rust and damp concrete filled her nose, thick and cloying. She could feel the cold, wet metal through her shirt, and beyond it the terrifying void, the drop to the hard-packed earth 70 feet below. She ducked as his fist sailed past her ear, the air whistling, and shattered the glass of a caged safety light with a crystalline crash. Shards tinkled down around them, some landing in her hair. He howled, a raw, surprised shout of pain, pulling back a bleeding hand glittering with shards that caught the faint light like tiny, cruel diamonds. The smell of his blood, hot and metallic, joined the dust in the air, a sharp, coppery note that cut through the damp. He stared at his hand, at the dark lines welling up across his palm and fingers, his expression one of outraged disbelief, as if the world had broken a rule. Katie used his moment of distraction. She shoved off the railing, driving a fist into his solar plexus. It wasn't a perfect shot, glancing off his ribs, but it made him double over with a choked gasp. She tried to follow up, to drive a knee into his face, but he was already moving, rolling with the pain, coming up swinging. A wild backhand caught her on the shoulder, spinning her. She staggered across the main observation deck, a pit of blackness broken only by the faint, gray rectangles of the distant festival lights at the far end. Her boots slipped in a shallow puddle, water soaking through her socks, the cold shock a sharp reminder of the real world. The space felt vast and empty, a trap with nowhere to run. The deck was littered with debris, old bird nests, crumbling cement chunks, twisted bits of rusted metal. Her breath came in ragged gasps, each one scraping her bruised throat. Before she could orient herself, find a weapon, a plan, an arm hooked around her neck from behind, the crook of his elbow pressing hard against her windpipe. He'd closed the distance silently, using her disorientation. His full weight bore down, driving her to the floor. Her knees hit the cold concrete with a jarring thud that shot pain up her thighs, then her shoulder slammed down, the impact radiating through her collarbone. Pressure built in her skull, a terrifying ballooning darkness at the edges of her sight, creeping inward. Her lungs screamed for air that wouldn't come. She could feel the rough fabric of his sleeve against her neck, the heat of his body against her back, the hard line of his chest. His other hand was fisted in her hair, pulling her head back, exposing her throat even more. Her legs kicked weakly against nothing, her boots scuffing the gritty surface, finding no purchase. Spots danced in her vision, not black now but brilliant, exploding white stars. The distant festival lights smeared into long streaks. This was it. This was how it ended. Not in a gunfight, not in a standoff, but choked out on a dirty floor by a copycat in the dark. Make space. The thought was a desperate, training manual echo from 100 drills in a brightly lit gym. It was Shaw's voice, from some long-ago defensive tactics refresher. When you can't breathe, you can't think. Create an airway first. Everything else is secondary. She forced her tongue against the roof of her mouth, bowing her chin down into the choking arm, the muscles in her neck straining and burning. It created a sliver of space, a tiny, agonizing gasp of oxygen that burned down her throat like acid and cleared the panic for a critical moment. The darkness receded a fraction. An old Krav Maga drill surfaced from memory. Make them doubt. Break the script. They expect fear. Give them confusion. Through the agony, the spots dancing in her vision, she looked up at the face looming over hers. She could see the sweat beading on his forehead, catching the dim light, the wild, triumphant gleam in his eyes. He thought he had won. His lips were parted, his breathing ragged with effort. With a massive effort that made the muscles in her face scream, She managed a bloody smile, a grotesque stretching of her lips over her teeth, a mockery of his expression. She held his gaze, forcing her eyes to stay open, to show him not fear, but a cold, knowing amusement, as if he were a child performing a tiresome trick. She even managed a choked, gurgling sound that was meant to be a laugh. His grip faltered, just for an instant, the pressure easing a fraction as confusion replaced certainty. His head tilted slightly, a question in his eyes, his brow furrowing. What? The unspoken word was clear in the sudden hesitation of his body. Why is she smiling? It was a crack in his control, a chink in the armor of his narrative where he was the powerful predator and she the helpless prey. It was enough. She sucked in a ragged, burning breath that felt like swallowing glass, then exploded upward with everything she had left in her legs and core, a surge of power born of pure survival instinct. She trapped one of his arms against her body, rolled her weight to the side, and used his own forward momentum to flip him onto his back. He landed with a heavy thud that shook the deck, the breath knocked out of him in a loud, pained oof. Before he could react, before his hands could come up to defend, her elbow pistoned down into the bridge of his nose. The wet crunch of cartilage was sickeningly loud, a sound she felt in her own teeth, a vibration up her arm into her shoulder. Blood erupted over his face, a dark fountain in the gloom, spattering her sleeve and cheek with warm droplets that felt like fat raindrops. He screamed, a high, shrill sound of pure shock and pain, his hands flying to his face. The fight wasn't over, she knew. Pain like that could send someone into a frenzy. She had to end it. Now. She didn't stop. A red haze descended, a pure operational fury that had no room for thought, only action. Her fists hammered down on him, a relentless drumbeat of rage, short, sharp blows to the ribs that elicited satisfying grunts, and a sharp crack she hoped was just a rib and not her own knuckle breaking. A hook to the jaw that snapped his head to the side with a wet smack. A chop to the throat that made him gag and choke, his body convulsing beneath her, his hands dropping from his ruined nose to claw at his neck. One blow landed on his already swelling eye, and he shrieked, a high, broken sound that was almost a sob. Stop. Stop, he gurgled, but the words were muffled by blood and swelling. She found his leg, her hands gripping his calf and ankle, the denim of his jeans rough under her palms. She locked his knee with the weight of her body, pinning his thigh to the concrete with her own, and wrenched his foot in a brutal, twisting motion she'd practiced on compliant dummies 100 times. It was a control technique, meant to force compliance through pain to gain the leverage for cuffs. But she wasn't measuring the force. She put her whole body into it, a twisting, torquing motion that came from the core of her anger, from the memory of Earl Duchamp's body in the museum, from the fear for Shaw, from the ghost of her mother in the hallway. The snap was audible, a dry, final pop like a thick branch breaking underfoot. His body went utterly limp beneath her, all the fight draining away, replaced by a shallow, wheezing moan that bubbled through the blood in his nose and mouth. He was a broken puppet on the floor, his chest hitching with each ragged breath. His good eye, the one not swelling shut, stared up at the dark ceiling, wide and unseeing for a moment, swimming with tears of agony. Gasping, her own breath coming in ragged, painful hitches that scraped her throat raw, Katie pushed herself off him. The world tilted, the dark deck seeming to swing around her in a slow, sickening arc. She braced a hand on the concrete, her palms slick with sweat and grit, and something warm and sticky that was probably his blood. She could feel every individual scrape on her palm, every piece of embedded grit. She stumbled to the stairwell doorway, her hands sweeping blindly across the floor, fingers brushing over chunks of fallen ceiling plaster and spent shell casings that were still warm to the touch. Her knuckles screamed in protest as they dragged over the rough surface. Then her fingers closed on the cold, familiar checkering of her Glock's grip. The metal was cool, an anchor of reality in the spinning darkness. She fumbled for a second, her grip weak, before securing it properly. She turned back, weapon raised in a two-handed stance she had to consciously force her trembling arms into, the muzzle searching the darkness. The front sight post a blurry black notch against the gray shape of him. He was trying to drag himself toward the edge of the deck, his ruined leg trailing behind him like dead weight, his hands clawing at the concrete, fingers digging into the rough surface, nails scraping and breaking. Each movement elicited a sharp, animal cry of pain that was half whimper, half scream. He was leaving a smeared trail of blood from his nose and hand. He was trying to get to the railing. The thought was clear, horrifying. He would rather go over than be taken. She stepped into his path, blocking the faint, gray light from the festival below, her silhouette falling over him. "It's over." Her voice was hoarse, barely recognizable, shredded by the chokehold and her own ragged breathing. It came out as a cracked whisper. He rolled onto his back with a groan that seemed to come from deep in his chest, his face a mask of gore. Blood streamed from his nose, filled the hollow of one eye, and painted his lips and chin in a glistening, dark beard. His eyes, one swollen shut, the other full of a strange, fervent light, locked on hers. He tried to speak, coughed, spat a gob of dark blood onto the concrete beside his head. "You know," he rasped, each word a labor, blood bubbling on his lips with each labored breath popping softly. "You know what the curriculum teaches?" He swallowed painfully. "When they catch you." After all of it, Katie kept the gun level, her arms trembling with fatigue, the muscles in her shoulders burning with a deep, acidic fire. The front sight wavered slightly on his forehead, dancing with the beat of her own pulse. She could feel her heart hammering against her ribs, a frantic counterrhythm to his shallow, wet breathing. "I know," she did. Every analyst did. It was part of the canon. The last, pathetic grab for narrative control. Bundy's final, manipulative words to Bob Capel. "I wish you'd have killed me." A plea for a dramatic ending, for the investigator to become an executioner, to be folded into the story. "Say it," his voice was a wet whisper, demanding, insistent. He wanted to hear the words in her voice. He wanted to make her a part of his story, to use her mouth to speak his borrowed lines, to confirm that even in defeat, he was playing the role of the captured monster, that she was playing the role of the lawman in the final scene. His good eye burned with the need for it. "I wish you'd have killed me," she recited, her own voice hollow, stripped of emotion, just dry facts. The famous quote hung in the bloody, dusty air between them, another piece of borrowed infamy, empty and small. It sounded ridiculous here, on this cold deck, with the smell of his blood and their sweat thick in the air. "Do it," he begged, a fanatic's grin twisting his mouth, revealing teeth stained pink. The grin was a horrible thing, a rictus of pain and desperate hope. "Oh, finish it. You want to. You want to know what it's like." His good eye held hers, willing her, testing her, digging for the curiosity he was sure was there. "To be like us. To cross that line. It's just a little pressure." He licked his bloody lips. "Then you'll know. You'll really know. You'll understand the freedom of it." She didn't answer. The weight of the gun was immense, a leaden anchor at the end of her aching arms. Her finger rested alongside the trigger guard, the pad cold. The thought was there, a dark whispering presence. It would be so easy. One fraction of an ounce of pressure. He was right. She did want to know. Not the freedom he spoke of, but the end of it. The end of his voice, his eyes, his pathetic performance. The end of the ghost that had led her here. To silence him forever would be to silence the echo of every monster she'd ever studied. It would be justice of the rawest, most primal kind. She took a step forward, her boot squelching slightly in a patch of something wet on the concrete, water or blood. She didn't know, then another, the distance closing. The smell of him was overpowering now. Blood, sweat, the sour tang of fear, and underneath it all, a cheap chemical deodorant. She stood over him, looking down at the wreckage of a man, at the heaving chest, the ruined face, the leg bent at a sickening, impossible angle. She lowered the muzzle slowly, pressing the cold steel directly against his sweating, blood-slicked forehead. She could feel the rapid, bird-like flutter of his pulse through the metal, a frantic, living rhythm against the unyielding circle of the barrel. His eye widened, fixed on hers. He held his breath. Her finger tightened on the trigger. The take-up slack vanished, the mechanism engaging with a faint, internal click she felt more than heard in the absolute quiet. The deck was utterly silent except for their combined, ragged breathing, his wet and wheezing, hers sharp and shallow. The distant festival music was a meaningless hum. The world had shrunk to this circle of steel, this pulse under her finger, this eye staring up with a terrible, eager expectation. A fraction of an ounce more pressure. That's all it would take. The ultimate answer to the ultimate question. What happens when you look into the abyss? You pull the trigger. You become the thing you hunt. You cross the line and the curiosity ends, replaced by a final, terrible knowledge. Ford. Stand down. Nina Shaw's command cut through the tension like a knife, sharp and absolute, from the direction of the stairwell. It was followed by the thunder of boots on the metal steps. The crash of the door being shoved fully open against debris. And the sudden, blinding sweep of a powerful flashlight beam that pinned them both in its stark white light, illuminating every detail of the carnage. The blood smears like dark paint on the concrete. The dust still settling in the air. The glittering carpet of broken glass. The two of them frozen in the final tableau, her standing. Gun to his head. Him prone and broken. The light was merciless, exposing the raw, ugly reality of the violence, stripping away any last pretense of drama. Katie let her arm drop as if the muscles had been severed, the weight of the gun suddenly pulling her whole body down. The moment broke. The spell shattered. She sank to her knees, the pistol dangling from her limp fingers as Shaw rushed past her, a blur of motion in the strobing blue and red light now flooding the deck from below. Shaw didn't look at her, her focus entirely on the threat. Sheriff Mitchell was right behind her, his own weapon drawn and held low in a ready position, his face set in a hard mask of grim focus beneath the brim of his hat. He didn't hesitate, didn't ask questions. He planted a knee in the killer's back, ignoring the scream of pain that tore from the man's throat, a raw, ragged sound that seemed to surprise even him, and wrenched his arms behind him. The metallic click-click of handcuffs ratcheting shut was a profoundly normal, bureaucratic sound, a period at the end of a sentence of violence. Mitchell pulled them tight, securing them with a practiced tug, his movements efficient and devoid of anger, just pure procedure. "Subject secure," Mitchell said, his voice flat, into the radio mic clipped to his shoulder. "We need a medical team to the top of the grain elevator. Male subject, multiple injuries, possible broken leg. Agent Ford is also on scene, condition to be assessed." He looked up at Katie then, his eyes taking in her kneeling form, the gun in her hand, the blood on her face. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of professional concern and something harder, more evaluative. Shaw was suddenly beside her, kneeling in the dust and blood, her movements efficient and sure. "Katie?" Her voice was low, firm, cutting through the ringing in Katie's ears. She gently pried the Glock from her stiff, locked fingers, her own hands warm and steady. Katie's fingers were curled like claws, and Shaw had to work them open one by one, her touch surprisingly gentle. She ejected the magazine, cleared the chamber with a sharp pull of the slide, catching the gleaming round that spun into the air with a quick snatch, and safetied the weapon with practiced efficiency, setting it aside on the cleanest patch of concrete she could find. Without another word, Shaw pulled her into a tight embrace. One arm wrapped around Katie's back, the other hand cradled the back of her head, pressing it against the rough, damp fabric of her jacket. It wasn't a soft hug, it was firm, almost bracing, a containment of shock. Katie shuddered, a full-body convulsion that started in her core and rattled out to her limbs. A hot, painful pressure broke behind her eyes, and the tears finally came, silent at first, then shaking her shoulders with silent, wrenching sobs that had no sound but stole her breath. She didn't make a sound, but her face was wet against Shaw's collar, the salt mixing with the dust and blood, her hands coming up to clutch weakly at the back of Shaw's jacket, fisting the material. She cried for the terror, for the pain, for the awful, tempting weight of the gun against his forehead, for the ghost that had almost won. She cried because she was alive, and she hadn't crossed the line, and the relief of that was as violent as the fear had been. "It's done," Shaw murmured into her hair, her voice uncharacteristically soft, the words vibrating through her chest. "You're okay. It's done. Breathe." "Just breathe." Shaw's hand moved in slow, firm circles on her back, a steady, grounding pressure. She didn't offer platitudes. She just held her, an anchor in the storm of aftermath. In and out. "Match my breathing." Shaw took a deep, audible breath in, held it, let it out slowly. Katie tried to follow, her breath hitching and catching, but gradually the rhythm took hold. Blue and red lights strobed from the fairgrounds below, painting the walls, the blood on the floor, the dust motes swirling in the agitated air in a garish, alternating palette. Shadows leaped and danced like frantic ghosts. More deputies arrived, their heavy boots tromping up the staircase, their radios crackling with static and urgent, coded voices. "And copy that. We're on the top deck, medical is staging at the base, the deck." Once a sniper's nest of quiet horror was now a crowded, chaotic crime scene, filled with the mundane sounds of procedure. Zippers on evidence bags opening with a sharp whine. The scratch of markers on plastic tags. The low murmur of official conversation as deputies pointed and discussed. The beep of a digital camera as a crime scene tech began photographing everything from multiple angles. The flash adding another strobe to the light show. The air, already thick with dust and blood, now carried the smell of stale coffee from a deputy's travel mug and the synthetic lemon of someone's hand sanitizer. Two burly deputies moved in, their faces grim, their utility belts jangling with gear. They looked at the killer, at the grotesque angle of his leg, and exchanged a glance. "On three," one said, his voice all business, devoid of sympathy. "1, 2, 3. They hauled the killer to his feet. He cried out, a sharp, truncated shriek as weight touched his shattered ankle. He sagged between them, his head lolling forward, chin on his chest, all his earlier grandiosity gone, replaced by the pure, animal reality of pain. Mitchell and another officer began maneuvering him toward the stairwell, his feet dragging, the toes of his shoes leaving twin, smeared tracks of blood and dirt on the concrete, a pathetic trail. He was sobbing now, quiet, miserable sounds. My leg, it's broken, you're hurting me." "You'll live," Mitchell said, his voice tired. "I keep moving." Shaw pulled back, her hands coming up to frame Katie's face, her thumbs wiping roughly at the tears and blood and grime. Her eyes scanned Katie's features with clinical intensity, checking pupils, looking for lacerations, her gaze sharp and assessing in the flashing light. She tilted Katie's head to the side, examining the already purpling bruise on her temple. Her fingers were firm, professional. "Are you injured?" she asked, her voice returning to its usual clipped tone. Her hands moved from Katie's face to check her arms, feeling for breaks with firm pressure, her fingers probing gently at the side of her head, where the first blow had landed, finding the rising, tender knot beneath the hairline. "Can you follow my finger?" She held up a finger, moved it side to side. Katie followed it, her eyes aching. "Everywhere," Katie whispered, her voice raw and scraped thin, each word an effort that hurt her throat. It was the truth. Every muscle ached with a deep, bruised soreness. Her head pounded in time with her heartbeat, a dull, massive drum. Her knuckles were split and swelling, the skin tight and hot. Her throat was a column of fire where his arm had crushed it, and each swallow was agony. Her ribs protested with every breath. She was a catalog of pain. "A hospital." "Now," Shaw stated, brooking no argument. She stood, her knees popping, and offered a hand. Katie took it, her own grip weak, her fingers cold and numb. Shaw pulled her to her feet, keeping a steadying hand under her elbow as the world tilted again, the flashing lights making her dizzy, the scene of deputies and techs a swirling collage of movement. A deputy was already stringing yellow crime scene tape across the stairwell door. Another was placing numbered evidence markers by the blood smears. "Amazing." "Slow," Shaw said, her grip firm on Katie's elbow. "One step at a time." They made their way to the stairwell. The descent was a nightmare of echoing noise and disorientation. Every footfall from the deputies ahead echoed up the metal shaft. The killer's moans echoed off the corrugated walls. The flashing lights from below cast crazy, moving shadows on the steps. Katie held onto the railing with her free hand, the cold metal vibrating with the movement of so many people. Her legs felt like rubber, threatening to buckle on each step. Shaw stayed beside her, a silent, solid presence, her hand never leaving Katie's elbow, guiding her, taking some of her weight when she stumbled. The night air outside the grain elevator was a physical shock, cool and damp with a light, misting drizzle that felt like a cold veil on her skin. It washed over Katie's battered face, beating on her skin and in her eyelashes, a tangible, clean reminder she was still alive, that there was a world outside that dark perch. She drew in a deep breath, the air tasting of wet earth, car exhaust from the idling cruisers on the service road, and the distant, muddy smell of the Mississippi bottomland carried on the damp breeze. 3 county cruisers idled on the wet gravel, their engines rumbling, light bars painting the millions of falling raindrops in flashes of blue and red. The drizzle made halos around the floodlights mounted on the elevator, soft, glowing orbs in the darkness. The fairgrounds were still a chaos of lights and distant, tinny music, but here, in this service area, was a bubble of grim officialdom. Mitchell and his men were at the rear of the middle cruiser, loading the prisoner into the back seat. It was a clumsy, brutal process. The man was half carried, half dragged, his broken ankle making him shriek again, a raw, ragged sound that was cut short as they folded him into the confined space, pushing his head down to clear the doorframe with a rough shove. "Watch the leg." "For God's sake," he pleaded, but the deputies were impersonal, focused on the task. They got him in, slammed the door. He became a pale, hunched shape behind the wire-reinforced glass, his head in his hands. "Give me a second," Katie said to Shaw, her voice still raw but firmer now, finding a thread of steadiness beneath the exhaustion. She needed to see. She needed to look at him, not through a scope or in the heat of combat, but here, in the mundane reality of custody. She needed to replace the monster in her head with the man in the cage. Shaw studied her face for a long moment, her eyes searching for signs of shock or recklessness, then gave a short, sharp nod. Don't touch him. Don't get close. You say what you need to say from a distance. She leaned back against the fender of her sedan, crossing her arms, a silent, watchful presence, her silhouette sharp and unmoving against the pulsating lights. Her posture said she was allowing this, not endorsing it, and she was ready to intervene in a heartbeat. Katie walked over to the squad car, her steps slow and deliberate on the slick gravel, her legs feeling like they were made of wood, each lift and placement a conscious act. The drizzle soaked into her hair and shirt, a cooling balm on her overheated skin. The gravel crunched and shifted under her boots, the sound loud in the relative quiet away from the engine rumble. The rear door was still open, a rectangle of yellow interior light spilling onto the wet ground, illuminating the pocked gravel and a discarded latex glove that lay like a pale, dead thing. Sheriff Mitchell stood beside it, his face grim and exhausted in the pulsing light, deep grooves etched around his mouth and eyes. He had a wad of gauze in his hand, dabbing at a small cut on his own knuckles, probably from the cuffs or a piece of debris. Loses his charm in cuffs, doesn't he? Mitchell said quietly, not taking his eyes off the figure in the backseat. His voice was thick with a weary contempt. All the big talk. The curriculum. The grand design. He shook his head, a short, dismissive movement. Now he just looks small. And broken. Just another piece of work to be processed. Another stack of paperwork. He finally looked at Katie, his eyes assessing her injuries. You all right, Agent? That's a hell of a shiner coming in. I'll live, Katie said, echoing his earlier words to the prisoner. Her own voice sounded strange to her. The killer was slumped against the far door, his head resting on the window, leaving a smear of blood and condensation. The interior dome light illuminated the ruin of his face in harsh, unforgiving detail. The smashed nose already purpling and grotesquely swollen, the eye swollen shut and turning a deep, shiny black, the blood now drying in dark, crusted streaks through the stubble on his cheeks and neck. His cuffed hands were in his lap. He looked younger than ever and utterly defeated. Then he turned his head slowly, with obvious pain, the movement stiff, his neck tendons standing out. His one good eye found hers through the open door. The fervent light was still there, undimmed by pain or captivity, a hard, shiny focus in the midst of the physical damage, a pilot light still burning. It was the most unsettling thing about him, not the violence, but the unwavering belief in his own significance. We're not done, Agent, he said, his voice thick with congestion and blood but unnervingly clear, each word enunciated with deliberate, painful effort. He leaned forward as far as the seatbelt and his injuries would allow, his face entering the slice of light from the open door. The smell of blood and sweat and something sour, fear, or just the man himself, wafted out, mixing with the smell of stale car upholstery and disinfectant. You'll see me again. From your television. From your books. You'll read about me. It's about what I built here. That doesn't go away because you have a badge and a pair of cuffs. His voice was thickening, the effort of speaking through the damage to his face audible in every word, wet and labored and utterly certain. The record exists. The stream exists. 53 people watched the castle. More watched the festival. You can arrest the architect, you cannot demolish the building. Katie looked at him. She let herself look, fully and without flinching, the way she had learned to look at crime scene photographs, not to feel nothing, but to feel it and remain standing. She studied the ruin of his face, the swollen eye, the dried blood in the stubble, the one good eye still burning with its particular, pathetic fervor. She thought about Earl Duchamp on the floor of the Beaumont Building's East Wing. About Lauren Simmons in Cypress Swamp. About Eleanor Moss with her 31 stab wounds. About Jamie Walsh's wrecked wrists and the key still in his fist. About the bone saw, taken from its bracket, 1887, carbon steel, gutta-percha handle, on loan from the Delta Regional Medical Museum, currently in an evidence bag. She thought about 53 people watching a man charge an acid vat and calling it a curriculum. "The stream is down," she said. "I ended it." Something moved across his face, just a flicker, quickly suppressed. She saw it anyway. She stepped back from the car door and nodded to the deputy, who closed it. Porter's face disappeared behind the glass, becoming a smeared shape in the dome light, then receding as the cruiser pulled slowly forward onto the access road, its tail lights painting the wet asphalt red. Mitchell appeared at her shoulder, watching it go. "You all right, Agent?" "I'll live," she said. Her voice sounded quieter than she intended. More final. Shaw was beside her. Neither of them spoke for a moment. The fairground behind the perimeter fence was emptying out in the way large spaces emptied, slowly, voices carrying on the damp air, the festival lights still blazing over an abandoned stage. A few remaining deputies moved through the grounds with flashlights. Someone had found the rifle case. She could hear the forensics team at the base of the grain elevator, the technical vocabulary of evidence collection drifting over in fragments. "Go get checked out," Shaw said. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't harsh either. It was the way Shaw said everything operational, as a statement of what happened next. "I'm fine." "You're not." Shaw glanced at her, a brief, comprehensive inventory. "You're standing on adrenaline, and you won't feel the ribs until morning." Go. Katie looked out at the fairground, at the lit stage, at the dark shape of the grain elevator against the stars. She thought about the profile she'd written at Mitchell's desk. The subject is building a curriculum, a documented record, one entry at a time, and about how right she'd been and what being right had cost by the time it mattered. The morbid fascination that had driven her for years, the academic hunger to understand the architecture of the monstrous, it felt different now. It's not gone, but different. The man in the back of that cruiser wasn't a philosopher or an architect. He was a violent, broken person who had wrapped his appetite for harm in other men's borrowed infamy because he could not generate his own significance. And she had climbed 40 steps in the dark to put a gun to his head, and the curriculum was over. "Okay," she said. Shaw nodded once. She turned toward the car, keys already in hand. Katie followed, her footsteps uneven on the wet grass, the ache in her ribs announcing itself now that the adrenaline was beginning its slow withdrawal. She got into the passenger seat and pulled the door shut and sat in the quiet interior while Shaw started the engine. The wipers came on against the fine mist, sweeping arcs of clarity across the windshield. The fairground lights receded in the side mirror. Neither of them spoke, and the silence was not uncomfortable. It was the specific silence of two people who had been through something and come out the other side and didn't need to talk about it yet. Katie watched the dark Delta road unspool ahead of them, flat and wet and indifferent. She was alive. It was over. And somewhere out ahead of the headlights was whatever came next, which was not tonight's problem. She let out a long breath and watched the night. Chapter 29. Morning light cut through the blinds of the hospital room, sharp as a blade, laying bars of pale gold across the stiff white sheets. Dust motes danced in the beams, swirling in the slow current of air from a vent above that hummed with a steady, low-frequency vibration. The air smelled of antiseptic, of the waxy lemon of the floor cleaner, and underneath it all, the faint, metallic hint of the IV pole that now stood empty beside the bed. Katie Ford shifted against the pillows, a conscious, deliberate decision that set off a chain reaction. First, the muscles in her back and shoulders protested, a deep, bruised ache that had settled into the marrow. Then, a sharper, more specific pain pulsed in her throat with each tentative swallow, a raw reminder of the pressure that had been there. Finally, her face announced itself, the skin across her cheekbone and jaw feeling tight and swollen, a map of tender ridges where the flesh had split and been glued back together. She could feel the pull of the butterfly stitches with the slightest movement of her mouth. The doctor's prognosis, rest and antibiotics for the contusions, observation for the bruised trachea, felt trivial, a child's bandage on a wound that went all the way down to the bone. The memory of violence was a solid, living thing in the room with her. Her eyes, gritty with lack of sleep, kept darting to the closed door, her hand tightening on the edge of the stiff sheet at any sudden noise from the hallway, a cart squeaking, a raised voice, the thump of a door closing down the hall. Her breath caught each time, just for a fraction of a second, before her rational mind identified the source. The door swung open with a soft whoosh of air that stirred the dust motes into a frantic swirl. Nina Shaw walked in, and the sight was so incongruous it took Katie a full 2 seconds to process. No suit, no crisp blazer. She wore dark, worn jeans that hugged her legs, scuffed black boots that were dusty around the ankles, and a brown leather jacket that looked like it had seen a decade of winters, the leather soft and creased at the elbows and across the shoulders. Her hair was down, a dark cascade brushing her shoulders, slightly damp at the ends as if she'd just come from a shower. The unfamiliar casualness made her seem both younger and more tired, the lines at the corners of her eyes more pronounced without the armor of professional styling. She carried the scent of the outside world with her, a faint trace of cold morning air, of damp earth, and the clean, sharp smell of leather. Still breathing Ford, Shaw's voice was the same, though, dry, direct, cutting through the room's sterile quiet. She didn't wait for an answer, her boots making soft, solid sounds on the linoleum as she crossed the room. She bypassed the vinyl-covered bedside chair entirely, the one that had squeaked obnoxiously when Katie's doctor sat, and perched on the edge of the bed, making the mattress dip under her weight. The leather of her jacket creaked softly with the movement. Her eyes did a quick, professional scan, left to right. The silent heart monitor, the IV pole with its dangling, disconnected tube, the half-full water pitcher with its plastic cup lid, the untouched tray of hospital food on the rolling table. Her gaze was like a physical touch, cataloging the damage. It lingered on the bandage on Katie's cheek, the purple-black shadow under her eye, the careful way she held her head to avoid pulling at the bruised muscles of her throat. "They letting you out?" Katie's voice came out rougher than she intended, a rasp that scraped the bruised lining of her throat. She had to clear it, a painful effort that felt like dragging sandpaper over raw flesh, before she could speak. "Eventually. They want one more chest X-ray to be sure nothing's cracked. Windpipe's bruised, face is a mess." She touched the bandage on her cheekbone, her fingers tracing the edge of the gauze, a gesture she'd been making unconsciously all morning, as if checking it was still there, that the damage was contained. The pad of her finger registered the slight puffiness of the skin around the dressing, the warmth of inflammation. "But I'll live." "Good." Shaw's gaze settled on her, and the approval in it was quiet but unmistakable, a slight softening around the eyes that wasn't quite a smile. She shifted her weight, one booted foot tapping lightly on the floor, a small release of restless energy. You kept him breathing too. That was the right call. A live suspect talks. A dead one is just a problem for the medical examiner. Her tone was matter-of-fact, but her eyes held a weight, a depth of understanding that went beyond professional critique. She leaned forward slightly, her elbows resting on her knees, the leather of her jacket pulling taut across her back. Most would have pulled the trigger out of sheer panic. Adrenaline, fear, rage, it's a chemical cocktail that demands a finish. You didn't. You held your discipline. A part of Katie, a dark, visceral part that had been screaming in that hallway, wished she had. The fantasy flashed, brief and brutal, her finger tightening on the trigger, the roar in the confined space, the jerk of his body. She felt a micro-expression of that fury tighten her damaged face, her jaw clenching briefly, her fingers curling against the sheet as if around a pistol grip. Then a wave of immediate shame followed, hot and nauseating, a flush of heat that climbed her neck, and she looked away from Shaw's penetrating gaze, focusing on the dust motes in the sunbeam. The replay was already starting in her mind on a loop. The feel of the chair leg connecting with her side. A dull, deep thud of impact that drove the air from her lungs. The taste of copper flooding her mouth where she'd bitten her tongue. The wild, scrambling crawl. Her palms scraping on gritty concrete. The sound of her own ragged panting echoing in the dark. The terrifying, suffocating weight of him on top of her. His breath hot and sour against her ear. His fingers digging into her throat. The clean, sharp, definitive click of the handcuffs locking around his wrists was the only part of the sequence that didn't make her stomach clench with reviving fear. She took a slow, deliberate breath, feeling the ache in her ribs expand with the inhalation. Seemed like the only move at the time, she said, forcing her voice to level, to sound steadier than she felt. He was fumbling with the safety. It was an opening. It was. And you saw it. Shaw leaned back slightly, bracing a hand on the mattress behind her. The leather of her jacket creaked again, a familiar, lived-in sound. Her eyes never left Katie's face, reading the flickers of memory and reaction that passed over it. You'll second-guess every second for a while. You'll lie awake at 3 a.m. and think of a dozen better, cleaner, smarter ways it could have gone. She let that hang, watching Katie absorb it, her own expression unreadable. It comes with the territory. But you stopped him. He's in a cell. That's what matters. She paused, letting the finality of that statement settle in the quiet room. The hum of the HVAC seemed to grow louder for a moment, a droning backdrop to the silence between them. His name is Garrett Holt. 38. Works maintenance at a reptile park and conservation center, about 20 miles outside town. No record, not even a parking ticket. No prior flags from any system. A ghost. He confessed, Katie asked, pushing herself up a little higher in the bed. The movement was careful, deliberate. She planted her palms flat, pushed, feeling the strain in her triceps and the sharp, specific pull across her bruised ribs. She gritted her teeth, a small hiss of air escaping between them, adjusted the pillows behind her with a stiff arm, then had to pause, letting a brief wave of dizziness pass, a swimming sensation behind her eyes, before she could focus on Shaw again. Her heart was beating a little faster from the minor exertion. To everything, Shaw's mouth tightened into a thin line, a slash of displeasure in her face. She looked down at her own hands, turning one over as if examining her knuckles. Walked the sheriff through each scene this morning, gave up details only the killer would know. the type of double fisherman's knot he used on Jamie Walsh's wrists. The brand and model of the bone saw he shoplifted from the Beaumont building hardware aisle, the song that was playing on the car radio, when he abducted his third victim from a roadside rest stop. She looked up, her eyes hard. He was proud of it. Eager. Sheriff's team executed a search warrant at his place at dawn. Found victim belongings tucked away in a toolbox in his garage, like spare parts. She listed them off on her fingers, her voice flat, each item a hammer blow. A silver locket with a picture of a little girl inside. A man's digital watch, the strap cut. A high school class ring from 1982. Neighbors called him quiet, helpful. Mowed lawns for the elderly couple next door without being asked. Even had a happy little mutt running around the yard, a brown and white terrier mix. The dog, Katie said, the connection clicking into place with an almost audible snap in her mind. She saw the file photo of H.H. Holmes's sinister, preserved canine, the glassy eyes, the posed stance. Her own voice sounded distant to her ears. A named Crunch. Shaw raised one eyebrow, a flicker of cold respect in her expression. She gave a single, slow nod, her dark hair shifting over her shoulders. A maid shade. Holmes's dog. The one he allegedly killed and taxidermied. Yeah, she let out a short, humorless breath through her nose. So he's our guy. The whole pathetic, worshipful copycat package. Had a shrine in his basement. Newspaper clippings, printed articles, drawings. A real fanboy. A tightness in Katie's chest, a band of pressure she hadn't fully acknowledged until that moment, loosened. She felt it in a deep, shaky exhale that made her bruised throat burn. Her shoulders dropped an inch, the tension in her neck easing just a fraction. Her head tilted back against the propped-up pillows, and for a long moment she let her eyes close, just breathing in the antiseptic air, listening to the steady, reassuring thump of her own heart. The relief was a physical wave, warm and heavy, making her limbs feel weak. Thank God. God didn't profile him, Ford. You did, Shaw's voice cut through the relief, not harshly, but with surgical precision, pulling Katie's eyes back open. Shaw was watching her, her head tilted slightly, her gaze analytical. My profile was off, Katie argued immediately, the failure sharp and specific, a needle jab of professional shame. She winced, a physical reaction to the mental critique, and her gaze dropped to her hands, pale against the white sheet, the knuckles scraped and healing. She flexed her fingers, feeling the stiffness in the joints. I fixated on Dr. Porter. I built a narrative around academic detachment, intellectual superiority. I missed the maintenance worker angle entirely, the hands-on skill, the access to tools, the invisibility of that kind of labor. She looked up, meeting Shaw's eyes, needing her to understand the magnitude of the error. I said he'd have a record of minor sexual offenses, voyeurism, maybe peeping. Holt had none. He was a ghost, like you said. I was looking for a professor and found a janitor. Shaw shook her head, a short, dismissive motion. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, her posture intent, closing the space between them. It was a compass, not a GPS. It pointed us in the right direction. Holt fits the core mold. The loner, the manual laborer with practical skills, the likely rough childhood with an absent or abusive father figure. The absence of a paper trail doesn't mean the violent or deviant impulse wasn't there. It means he was better at hiding it, or he channeled it into fantasy, into his research, until the pressure cooker blew. She tapped a finger against her own knee, emphasizing each point. You got close enough with your theory to spook him into making a mistake, into accelerating his timeline to target you. You connected the copycat dots when the rest of us were looking for a standard issue, geographically bound predator. That's what put him in our crosshairs. That's what made him panic and come for you at the fairgrounds. Your profile didn't give us his name and address. It gave us his pattern. And patterns are how you trap animals. Katie absorbed that, the words settling into the raw places inside her. She nodded slowly, the movement making her neck ache. It still feels like a miss. It's not a test, Shaw said, her voice dropping a degree. There's no perfect score. There's just stopped him and did. We stopped him. She stood up, the movement fluid and effortless, a contrast to Katie's own painful stiffness. The mattress shifted, releasing its slight depression. A flight to DC. Leaves in 4 hours. You ready to get out of this place? The thought of her quiet, familiar apartment, her own bed with its soft cotton sheets, the specific silence of her own space, was a powerful, almost painful lure. It felt like a promise of safety, of a world where the air didn't smell of sickness and fear. As soon as they signed the paperwork, I've been staring at these walls for 12 hours. I'm starting to memorize the cracks in the ceiling. I'll be in the lobby. Shaw gave her a last, assessing look, her eyes cataloging the bandages, the pallor, the resolve in Katie's expression. She took a step toward the door, then paused, her hand on the handle. She didn't look back, but her voice was slightly lower, the edge softened by a fraction. Go easy on the stairs. They're slick. Then, as if to erase the moment of uncharacteristic softness, she added with her usual brusqueness, don't take all day. She pulled the door open and left, the door sighing shut behind her with a soft, definitive click. The room felt emptier, quieter, the space she'd occupied now just filled with the flat, morning light. The distant sounds of the hospital filtered in with new clarity. The muffled, staticky page for a Dr. Simmons to the ICU, the rhythmic squeak of a cartwheel moving down the hall outside, the low, omnipresent hum of the building itself, a sound like a giant machine sleeping. Katie looked at the clock on the wall, its black hands stark against the white face. 9:47 a.m. She had time. She swung her legs out from under the sheets, a slow, deliberate motion. The cotton sheet slid over her skin, a whisper of friction. Her bare feet met the cool linoleum, a shock of temperature that made her toes curl instinctively. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, letting the dizziness subside, pressing her palms into the mattress on either side of her hips to test her balance. The vinyl covering of the mattress was cool and slightly tacky under her hands. She stood, her legs feeling strangely heavy, as if filled with sand, and took one careful step, then another. A slight sway, a correction as she shifted her weight, and she was steady. A small victory. She took a deeper breath, ignoring the complaint from her ribs. The discharge papers were on the rolling table, a clipboard with a pen on a chain. Her clothes, laundered and folded by the hospital staff into stiff, precise squares, sat in a clear plastic bag on the chair Shaw had avoided. She dressed slowly, each movement a study in minor agony. Pulling the soft, gray FBI-issue t-shirt over her head required her to raise her arms, which sent a spike of pain through her ribs and a pull across the stitches on her face. She had to pause, breathing through it, her eyes squeezed shut for a second before she could continue, easing the fabric down over her torso. The jeans felt stiff and unfamiliar, the denim rough against her skin. The button was a challenge for her stiff fingers. Her thumbnail slipped twice before she managed to work it through the hole. Her service weapon was locked in an evidence bag back at the sheriff's office, part of the post-shooting protocol. Its absence at her hip was a strange, vulnerable feeling, like missing a limb. She patted her empty waistband out of habit, her hand finding nothing but denim, the gesture feeling hollow and wrong. Instead of heading straight downstairs to the lobby, she took the elevator to the fourth floor, moving on an instinct she didn't bother to question. The elevator chimed, a bright, cheerful sound that seemed out of place, and the doors opened onto a different world. The air here was warmer, thicker, smelling strongly of antiseptic, and the underlying institutional food smell, overcooked green beans and bland gravy. The ward was quiet, the lights dimmed in a simulation of calm for the daytime. A nurse at a central station behind a high desk glanced up from her computer charting, her eyes passing over Katie with mild curiosity, taking in the civilian clothes, the bandage, the careful posture before dropping back to her screen with a soft tap of her keyboard. She found room 417. The door was ajar, open about a foot, allowing a wedge of hallway light to cut across the floor inside. Jamie Walsh was sitting on the edge of a neatly made bed, dressed in street clothes, a faded band t-shirt for a group she didn't recognize, and a pair of jeans. He was staring at his hands, turning them over in his lap, palms up then palms down, as if inspecting them for changes, for some permanent mark the violence had left. The brutal, necklace-like bruising on his neck had faded from livid purple to a yellowish-green stain, a sickly watermark of the rope. The cuts on his face from being dragged through the underbrush were healing into thin, pink lines against his tanned skin. He looked up as her shadow fell across the threshold, blocking the light from the hallway. His eyes, which had been distant and clouded, focused. They were a clear, light brown, and they widened in recognition. Agent Ford, then he took in the bandage on her cheek, the purple and black shadow blooming under her eye, the careful, stiff way she held herself, one arm slightly cradled across her ribs. A slow, surprised grin spread across his face. It was a young grin, tentative but genuine, surprised back to life. It transformed his face, erasing the lingering shadow of fear. "Whoa. You look like you went a few rounds." Her smile hurt the muscles in her face, pulling at the glue on her cheek. She could feel the skin resist the movement. "You could say that. Same opponent, actually." His smile vanished. It didn't fade gradually. It was wiped clean, erased by a sudden, intense stillness. The playful light in his eyes snuffed out, replaced by a wary, frozen alertness. The muscles in his jaw tightened visibly, a knot forming below his ear. His hands, which had been resting in his lap, curled into loose fists. "You're serious?" His voice was lower now, stripped of its earlier lightness. "We got him. Last night." Jamie shot to his feet, so fast the mattress springs groaned in protest. He stood there for a second, his breath caught in his chest, his body coiled like a spring. Then a fist pumped the air once, a silent, fierce yes that was all contained motion, his arm snapping up and down. "No way. You got him." "Is he?" He didn't finish the question, but his eyes asked it plainly, a mix of hope and a darker hunger. "Is he dead?" His gaze searched her face, looking for the answer in her expression. "I'm in custody. He's in a cell at the county jail. He won't be hurting anyone else." She saw the questions forming behind his eyes, tumbling over each other. Who, why, how? She stepped fully into the room, letting the door close softly behind her with a click that sounded very loud in the quiet. The room was small, just the bed, a single vinyl chair, a window looking out onto a sunlit parking lot where cars gleamed. "His name is Garrett Holt. He'd killed 4 people before you. You were meant to be number 5. The color drained from Jamie's face, leaving him pale beneath his fading summer tan. It was replaced not by fear, but by a dazed, almost disbelieving wonder, as if he'd just been told he'd survived a plane crash he never knew he was in. His lips parted slightly. He sank back down onto the bed, the air going out of him in a long, shuddering sigh that seemed to come from his toes. The mattress accepted his weight with a soft sigh. "A serial killer," he whispered. The words seemed too big, too dramatic for the quiet, sunlit room. They hung in the air between them. "I got away from a serial killer." He said it as if trying the concept on for size, testing its weight. "You fought him off," Katie said, her voice firm, leaving no room for doubt. She remained standing, her posture straight despite the pain, wanting the statement to have weight, to be an anchor for him. "You broke his pattern. You created a variable he hadn't planned for. That's not luck. That's you." He absorbed that, his gaze dropping to the scuffed linoleum floor between his feet. He shook his head slowly, a private, internal conversation happening behind his eyes, reconciling the terrified kid in the swamp with this new identity, a survivor. His throat worked as he swallowed. After a long moment, he looked back up, the practical concerns of the present surfacing through the shock. "The police have your car for evidence," Katie said, preempting the question she knew was coming. She leaned a shoulder against the wall by the door, giving her aching legs a slight rest. "It'll be a while before they release it. It's part of the crime scene. They'll go over every inch." "That junker," he let out a short, breathy laugh that held no real humor, just a kind of stunned release. "They can keep it. Use it for target practice. I was behind on the payments anyway." He shrugged, an attempt at nonchalance that didn't quite reach his eyes, which were still wide with the aftermath of the revelation. Then his expression turned hesitant, vulnerable. He chewed on his lower lip, a nervous habit, his eyes darting away from hers and then back. "My keyring, though. It was in the car, on the ignition. It was from my mom. She gave it to me when I got my license. A month before she died." He looked at her, hope a fragile, flickering thing in his face, his brows drawn together. "Any chance it got bagged up with the rest of the stuff?" "It wasn't valuable or anything. Just it was hers." "It's stupid, I know." Katie had been waiting for this. She'd rehearsed the lie in her mind on the elevator ride up, smoothing out the delivery, keeping her features neutral. She kept her expression professional, a mask of mild regret. "I checked the preliminary evidence inventory this morning when I was at the sheriff's office. It's a long list: car parts, soil samples, the rope, personal effects from the other scenes." She shook her head slowly. "It didn't list a key ring." She saw it happen in real time, the hope dimming, his shoulders slumping just a fraction, his eyes losing their light and dropping back to his hands, which lay open and empty in his lap. The defeat in his expression was a physical weight in the room, a palpable sagging of his spirit. Then, without a word, she reached into the front pocket of her jeans. Her fingers closed around the cool, stamped metal, the keys faintly jingling a soft, metallic whisper. She pulled it out, the chain slipping through her fingers with a slight shush sound, and placed it carefully on the bland, beige hospital blanket between them, in the space of sunlight from the window. It was a simple, rectangular tag, its silver finish worn to a soft gray at the edges and corners from years of handling, of being pulled from pockets and ignitions. The engraved words in a flowing script stood out clearly against the scratched metal. "JAMIE, no matter how far apart we are, you'll always be in my heart." Oh, he stared. For 3 full seconds, he didn't move, didn't seem to breathe. His eyes locked on the tag, widening until she could see a ring of white around the irises. Then his breath hitched, a sharp, ragged intake that sounded like a sob being caught before it started. His hand rose slowly, covering his mouth. His fingers trembled against his lips. A choked, wet sound escaped through his fingers. His eyes glistened, welling up, and a single tear overflowed, tracking a clean, straight path through the fading bruises on his cheek, cutting through the pale green and yellow stains. How? The word was muffled, broken, behind his palm. He lowered his hand, his face a map of confusion and dawning, overwhelming gratitude. "Let's call it professional sleight of hand," Katie said softly, her own throat tightening in response. She hadn't known she had it until she was in the back of the ambulance, the world a blur of red and blue lights and shouting voices, her own body shaking with shock. Her hands had been trembling violently, covered in grit, in Holt's blood in her own. She'd been patting herself down, a reflexive check for injuries beyond the screaming pain in her face and throat, and her fingers had brushed against a hard, angular lump in her front pocket. She pulled it out, confused in the strobe-lit chaos. The key ring, the two keys still attached, cold and solid in her trembling, bloody palm. She must have grabbed it instinctively in the chaos of the takedown, in that frantic, blind scramble on the floor of the fairgrounds maintenance hallway after the cuffs were on. Her hand had closed around it in the dark as she pushed herself up from the ground, a prize snatched from the darkness, for no reason she could name at the time. A piece of him. A piece of his victim. A thread. She shoved it in her pocket and forgotten about it until the adrenaline crash in the ambulance, her fingers finding it again like a talisman. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and picked it up. He didn't just hold it, he clutched it in his fist, pressing the sharp edges of the metal tag into his palm, as if the pain would prove it was real, would ground him. The tears came then, not in a flood, but in a steady, silent stream. He didn't try to hide them or wipe them away. He just sat there, holding the key ring to his chest, over his heart, his shoulders shaking silently with the force of his emotion. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick, the words barely audible. He cleared his throat, tried again. "This feels like she was there. Like she helped." He looked up at her, his eyes red-rimmed but clear. "You didn't have to do that." "Keep that between us, okay?" Katie said, her own throat uncomfortably tight. She managed a small, conspiratorial smile, feeling the pull on her cheek. Official channels and chain of custody get very fussy about this sort of thing. Paperwork nightmares. He nodded fiercely, wiping his eyes with the heel of his free hand, smearing the tears across his cheek. He took a deep, shuddering breath, a deliberate effort to regain control, and looked at the tag again as if it were a holy relic, turning it over in his fingers to see the engraving again, his thumb tracing the letters. Watching him, Katie felt a clean, bright satisfaction cut through the weeks' accumulated grime of fear, frustration, and violence. This was it. This was the point of all the files, the profiles, the dead ends, the late nights staring at maps under bad fluorescent light, the cold dread in her own gut. Not the arrest report, not the closed case file in a cabinet, not the conviction rate or the press conference. This, a young man, alive, getting a tangible piece of his mother back, a physical connection to love in a world that had shown him its worst face. A thread of love reconnected in a tapestry of horror. It was a small thing, and it was everything. She left him a few minutes later, as his father came in carrying a greasy paper bag that smelled strongly of burgers and fries, the aroma cutting through the hospital smells. The older man was tall and lean, with the same light brown eyes as his son, but his were etched with new lines of worry, with a fatigue that seemed embedded in the skin around them. He saw Katie, saw the key ring in his son's hand, saw the tear-streaked but peaceful expression on Jamie's face. He stopped in the doorway, his own face undergoing a subtle transformation, the tightness around his mouth easing, his shoulders dropping a fraction. He nodded to her, a slow, deep dip of his chin, his eyes holding a gratitude so profound it was almost painful to see, mixed with a bone-deep exhaustion that spoke of sleepless nights at this bedside. Katie just nodded back, a silent communication between them, an understanding of what had been lost and what, against all odds, had been salvaged, and slipped out into the hallway, pulling the door closed behind her until it clicked. The hallway was long and quiet, lit by recessed fluorescent panels that cast a flat, shadowless light. Her body was beginning to protest the movement, a deep fatigue setting into her bones, making them feel heavy and brittle. The adrenaline of the visit was fading, seeping away like water into sand, and the ache in her throat and face was returning with a vengeance, a throbbing reminder with every heartbeat. She needed caffeine, something hot and bitter to cut through the fog in her head, to sharpen the edges of the world again. She followed small, blue signs with arrows to a visitor's lounge, a bleak little alcove near the elevator bank with a bank of vending machines humming, and a few plastic chairs bolted to the floor. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed with a persistent, irritating frequency that seemed to drill into her temples, a high-pitched whine just at the edge of hearing. The coffee machine, a large, beige plastic contraption, hummed as she fed in wrinkled dollar bills from her pocket, the mechanism sucking them in with a gritty whir. Its interior light was a sickly yellow, illuminating rows of powdered creamer and sugar packets. The plastic cup clunked into place, and a stream of thin, brown liquid filled it with a gurgle and a hiss of steam. The smell was unmistakable, stale coffee grounds and heated plastic, with a faint undernote of chemical cleaner. As she reached for the cup, the heat already radiating through the thin plastic, a shadow fell over her, stretching long and distorted across the speckled linoleum floor, cutting through the bars of light from the vending machine. The shadow was tall, the silhouette of a man in a coat. "So, I was your Beltway sniper's operation, was I?" She turned, the motion stiff, sending a twinge through her neck muscles. Dr. Evan Porter stood there, still in his long wool coat from outside, the shoulders damp with melted mist, darkening the gray fabric. His expression was weary, the lines around his eyes and mouth deeper than she remembered from their meeting days ago, carved by stress and lack of sleep. But there was no anger in his face. Not even accusation. Just a profound, soul-deep tiredness that seemed to weigh down his very posture, to slow his movements. He held a small paper cup of water in one hand, the cup dented from his grip. Heat rushed to her cheeks, a prickling, unmistakable warmth that spread up her neck to the tips of her ears. She could feel the flush, a telltale banner of her shame, and knew it would be visible even on her bruised skin. "Hey, doctor." Porter, her voice was gravel, worse for the surprise. She swallowed, the pain sharp and specific. "I am so sorry. It was a terrible assumption. A reckless, unprofessional one. The words felt inadequate, childish. My phone blowing up with alerts from news apps about an FBI operation at the Delta Fairgrounds was the first clue something was happening," he said, his tone dry, almost academic, as if discussing a historical footnote. He leaned a shoulder against the pale green wall, shoving his free hand into the pocket of his trousers. He took a small sip from his water cup, his Adam's apple bobbing. "An FBI agent subsequently interrogating my dying father in his hospice bed about the specifics of his birthday cake was the second, rather more personal clue." He gave a tired half-smile, the gesture not quite reaching his eyes, which remained sad and distant, focused on some middle distance between them. "It's okay, Agent Ford. We all misread the evidence sometimes. The real courage, the mark of a good investigator, or a good historian, is in admitting it. Not many do. They double down. They bend the facts to fit the theory. You didn't." His grace, the utter lack of malice or even irritation, made her guilt heavier, more concrete. It settled in her gut like a stone, pulling her shoulders down. Her posture slumped slightly under the weight of it, and her gaze dropped to the scuffed floor between them for a beat, studying a black scuff mark on the linoleum, before she forced herself to meet his eyes again, to take the medicine. Your receptionist said you were at a birthday party. I jumped to a conclusion. I built a whole narrative on it, a framework that seemed to fit everything else. She shook her head, a gesture of self-disgust. I was so sure. The academic detachment, the intellectual fascination with violence, it all pointed at you. I convinced my partner. I almost convinced myself it was a certainty. My father's 85th, he said quietly, his eyes looking past her, down the empty, bright hallway as if he could see through the walls to another room. His voice softened further. He passed last night. Just after midnight. I was holding his hand. He blinked, refocusing on her, his gaze coming back from that distant, painful place with visible effort. Oh God, the words were utterly inadequate, a tiny pebble dropped into a vast well of his grief. She felt a corresponding pang in her own chest, a sympathy that was sharp and real. I'm sorry. Truly. For your loss and for adding to your burden. She gestured vaguely, encompassing her mistake. It was time. The cancer was everywhere. I'm just glad I was with him at the end. That he wasn't alone. He took another sip of water, his hand steady. You heading out? He nodded toward her clothes, the lack of a hospital gown, the travel-ready appearance. A flight to D.C. Soon. A few hours. I've never been any good. It's crowded and the air tastes like bus exhaust in the summer. The politics are a blood sport. You'd probably love it. She managed a small, pained smile, feeling the pull on her cheek. They might need a good medical examiner. Or a sharp historian. Someone who can make sense of the bones. Or a budding serial killer? He joked, the dark humor a fragile lifeline thrown back to normalcy, to the intellectual banter they'd once shared over coffee. The ghost of his academic persona flickered in his tired eyes. I'll check both job boards and let you know, she said, the smile feeling a little more real, a little less like it hurt. She took her coffee cup from the machine. It was almost too hot to hold, the thin plastic threatening to buckle, the heat seeping into her fingers. Text me this time. For real. A restaurant recommendation. The bad joke. Of anything. I owe you at least a drink for the trouble I caused. I will, he said. And for the first time, she saw a flicker of something in his tired eyes, not just politeness, but a genuine, if weary, intention. A spark of the connection Dee briefly forged before her suspicion shattered it. She thought he might actually mean it. He pushed off from the wall, straightening his coat. Safe travels, Agent Ford. Try to stay out of dark hallways for a while. I'll do my best, Dr. Porter. Take care of yourself. She watched him walk away, his figure growing smaller down the long, bright corridor, his coat swaying slightly with his stride, the damp patches on the shoulders catching the light. He moved with the slow, deliberate pace of someone carrying a great weight. He turned a corner at the far end, near the bank of elevators, and was gone, absorbed by the institution's labyrinthine halls. She was unsure, standing there with the too-hot coffee burning her hand, if he would ever actually follow through on it. People said things in hospital corridors, in the specific atmosphere of grief and awkwardness that hung over places like this, that the ordinary world quietly dissolved once they stepped outside into the air, and the noise, and the demands of their own lives. The cup was burning her hand in earnest now, the thin plastic conducting the heat with merciless efficiency, and she shifted it to her other hand and then back again, unable to put it down, somehow unwilling to break the small ritual of standing here with it in the empty lounge with the buzzing light and the smell of heated plastic and the memory of his retreating back. And she hoped he would text. She thought with a cautious, tentative clarity that he might. She took the elevator down. The jet engines were a steady, deep-throated drone, a vibration she felt not just in her seat, but in the bruised architecture of her ribs, each oscillation a small, dull reminder. Outside the oval window, the world had disappeared entirely behind a solid, featureless gray-white ceiling of cloud that erased the horizon and made the sky indistinguishable from the earth far below it. The cabin lights were dimmed to a soft, amber twilight glow that turned the overhead panels into something almost warm. Most of the seats were empty. The plane was perhaps a third full, the other passengers spread out and quiet, a few with headphones, one with a laptop, one simply sleeping with a coat pulled over his shoulders. The cabin had the particular hush of a space full of people deliberately not speaking. Katie surfaced from a doze she hadn't felt herself fall into, her cheek stiff from the angle against the headrest, the bandage on her face pulling slightly where the adhesive had bunched. She didn't know how long she'd been out. Her mouth tasted of stale coffee and recycled air. Her throat still ached with every swallow, a persistent, specific complaint, and the bruising across her ribs had stiffened during sleep, announcing itself now with the careful, exploratory breath she took as she came back to consciousness. Across the aisle, Nina Shaw was attacking a laptop keyboard. The blue-white light of the screen illuminated her face from below, throwing the planes of her cheekbones into sharp relief and carving shadows under her eyes that made her look like she hadn't slept at all, which was probably accurate. Her fingers moved in short, decisive bursts, type, pause, delete, retype, with the focused aggression of someone paying off a debt they resent but acknowledge. "Sorry," Shaw said without looking up. Her attention didn't waver from the screen. "Report writing. I do it immediately after close. Like ripping off a bandage. Gets it over with before the details start to blur." "It's fine." Katie's voice came out rougher than she intended, the rasp deeper after sleep. She cleared her throat carefully, the motion sending a spike of pain up the column of her neck, and looked out the window at the solid white nothing. "I'm just running on empty." "Take a week when we land," Shaw said. Her fingers flew over a sentence, then stopped. She hit a key with a definitive, slightly aggressive stab and snapped the laptop shut. The sound was clean and final in the quiet cabin. She leaned her head back against the headrest, closing her eyes, and for a long moment she was just a woman on a plane who was very tired. Then she turned her head to look at Katie, the analytical attention back in her face, the assessment happening quickly and comprehensively. "Would you do it again?" The question sat in the recycled, slightly stale air between them. Katie looked out at the clouds, at their solid, indifferent blankness. She thought about the profile written at Mitchell's desk through the night. She thought about the service road and the chain-link gap and 40 steps in the dark. She thought about the moment on the observation deck when she had come up through the gate and seen the back of his head, his eye to the scope, the crowd 200 yards below him, and had covered the distance in 3 steps with her weapon out. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Would you want me to?" "Not my call." Shaw's voice was even and low. "Vance will want you back in the field after he reads my report. He likes initiative, and you showed a considerable amount of it. But it's your life, and the field is not for everyone, and there's no shame in knowing that before it costs you more than it already has." She paused. "If you're weighing it, call me. Any time." Day or night? I'll give you the version without the recruiting language. Thank you, Katie said. It came out quieter than she intended, but the weight she put into it was real. The offer felt more substantial than any formal commendation. It was personal, which from Shaw was not a small thing. Shaw nodded once, then reached into the seatback pocket and produced a small, nip-sized bottle of whiskey from the service cart. She twisted the cap off with practiced ease and took a long, slow sip, her eyes returning to the window and whatever she saw or didn't see in the white wall of cloud outside it. The engines droned. The cabin was very quiet. The other copycat, Katie said. She hadn't planned to say it now, but the question had been sitting in her chest since the bar, since that moment at the Checkpoint Tavern, when Shaw had let one edge of something personal show, and then covered it with operational language, smoothly and completely, the way you covered something you'd been covering for a long time. The one from your past. The one you mentioned. Who was he? Shaw's jaw tightened. A muscle moved in her cheek, a small, involuntary contraction. She didn't look away from the window. She took another sip from the bottle, a slower one, and held it cradled loosely in her palm afterward, her thumb moving across the label in a small, unconscious back and forth. The silence stretched long enough that Katie became certain she'd let it go, that Shaw would simply not answer, and that would be its own answer. A door shut clearly enough that no further pressure was appropriate. 1998, Shaw said finally. Each word was measured and placed with care, the way you handled things that had weight. A follower of a killer I put away in 95. Silas Crow. The Sunday painter, you may have come across the name in the literature. He's a footnote in most organized killer taxonomies, nothing more. But to this man, this follower, he was a reference point, a model. He wrote to Crow in prison. Sent him drawings, detailed one's studies. And Crow, manipulative, brilliant, completely and permanently without conscience, wrote back. Cultivated it. Fed the obsession with one hand and directed it with the other. She paused. Her thumb stilled on the bottle label. In one of those letters, Crow gave him my name. Told him I was the investigator who had failed to understand the work, who had reduced his art to a case number. That I needed to be educated. The cold arrived in Katie's veins all at once, a complete and immediate drop. He found you. He abducted me from the parking lot of a grocery store in Falls Church, Virginia. Shaw's voice had shifted into a register Katie recognized from crime scene walkthroughs. Factual, thorough, the emotion present but submerged beneath the architecture of the account, held under by long practice. I was loading bags into my trunk. It was a Tuesday evening in November. I had bought orange juice, a rotisserie chicken, and a bottle of red wine, because those were the things I needed, and I was tired, and I was not paying attention to my surroundings the way I should have been. She said this last part without self-pity, as a plain statement of professional failure. I woke up in a structure in the woods of western Maryland. A hunting shack. Tied to a chair with zip ties around my wrists and ankles. A folding table in front of me, the kind you see at church sales. Laid out on it, a pair of pliers. A ball-peen hammer. A wood chisel. A handsaw. She took a breath, a slow and deliberate inhalation. He told me to choose. To pick the tool I wanted him to use. To participate in the decision. Just as Crow had done to his victims, that specific, intimate form of control, forcing the victim into a grotesque collaboration. He said I needed to understand the work from the inside before I could evaluate it properly. Katie said nothing. There was nothing adequate. Shaw stared at her own reflection in the dark oval of the window. Her eyes were seeing something else entirely, something with specific geography and specific light. I've never told anyone the complete version of it. Not the bureau therapists, who I saw twice and then declined. Not my ex-husband, who knew something had happened and learned not to ask. Not my children, who grew up understanding that there was a room in the house that stayed locked, and that questions about it cost more than the answers were worth. She finally turned from the window, and her eyes met Katie's directly. They were bleak and clear and steady, the eyes of someone who has looked at a thing for long enough that it no longer has the power to make her look away. When you said copycat on that first day, I didn't disbelieve you. I believed you immediately, which was the problem. I just didn't want to go back into that room. I built a wall between myself and those old cases 17 years ago, and you showed up with a chisel. The confession occupied the space between them in the narrow cabin aisle, too large for the space but undeniable. Katie looked at Shaw's face, at the bleak steadiness in it, the complete absence of self-pity, the specific cost of 17 years of keeping that door shut, and understood for the first time the full load-bearing structure of the woman across from her. The professional armor. The cold, operational precision. The wall she put between herself and the killer's inner lives. None of it was personality. All of it was engineering, holding something up. I'm sorry I asked, Katie said softly. It's all right. Shaw turned the empty bottle slowly in her hands, studying it as though it were evidence. You understand now why I stay in it. What I'm paying off. To that woman in the motel, outside Omaha, who he killed to prove he could before he came for me. To myself for the parking lot. She gave a short, humorless sound that was almost a laugh. It's not noble. It's probably a clinical definition of something I should have addressed more thoroughly in therapy. But it's what I have, and it's kept me functional, and it's put a number of people in cells who would otherwise still be operating. She set the bottle in the seat pocket. And so, the shared silence that followed felt different from the silences that had come before between them. It had density and texture. It felt, Katie thought, like something had been built in it, carefully and at some cost, across the narrow aisle. The weight of her own locked room pressed against her ribs from the inside. It had been there for 25 years, longer than she'd been doing any of this, longer than she'd had a reason to name it. Shaw had just handed her something she hadn't expected, not permission exactly, but company. You asked me once why I joined the bureau, Katie said. Her voice was just above the engine noise. Is at the bar. That first night, I didn't give you the real answer. Shaw turned her head. She was very still, the way she went still when something genuinely had her attention. As she waited, my father was murdered. The words, once said, were simpler than Katie had expected, plainer and more final, the way old facts were when you finally said them aloud in the right company. The valve turning. Pressure releasing slowly, not all at once. I was 5 years old. The case was never solved. It's still technically open in a filing cabinet in a county sheriff's office in Ohio, which means it exists as a reference number in a database and nothing more. She looked at her hands, resting in her lap. I have almost no reliable memories of that night. They change. Sometimes I see a shape in the hallway outside my room. Sometimes I find him in the living room. The television's still on. The pieces I have, I don't fully trust. And the pieces I don't have are the only ones that would actually matter. Traumatic memory edits, Shaw said. Her voice had shed all its operational register. It was simply quiet, the way a room was quiet. It hides what it can't carry. Rearranges. Revises. I dream the shack in Western Maryland a dozen different ways. Sometimes I get one hand free, sometimes it goes differently, sometimes it's someone else's face looking down at me. The mind tries to make it survivable in retrospect. It's a liar, but it's lying on your behalf, doing the best it can with what it has. A flight attendant moved silently down the aisle and left 2 small paper cups on their shared armrest without a word. The way experienced flight attendants serviced quiet passengers on quiet legs, efficient, unobtrusive, gone before you could thank her. Shaw nudged 1 cup toward Katie with 2 fingers, a small, wordless gesture. Katie picked it up. A latte, overly sweet, the warmth coming through the paper into her palms in a way that was disproportionately comforting for what it was. She took a sip and looked out the window. Night had fallen fully now, the cloud layer below them lit from above by the wing lights into a faint, ghostly luminescence. Through gaps in it she could see the occasional scatter of ground lights. A town, a road, a cluster of something, tiny and remote and entirely indifferent to the plane passing miles above. In the dark oval of the window, her own reflection looked back at her. The bandage on her cheek. The bruising spreading into its full palette of purple and green, the colors of the week made visible on her face. Eyes that were tired in a way that went deeper than sleep debt, tired in a way that had a specific source and a specific date, but clear. Clearer than they'd been before Jericho Falls, before the Beaumont Building and the Delacroix plant and the grain elevator stairs and 40 steps in the dark. Something in those eyes felt new. Not the damage. Underneath the damage, in the steadiness of the gaze looking back at her, something she hadn't put there before, something that had formed in the dark without her noticing, and was only visible now in the reflection. She had a feeling, quiet and certain and not entirely comfortable, that she would be seeing that version of herself again. Soon. This concludes the audiobook recording of Copycat by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.